12. That's 0.9%. We're at 35,378. Coming up, some clouds today and a little bit cooler than it has been. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight. The traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Pelvic congestion syndrome, or pelvic venous congestion, is an important but often overlooked cause of chronic pelvic pain. It's estimated that up to 30% of patients with chronic pelvic pain may actually suffer from a symptomatic pelvic venous disorder. IVC, the leading interventional vascular and vein center in Utah for over 15 years, is here to help. Typical symptoms of pelvic venous congestion include dull achiness and heaviness in the pelvis, often made worse by prolonged standing. Well, it can often be successfully treated with a minimally invasive procedure called embolization. Pelvic venous embolization requires little or no downtime and is performed in an outpatient setting. Nearly 85% of women treated experience significant relief of their symptoms. If you suffer from the symptoms of pelvic venous congestion, let the experts at IVC help. Visit ivein.com for more or call 801-379-6700 today. As IVC has been saying for years, life starts when the pain stops.
Hunting season is right around the corner, and Sportsman's Warehouse has everything you need for the best hunt ever. Right now, you'll find great low prices on rifles, shotguns, bows, arrows, and ammo. Save 20 to 30% on camo from Element, Killick, King's Camo, and Rustic Ridge. Plus, save up to $200 on scopes and optics from Sig Sauer, Loophole, and Vortex. And you can register to win an elk hunt of a lifetime. So gear up for unforgettable and bring on the hunt at Sportsman's Warehouse.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And here's Andy Farnsworth.
Amanda, a crash in Springville continues to cause delays between the 2 exits. Backup start just before the Walmart Springville, go all the way up to that 1400 North exit where vehicles are on the right shoulder. You also have slowdown Salt Lake Valley northbound between 7200 and 5300 South Murray. The southbound backups approaching 106, still there as well for a couple of blocks you'll have to fight through on the southbound side. And then you got some 2100 North delays in Lehigh approaching that 2300 West intersection. Need tires? Don't buy them without the money-saving Burt Bundle from Burt Brothers Tire and Service. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather now. Lots of clouds today. We have a chance of showers tonight into tomorrow morning. Right now, it is 73 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio. Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top local story.
Welcome into the show, Dave Noriega. No Debbie Dujanovic today. Instead of Debbie, I have the honor to have Leah Murray with the Walker Institute of Politics, poli-sci professor at Weber State University, joining me today. Woo!
I'm so glad you consider it an honor.
It is an honor.
And not a problem.
Well, no, hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. Absolutely a problem. Like, there's all sorts of problems, but I love it. That's the idea of the show, is to have, a couple different ideas thrown out there, and the listeners get to tell us whether Leah's crazy or Dave's crazy, which is usually how it works. But top local story, we want to talk about the congressional race. Chris Stewart is leaving. He's resigning his seat, Representative Chris Stewart, in the 2nd Congressional District. September 15th.
Right.
We're going to have a primary on September 5th. So 5 days before he resigns, we're going to have a primary race. And we want to talk about this race. We keep focusing on the Republicans because Republicans always win this seat.
And also, that's where it's interesting, right? I mean, like the
That's
other
true.
parties don't have multiple candidates,
Yeah.
right? So it's fair, I think, to only talk about Republicans right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly, because we're talking about the primary race, and
Right.
that's the one that's kind of exciting right now. So on the ballot right now for the GOP, 3 candidates. Celeste Malloy, who won the state convention, Bruce Huff, Becky Edwards. They gathered signatures to get on the ballot. There's a dual path. They're all on. Those are the 3. Now, we want to talk about the debates.
right.
The debates have been wild, just by the sheer number of debates. So let me set the stage here. Celeste Malloy scheduled the debates with the blessing of the state GOP and the county GOP parties. But she has this debate schedule. This was her original plan. Wrap your head around this, my friends. She wanted 13 debates in 13 counties in 13 days.
Yeah, I just think, right? I mean, a little bit, who wants to talk that much? Or I don't know. I mean, I guess I appreciate totally the idea of getting into all the different counties. I think her argument has been right, Dave, that some of the counties have been ignored in this state, in state politics. So I think it leans into what her campaign message is of getting out to all those people. But oh my goodness, that's a lot of conversation in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. When was the last time a debate was held in Garfield County? Right? I mean, it doesn't happen very often. And that was very much what she wanted to do, is make sure that every county had a chance to sit down if they wanted, ask some questions. Well, they didn't get the 13 debates in 13 counties in 13 days. They landed on 10 debates over the next month or so. We're already 2 debates in.
Right. And it's Davis County so far.
Yep.
And St. George.
St. George.
Right. Okay.
What is odd, and this is the first thing that I want to talk about, is, again, you have 3 candidates. One of the candidates has chosen not to participate in these 10 debates, and that candidate is Becky Edwards.
Right. And the thing that I saw, right, was that she's saying she doesn't want to participate in another candidate's campaign event, which I just pause on. Does that make sense, Dave? Because because what I hear you saying is it's not just Celeste Malloy, right? Huff is attending these debates.
Yeah.
They all 3 were invited. It is sponsored by the county parties and facilitated by county party chairs, which are not, I think, campaign managers for Celeste Malloy. So I guess I don't understand the argument that she's making for why she's not going.
And we've reached out to Becky Edwards. We invited her to come onto the show today. She declined. But we will continue to find out why she is not participating in these, because it does appear that Bruce Huff will continue to participate in these debates with Celeste Malloy. But something that both Bruce Huff and Celeste Malloy have talked about is why Becky Edwards isn't there. Now, again, remember, this is debate number 2 of 10, but this is what Bruce Huff had to say about Becky Edwards' absence.
Well, the first thing is Celeste and I are here. That's one big difference right there.
The question was, what are the differences between the 3 candidates? And Bruce Huff said, well, 2 of us are here.
Yeah, and then I do kind of wonder a little bit, right, is I would have to think that Celeste Malloy wants to put some distance between herself and Bruce Huff. And then if what we're talking about is this third person not being here, doesn't that, I don't know, right? It's hard to put space between them, and then it's hard to articulate why you would choose Malloy over Huff. So then maybe that's why Edwards is not going, because then she makes every debate about her.
Yeah, it's always the elephant in the room of which elephant, which GOP candidate is not there. It is odd. This is what Celeste Malloy had to say about Becky Edwards not showing up.
I'm really disappointed that Becky's not here. There are 3 of us in the race, and I think it is important for all of us to be answering questions. So I appreciate that Bruce is here with me tonight.
All right, Leah. So as a political insider, you follow this. This is your passion. This and anime, obviously. These are your passions in life.
Yes, that's
You're
right.
like,
I'm a nerd. I own it. Let's go.
you lean into all of it. That's what I'm like. right with you on all this stuff. I love it just like you do. It's just fantastic. But, okay, why would a candidate, why, historically speaking, do we see candidates not participate in debates?
Because they expect they're going to win, right? So the answer in politics is if you've gotten the answer you want, stop talking. Because all you can do is say something that would damage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if you don't have the answer you want, you keep talking, right? Because you're trying to get people on board and you're trying to persuade them. So generally it's the case, like if you think of an election that has an incumbent, right? The incumbent doesn't like to debate because all that person can do is possibly say something you're really not good, right? Like that becomes the news for the next week and a half in an election cycle. So what you see are challengers are always trying to debate because they want to get their message out there. This is an open race, Dave, so I'm not 100% sure I understand perfectly well the parameters they're working in. It's an open race. It's in an off season. It's August, right? Like debates never happen in August. So I just don't know if maybe I'm not quite understanding it, but I would think all of them should be talking. So I don't see that there's a foregone conclusion, if that makes sense. And I'm just using conjecture. I've not asked Becky Edwards, but if I were not debating, I would be assuming the person thinks they're going to win.
Yeah, and that's what would be such a surprise because she ran against Mike Lee in this last election in 2020, or 2022, sorry. Challenged Mike Lee when his seat was up, and she lost in the primary. Both she and Ali Isom both lost, and lost handily to Mike Lee in the primary, and then Mike Lee just waltzed through the general election. But Becky Edwards, a long time, she served in the state legislature for 10 years, has run a statewide campaign, but I wouldn't necessarily say is such a huge name recognition that people know her platform that she can skip debates.
Right. And so I don't know if maybe she thinks it's not going to be a friendly crowd, right? So her answer that it reads to her like it's a Celeste Malloy campaign event, which I don't read it that way, but then I do just wonder maybe who they're expecting to show up at these debates are convention delegates, and maybe Becky Edwards is like, yeah, I know the answer from them, right? I didn't win out of convention, but I got to think this hurts not getting coverage this whole time and letting your two other opponents just set the stage.
What do you make of so many debates in so many different locations in so few days?
I think it's a little crazy,
yeah.
But I get
we've never seen it, right?
Right,
I've never seen it.
Yeah, and I don't understand why you'd put that much pressure on yourself at the end of an election. I mean, like there's so much going on, but I do think again, Celeste Malloy's been talking about these are counties that have been ignored. I don't think she's wrong. I think that also to me is maybe a change in the way Utah politics are going to start moving, right? Where kind of southern counties are going to start demanding, some more love, and maybe she's seen something the rest of us are a little slower out of the gate to see.
When we return, Dan Baumus was down in St. George and attended the debate 2 of 10, yes. I'm not sure we can cover all 10 debates, but listen, this is unprecedented for us as well. We've never had to cover so many debates in such a short period of time with a primary election in less than a month. But right now we're going to keep talking about it. Dan Baumus was at the debate on Saturday. Dan's going to come in, give us his report on what happened in the CD2 debates down in St. George.
Dave and Dujanovic. Hey, stay right here for more of Dave and Dujanovic.
And tomorrow morning, come back here for news, traffic updates, and reliable weather.
Join us to have a listen. Tim and Amanda.
Your morning companions for news.
It's a rare visit.
Governor Cox says he wants to meet with President Biden.
From a sitting U.S. president.
It is customary, especially if it's someone from the opposite political party.
Follow President Biden's stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room. There's nothing better than being out and about with the family, except for maybe coming home to a clean and residue-free home. The Zero Res cleaning process has been proven to remove more dirt, dust, and allergens than the other guys. Plus, the no residue cleaning means your carpets will stay cleaner longer. Today and tomorrow only, schedule your Zero Res carpet cleaning and pay just $25 per room cleaned. 4-room minimum, but there are no maximums. So yes, even big families with big homes, this one's for you too. Carpet cleaning for just $25 per room. Only at Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. I'm sure it's been on your mind. Schedule today and save some money while you're at it. Sale ends Tuesday. Nephi to Orem, everyone can schedule online at zerores.com. Zerores.com.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
I was 20 years old, stationed in Hawaii, and 2 weeks before I was deployed, I met the love of my life. The second I returned, I bought a cheap ring at the Base Exchange and proposed. 15 years later, I went to Shane Company and got her a one-of-a-kind ring with a pear-shaped diamond. It's the ring she deserves.
Shine forever with Shane Company's hand-selected diamonds, as unique as your love story. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Join Macy's and our nonprofit partners to help address the youth mental health crisis this school year. Now through September 14th, you can fund mental health services and resources when you donate online to the JED Foundation and the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Or round up your Macy's store purchase up to 99 cents and donate the extra change. Give back today and learn more about our mission to create brighter futures for all at macys.com/purpose.
Hello?
Hi, I'm
Mr. Sparky.
What gave it away? The fancy tool belt? How about the big red truck?
Actually,
Yes.
you're on time.
That's our motto. We're on time. You'll see her. The repair is free.
You rhymed. That's cute. Are you always available?
24/7.
24/7.
Oh, I don't sleep much. So what seems to be the problem?
Well, my toddler plugged the dog into the light socket.
Yeah, I see your house is blinking like a pinball machine.
Can you fix it?
The house or the dog?
The house.
Well, I'm Mr. Sparky. If it's electrical, I
You
can
can
fix
it.
You betcha.
From a small electrical problem to new lights to smart home services, generators to whole house surge protection, and everything electrical in between. Call America's on-time electrician. Mr. Sparky is fully licensed to install or repair any electrical work. Just call 888-8-SPARKY.
Hold on, this is where we bring in the singers.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. In October of 1985, a woman named Cherie Warren left work at a busy Salt Lake City office
to meet her estranged husband at a downtown auto dealership.
She never made it home. Cherie's car surfaced weeks later in Las Vegas.
In the parking lot of a hotel casino.
No one knows how it got there.
Strange. It was strange.
Both Cherie's estranged husband and her boyfriend raised suspicion for investigators.
I kind of thought that he might have done something.
But no arrests were ever made. In Cold Season 3, we dig into double lives, make new connections in the case, and examine the difficulty raised by reasonable doubt.
We want answers just as much as anyone else.
They have creeps like that now too, so nothing's changed.
That's the new Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie, now available anywhere you get your podcasts.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, Utah is having a hard time retaining new teachers within 5 years of starting. Second, Special Prosecutor Jack Smith is seeking a limit to former President Trump's public comments with a protective order. Third, the cage fight between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg would be live streamed on X, formerly known as Twitter. Right now it's 73 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
The race to replace. In-depth coverage on KSL News Radio.
Never in all of my years following politics, and professionally I've been following this for over 20 years, but I've never seen a debate schedule that could rival what is going on in the primary race for Congressional District 2. Chris Stewart is stepping down in September, and now the 3 Republican candidates, Les Malloy, Bruce Huff, and Becky Edwards, it is debate season, and they wanted, or Celeste Malloy at least wanted, 13 debates in 13 counties in 13 days. That was her goal. It settled on 10 debates in 10 counties over, I don't know, maybe 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks. But 10 debates in 10 counties, they're already 2 in. Filling in for Debbie Dujanovic today, Leah Murray with Weber State poli-sci professor, Walker Institute of Politics leader, Gandalf, KSL at Night host, One of my faves to fill in for Debbie, but just the sheer number is staggering. Is it just going to be repetitive? Like, how many ways can you answer the same question?
Yeah, I guess I don't know that answer, and that's a really good question, but I also wonder who all is attending these. So, like, some of these counties are not far from each other, right? So I can totally see not going to the Washington County debate if you're from Davis County, but you could possibly cross county lines locally, and then I just wonder, right, is it different people every time? And then you've got, like, why are we doing this? Because we're basically talking to the same people, asking the same questions. Or if they really feel like they're going to get hundreds of people who are different, right, at every single debate and just talk to all of these people. Yeah, I don't know.
But there's no question that some of the smaller counties in southern Utah, they've never hosted debates. They've never had congressional candidates come and make a significant stop. I think it's kind of genius. I think part of the reason Celeste Malloy won at convention is because she spoke to southern Utah. She said, I'm from southern Utah. I've worked in southern Utah. And I want to represent southern Utah. For far too long, the congressional districts have been represented basically by northerners, by folks that live in Salt Lake, Davis County, wherever it might be. And now it's time for southern Utah to get a little love. Somebody that was there at the debate on Saturday was KSL News Radio's Dan Bomas. And Dan, can you set the scene? Number one, what was the... Can you paint us a picture?
Yeah, everybody showed up early for this debate. They had set up 150 chairs in the Washington County School Board meeting room, and they just kept piling people in, and they brought in 50 more chairs, and there were still people standing. It's quite the crowd. I took a picture, and you can see it on KSLNewsRadio.com. But, yeah, they had a big crowd, and I think they tended to be older and quite likely more conservative than the general run of voters, but that's who votes in primaries, right, is the activist voters.
Right. Can you tell us, did you feel like it was a vibe of what Dave was just talking about? We counties that never get love, and now we're getting love, and we're feeling it? Like, was that kind of vibe and energy in the room? Like, they were happy they were having a big debate?
Well, there was a lot of talk about public lands, and Celeste tried to point out that she has worked on public lands issues as an attorney in the Washington County Attorney's Office and working for Congressman Stewart. But that was the focus of the southern Utah interest. Mostly it was just general questions. Bruce Huff got an applause line when he said he wants to limit the tenure of appointed government officials as well as, elected officials getting term limits. He thinks a lot of people in Washington are career public servants, or bureaucrats is the less polite term, and he'd like to see them have to leave office and then have a 5-year ban before they can lobby.
Okay. There were, in this... Okay, so part of the reason we're just talking about Bruce Huff and Celeste Malloy is because the third candidate, Becky Edwards, chose not to participate in this debate or any of the next 8 debates. So she won't be in any of those 10 debates that have been planned. We've invited Becky Edwards to join the show and help us understand why she doesn't want to participate in these debates. But who was the moderator? It was a radio host down in St. George, correct?
St. George, a radio host and the local chair of the Republican Party.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
No, I couldn't remember the name as well. But didn't they have kind of an open mic where folks could ask the candidates questions?
They did at the end, but they were limiting the questions to 15 seconds each and the answers to 30. So it was a rapid fire answers from each of the candidates. But they did manage to get through quite a long line of folks who wanted to participate.
So when it finished, did you have a chance to get an idea from the crowd? Did they enjoy it? Were they happy with the candidates? Was there any backlash?
I talked to a few folks who said they still hadn't made up their minds, but I think most folks who were there came with a candidate in mind and left with the same candidate in mind.
And could you tell that, like, were there signs? Like, I'm just kind of wondering, did it feel like a rally or no? Was it more?
Well, there were an awful lot of Celeste Malloy signs out front and T-shirts, and it was a really hot room, and the Malloy campaign gave out fans. so people were waving Celeste Malloy fans.
Brilliant, right?
It was 100 and some degrees in St. George on Saturday night.
When they say read the temperature of the room, I think that's
it's
somebody
toasty
did that.
in
there.
Can you talk to us about, did they talk about Becky Edwards a
only
lot?
Briefly, only briefly. Just mentioned, Bruce Huff got a laugh line when he said that the difference between us and her is that we're here, and they're not, or she's not, rather.
Right.
One of it's hard to hit all of the topics, but during each of these debates, I want to make sure that we hit a specific idea, something that the candidates are discussing, and then hopefully over the next 10 debates, we'll have a little better idea, not just the political side of things of who showed up and who didn't, but to really talk about the specifics of what they want to do. And one of the things was to talk about water in Utah. Bruce Huff had this to say about some of the water concerns. Obviously, still in a drought and trying to combat what we can. This is what Bruce Huff had to say.
Why not duplicate what happened in San Diego, where they put in a desalinization plant, add a sister to that one, and then negotiate the fact that if they've got new water available to them, that we don't need to ship that amount of water back down to them. That's 55 million gallons a day that could be diverted to this county through the pipeline if we build a desalinization plant there. And candidly, with COVID money that hasn't been spent yet, that's not getting clawed back, I think we can find the $750 million to do that.
I always love when politicians give specifics of a plan of what to do. And building a desalinization plant in California, I don't know if that's being used partially with Utah money. It sounds like he'd be able to do it with federal dollars. But the idea was, if California needs less water that we're shipping essentially from Utah all the way over to California, that would lessen the burden, that we'd be able to keep more of that water. This is what Celeste Malloy had to say about Utah and pipelines and desalinization plant. This is Celeste Malloy.
We can't conserve our way out of this. We need more water. Water is a state issue. There is no such thing as federal water law. The Colorado River has some federal jurisdiction because it's an interstate body of water. But the really important thing to remember with water is that the state is always in charge. The Utah Constitution says the water belongs to the people of Utah. So as a federal representative, I have a responsibility to back up the state and to make sure that I'm helping them get through the federal permitting process. But the federal government should never get out ahead of the state on water. So whatever the state's plan is my plan.
Dan Baumus was there in St. George listening. Thank you for your reporting, Dan, and for helping us walk through. And we'll see. I'll assume you're not going to the other 8 debates.
I'm not going to all 8 of them. No, I don't know if I'll show up at any of the others, but I did happen to be in St. George over the weekend, and so I decided to drop in on this one.
That's what you did in your free time. I love it. I'm
that's
all
how he
for
vacations,
it.
right?
Like, that's how you vacation. Come on, Dan.
Well, this way I get to bill Becky, our news director, for
oh, there you go.
my trip. So.
Exactly. You got a night stay for covering it. But Dan Baumus, thank you for covering this for us. Hey, when we come back this morning on Utah's Morning News, they've been talking about a report that sees 45 to 50% of teachers leaving in the first 5 years of the job. Why are they leaving? Let's talk about it next.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour, the collapse of the Pac-12 and Utah's future move to join BYU in the Big 12 has sparked quite the reaction on social media. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
Well, there's a mix from 2 of Utah's biggest fan bases. Many are just excited to see Utah and BYU not only facing off again starting next year, but this time with conference implications. Well, there's also quite a bit of mudslinging. One person tweeted, quote, BYU fans collectively welcome our little brothers, the Utah Utes, to a real P5 conference. While a Ute fan wrote, quote, BYU fans really ran victory laps for 9 days just for Utah to end up right in the same place as them.
Utah will join the Big 12 in 2024. Our top national story this hour from ABC News, social media influencer Kai Cenat now charged with starting a riot with a game console giveaway in a New York City park Friday. More from ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Fire extinguishers and tape being thrown by the crowd.
Even as the police response grew, Cenat was still promoting the giveaway.
$100 gift cards
all here, bro. We gonna go crazy for New York, man.
The streamer then entering the fray immediately mobbed. In the end, multiple people were injured, including police officers, and more than 65 people were arrested, many of them minors.
Media representatives for Senat say they are willing to cooperate with authorities. Other national stories KSL is following. A late-night crash northwest of Philadelphia has resulted in multiple fatalities. ABC's Jim Ryan has the latest.
Just before midnight, according to Pennsylvania State Police, a charter bus carrying as many as 50 passengers on Interstate 81 near Harrisburg collided with another vehicle. The bus flipped onto its side and slid to a rest on the shoulder of the interstate. 3 people were pronounced dead at the scene, while others were taken to the hospital, some with critical injuries.
State police say the bus was carrying 45 to 50 passengers and flipped on its side before coming to rest. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 298. That's 0.8%. We're at 35,364. Coming up, we'll have some clouds today. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:32.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Last week, I spent several days in the high Uintas. Yeah, when that crazy rainstorm came, it was cold, it was miserable. We were all super stinky. But when we got back, I was, unpacking, and my clothes just smelled so horrible. And I thought, you know what? We got to get this in the washing machine as quickly as possible. You may be wondering, why are you talking about your laundry, Dave? It's because it's one of the things that I really noticed about my Kinetico water softener. Soft water has helped our laundry situation. Number one, our clothes just seem to get cleaner and softer. I don't totally understand the science behind it, why soft water works. That's why you need to call Kinetico of Utah. Have them come out, show you the difference that soft water makes in your home, not just the laundry, the dishes, your skin. When you take those showers, it doesn't dry out your skin. Hard water is just brutal on my skin. And that's why my wife and I decided, you know what, let's get some soft water in here. Kinetico came out, and we made the investment. We paid for it. We paid the same price as everyone else. So give them a call, 801-576-8600. That's 801-576-8600. Check them out or go online. If you don't like the phone calls, there you go. Go online, softwaterutah.com.
For over a decade, SimpliSafe has revolutionized home security, and our latest advancement is here, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
And now save up to $500 on the new Sleep Number Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. And here's Heather Kelly.
Well, the earlier crash we had northbound I-15 just before 1400 North in Springville has cleared. All the delays have cleared out as well. But now we have some slowing in the Salt Lake Valley, southbound I-15, as you approach 106 South exit in Sandy. Haven't heard of a crash in that area, but something is slowing you down, which normally doesn't happen this time of the day. Did you miss the last sale? I know it's on your list, so don't miss this one. Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Right now it's just $25 per room, minimum supply. Discounted pricing ends tomorrow. Schedule online at zerores.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather now cloudy today with a forecast high of 87 and a chance of rain later tonight into tomorrow morning. Right now it's 73 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Okay, how far are we from school starting up?
Oh my gosh, tomorrow? No.
It is really close, right?
Yeah, it feels like it.
My kids are showing me their schedule. Dad, look whose class I'm like, great. Wait, when does school start? Are we already in that conversation?
Yeah, I'm going to say, like, my husband's a high school teacher, and he spent a big chunk of time yesterday getting his room ready, like cleaning it. So
He's in the room ready? He's in the
room,
cleaning?
Right? In
Oh,
that
man.
phase of our summer.
I cannot believe that summer is already blasted. We're done. It's over. Classes start in just a couple of weeks, and this morning we've been listening to some news about Utah schools struggling to retain teachers. This is a number that, okay, and let me clarify, that voice that you heard was not Debbie Dujanovic. It is Leah Murray, who just happens to be a teacher, higher education, but your husband, does he teach high school?
Yeah, he teaches high school.
All right, so you are a family of teachers.
We are educators, man.
You are educators in that family, so you have a very unique perspective. The numbers that we're seeing is between 45 and 50% of teachers leave in the first 5 years in Utah. That's according to Renee Pinckney of the Utah Education Association, UEA. 45 to 50% of teachers leave. Personal experience, is there a sense of why so many are leaving so early?
So I actually kind of think it's generational, Dave. So I think we were talking about this a little bit off the air. I think Gen Z, millennials, right, they are much more likely to be mobile in their careers.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So I think, whereas a little bit, I feel like we locked in, like, this is what I'm doing, and they're paying me, and thank you. Like, basically is how we...
Health insurance?
Yes, thank you. Right?
Thank you.
But to a certain extent, I think younger people get more confidence. The labor market is such that people are advised to leave if they're not happy. I mean, the kind of the... What is it? The quiet resignation,
the great resignation,
like all that stuff. So I feel like a little bit the energy of our younger people is if you're not liking it, you should move on. So I wonder, I'd love to see this data longitudinally. Does that make sense? Because I wonder if it's a recent trend due to kind of the labor market and the kind of vibe out there for Gen Z and millennials with regard to what they're going to take in a job place. But I also think, oh my goodness, it's really hard to be a teacher. So I got to imagine if you weren't really in it for like the public service, you'd know within 2 to 5 years, right? So you'd be like, I need to be doing something else.
Well, which is difficult because when you go to school, you get the certification, and then you spend a couple years in the job and you realize, oh, I don't like kids. Or this is harder than I thought. Or the parents are a bunch of jerk faces and your kid is not special and they don't deserve special treatment. You know, there's a lot of things that go into it.
Yeah, I would just add, like, my husband, the first year he taught was assigned 8th grade. So he was doing like U.S. history in 8th grade. And he came home like the second night and said, yeah, there are people who love 8th graders. I'm not one of them. He was like, I don't want to do that, right? So, and our son is right now entering 8th grade, so, you know, he'll learn to love at least one of them. But, like, it is hard, right? And sometimes you get in, you're like, this is not what I signed up for.
From the UEA, Renee Pinckney had say that teachers are struggling more since the pandemic.
Once kids came back to school, and of course in Utah, we went back to school in 2021, but when we were offering hybrid, then kids came back the following year, and some of the behaviors that teachers are seeing and counselors are seeing are just, they're different and they're more extreme. And that just creates a lot of stress for teachers in the environment.
Interesting that even years later, we're still dealing with the effects of closing down schools.
Right. Well, I also think a little bit it's we all worked in a crisis situation. So you kind of do things you have to do. And then you want to get back to the way maybe you should be doing things. Does that make sense? And students are like, maybe little kids, dude, like I came into school and it was on a Google Classroom and I got to play while I was doing stuff. And so maybe it's just kind of re-norming, if that makes sense, Dave, like what we're doing in our classrooms. I don't know. But I did see a TikTok over the weekend. I'm a huge Swiftie as well, so we'll just put that out there. And someone saying teachers can't manage a classroom, and here's Taylor Swift like getting 70,000 people to like wave their arms at the same time. So I do feel like people are talking about like, you know what I mean? There is this kind of energy that whatever classroom management in that craft that used to be something that worked well, you know, it's not working as well and people are needing to adapt.
And perhaps it's teachers have a certain expectation or a way that they've always done it, and they're having a hard time adapting to a younger generation, a new generation, new set of kids.
Yeah,
and
that's what I
parents.
think too, right? And what parents are asking for, and what we expect, and that everyone a little bit, I think, is angsty right now, Dave. So I feel
can
like
see that.
you know, the whole country's a little like on edge, and so in a classroom setting, anything you learned that might have worked in 1997 is probably not going to work today.
Renee Pinckney, again, of the Utah Education Association, has been talking, and we've been reporting on this here at KSL News Radio, saying that 45 to 50% of teachers here in Utah leave in the first 5 years. I know some of it is because they're just leaving the profession altogether. Many teachers are leaving to have their families, and then oftentimes they will come back 15, 20 years later after their families are largely grown. That has been something that is very common here in Utah, but still, when you have a need for teachers here in Utah, which there is a huge need still, like hundreds and thousands of teachers short, that has been a struggle. So Pinckney, again with the UEA, says teachers are also taking a different path to becoming teachers in the first place.
I believe that a majority of those educators did not go through the traditional teacher education university and college programs, that they were coming into the profession with a bachelor's degree in their field, whether it's mathematics or English or history, and then they were going through a different pathway to licensure. And so that is what I have been told.
So one of the concerns being, because there was such a need for a need for teachers, the state created kind of a second pathway to becoming a teacher. So say years before you were a math teacher, you were not going into elementary ed, you weren't going into secondary ed, whatever it might be. Say you were just a bachelor's in mathematics. Well, there was a pathway where you could still become and get your teacher's license, even though you were not trained as a teacher. And she said that might be some of the problem is these teachers that are coming from this different pathway are unprepared.
Yeah, and I think a little bit, I have a PhD in political science and never took a class in how to do classroom management, right? So the first time I learned to teach was when I walked into a classroom to teach. So I'm exactly who she's talking about, which is you've got all this content expertise, but it's different in college because the kids pay to be there, right, Dave? So like they're going to listen and behave better because they're grown-ups. So I've got all this content knowledge for math, and I'm going to walk into 8th grade math, and those kids don't want to be there, and they hate my guts, and I have zero craft. Does that make sense? Or classroom. Yep. So a little bit, I don't think she's wrong. It's about professional development for those teachers to learn those craft skills.
So I would love to hear right now, let's take some phone calls. I would love to hear from teachers specifically. Hopefully, so often our show is during class, so we don't hear from a lot of teachers, but I would love to hear from teachers, or perhaps you know a teacher. Give us a call right now. Why did you leave? Why did you come back? What was it about the classroom experience or your decision when 45 to 50% of Utah teachers are leaving teaching in the first 5 years? I'd love to know why you're doing that. 801-575-TALK, 801-575-5535 is the phone line number. We'd love to hear from you right now. Give us a call, teachers. Why are you leaving in the first 5 years?
Dave and Dujanovic.
Did you know Utah has just one all-new station in the morning?
It's this one. Weekday mornings between 5 and 9.
Start your days with us. We're Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Your morning companions for news. Back to school season can bring excitement, but it can also be overwhelming for children dealing with stress, anxiety, or other mental health challenges. At University of Utah Health, they understand the unique needs of young minds and offer specialized programs to address them. If your child is struggling with school-related pressures or facing personal difficulties, Huntsman Mental Health Institute offers a range of tailored services to meet their individual needs. But it's not just about the kids. They're here to support you too. Their team will work hand in hand with you to ensure a comprehensive support system for your whole family. Huntsman Mental Health Institute is your partner in nurturing young minds.
Visit healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI to learn more about their services and to schedule a consultation. Again, to learn more about Huntsman Mental Health Institute, visit healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
Come celebrate 55 years of camping adventure with Motorsportsland during our 55-year anniversary celebration. Save thousands with better-than-show pricing on all motorhomes, travel trailers, fifth wheels, folding trailers, and toy haulers. Not good enough? We also have over 100 new RVs at used RV pricing while inventory lasts. To make it even better, we've arranged special anniversary financing rates exclusively at Motorsportsland. Come into any of our 3 locations in Mill Creek, Salt Lake, or Spanish Fork for huge savings on the best RV brands, financing, parts, and camping accessories. But that's not all. Check us out on social media for giveaways, flash deals, and more. Don't miss Motorsportsland's 55-year anniversary where savings are everywhere and adventure awaits. Hurry in today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
This is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. You know, a lot of people ask me, what career should I take so that I can make a lot of money in the future? When I was a kid, I used to spend a lot of time playing video games, and people made fun of me for it. But you know what? I grew up into the tech entrepreneur I am today because of the computers I played with. The world's moving so fast towards technology that if you want to stay relevant, you need a fast computer with a lifetime warranty. A lot of people scold their kids for playing video games or spending too much time on the internet. But I would say the internet can be one of the best learning and earning tools on the planet. Now, all new PC laptops, desktop computers come with a lifetime parts and labor warranty, so you have total peace of mind. We've got brand new PC laptops, desktop computers from $11.99 or only $29 a month. Plus, we have 12 months zero-interest financing on approved credit. So run into any one of our locations right now or check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com. At PC Laptops, we love you.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, the University of Utah joins BYU in the Big 12, prompting a mix of reactions from fans on both teams. Second, social media influencer Kai Cenat is being charged with starting a riot about a game console giveaway. Third, a late-night bus crash northwest of Philadelphia has resulted in multiple fatalities. Right now, it's 73 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
I thought this was a staggering statistic. The UEA, Utah Education Association, said that 45 to 50% of teachers here in Utah leave the profession in the first 5 years. Half of teachers are leaving in the first 5 years. Now, for a lot of different reasons. Some are absolutely leaving because they're done with teaching. Others are leaving perhaps to have a family, to grow a family, and then they come back eventually. But 45 to 50% of teachers leaving in the first 5 years is a staggering number. And joining me right now is not only a teacher herself, but a family of teachers. Like, do you have like aunts and uncles and mothers and fathers?
Yeah, Grandpa was a superintendent.
Oh, okay.
It's deep tracks.
Leah Murray has some insight on this. Leah Murray is a professor of political science at Weber State, runs the Walker Institute of Politics, also a host of KSL at Night, filling in for Debbie Dujanovic. So you have lots of roots, deep roots
Yeah.
in education. You're a family of educators. What are some of the concerns? Why are people leaving?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things I hear too, and I think you could apply this to police officers, right? Like public servants a little bit are not, I don't know, as loved as they once were, right? Like, so if you feel like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, like the people you would love to see in his neighborhood were like the teachers and the cop and and now we're just angry at all of them, right? So I think you've got a job that is basically a calling, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to be a teacher, it's public service. You're feeling a vocation to do this, and you're being treated terribly. You're probably not being paid super well, right? It usually doesn't reflect how much education you have. That's just exhausting, right? And so after a while, I can just see why people might say, is it worth it, right? Like maybe my calling's not good and I can go work at the Gap for like $20 an hour. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not picking on the Gap, but there are other options out there.
Yeah, there's money to be made elsewhere, and I think calling it a calling that's probably apt. It's probably fair. But we're taking your phone calls, 801-575-TALK. Start with Jacob in Saratoga Springs. Jacob, what do you make of this? 45 to 50% of teachers leaving in the first 5 years, older, experienced teachers leaving as well. What do you make of it?
I got to say it's not all that too surprising, but, I kind of wonder why I even called in here because Leah really hit it on the nail, I think, with what I was going to say. So my wife is a middle school art teacher, and I hear about all the nitty gritty of the day to day every day when she comes home, and it's exactly like she was saying that most of the time the people that are staying with the job, it's because they love what they do. It's a passion project of sorts. My wife, she loves what she does. She loves teaching art. She loves her students. She loves what she does. However, every single day it seems though there are several key disadvantages or difficulties that are thrown her way that make things pretty difficult. That, if she didn't love her job as much as she does, I could see her, walking away and not really caring too much about it. So a few of those things include maybe class size this year, especially with the new school year coming up. She's an art teacher. Every student needs a set amount of space in their classroom to be able to work on projects. They increased her class size 6 more than she's physically able to handle this year. That's one of them. The pay is certainly another big part of it. Sometimes different parents or administrators make things difficult, but yeah, overall, I think if we're going to solve the problem, I think the biggest 2 things first is probably going to be pay, because like Leah was saying, why not just go work at the Gap? Don't have to deal with the kids and the angry parents and all those problems, right? The second would, probably definitely be making sure you have the resources in the classroom to set you up for success long term, and to see your students succeed. Because as a teacher, nothing is more gratifying than seeing your students succeed in every way possible. Yeah. And if those things aren't there, I think we're just going to continue to see people taking off and leaving for other careers.
Jacob, thank you for the phone call. Denise in South Jordan joins us right now. Are you a teacher, Denise?
Yes. I've been teaching for 21 years, but I have debated leaving for the last probably 5 or 6 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. Why do you think?
I know, especially since COVID, the kids and the parents are just mentally exhausting. Kids' behavior and the parents' reaction to their behavior. I teach lower grade. I've been teaching first grade for 19 years. A lot of it also, too, is they want us to do more testing. They want us to do more without resources to do it. A lot of kindergarten and first grade are one-on-one testing, and they want me to do that while I still have 25 other kids in the classroom. And it's hard to try to fit that testing in and teach my students and to reach that success. I felt like all I do is test. I don't have the fun of teaching anymore. And I feel like a lot of it is the pressure of parents expecting us to teach social skills now as well.
Great point.
Kids coming in not knowing how to get along with other kids and share and take turns, and having temper tantrums in classes. It takes away from the teaching. And it's just seriously, my summer is me sleeping and trying to recuperate enough to go back the next year.
To go do another 9 months, Denise.
It is. I have to go back on Friday, and I'm like almost in tears because, and I have switched school districts this year and schools, but that was more for personal, to be closer to my children, and to be on the same schedule as my kids. I was teaching in Granite, and they live in Jordan.
Yeah.
And that's just, but honestly, I have my therapist, and she just says, I have so many teachers that are getting burned out.
Yeah.
What is going on? It's just a mental, and I love my students, and that's why I stay, but it's so hard when you go home and you cry on a weekly basis because you just don't know how to help them because you're so tired.
Oh, Denise, well, thank you for sharing your story. And very interesting, Leah, that we're, as we talk to Jacob, as we talk to Denise, they're talking about seasoned teachers. And the number that popped out to me was that 45 to 50% of teachers leave in the first 5 years.
Right. I was focusing on new teachers, but Denise is,
yes,
she's been in the trenches for a long time.
Seasoned. And
yeah.
I can tell you, when she was describing the amount of testing that is required, my wife works in an elementary school as a teacher's assistant, and she is in charge of individually testing these children while the teacher continues to educate. I can't imagine how a teacher would have to educate and do the testing as well.
Right. And the answer, and I think a little bit it's the grants that come in, right? Like, so what we're going to do, right? And they sometimes are contraindicated, right? So I've heard from teachers, this grant tells me it all has to be one-on-one, but this one says I have to do like group learning, and this one, and so then they're being evaluated also, I think, with, moving targets all the time. And it's just, it's just hard. I heard that in Denise's voice. Right?
You definitely could, Denise.
Yeah.
Good luck with your therapist. I'm glad we could be a little therapy session, a little mini therapy session for you. Dean, we have about 45 seconds, but I want to make sure we get to you in American Fork. Dean, what do you think?
Okay, my wife teaches schools. She teaches second grade, taught for off and on for 25 to 30 years. And the discipline problem is a trend I've seen over the last 10 to 12. I think the pandemic kind of made it worse. But one angle that I like to throw out is that I think there's a higher concentration of the hard-to-discipline kids in public school because the private schools don't have to keep the hard-to-discipline kids. I know that's kind of a different angle than everybody's throwing out.
No, I appreciate you bringing up that angle of it, Dean, and it's something I think we'll explore over the next couple of days because that in all the calls that we've received, it seemed like everyone talked about discipline on some level and hard to discipline. And Leah, as a teacher yourself,
you get one or two kids in a classroom, and it just makes it hard for everybody. And that's what I think is the biggest burnout with the seasoned teachers and maybe the younger ones too.
Dean, thank you. Thank you for your perspective, and we will continue to follow that. When we come back, and a big thank you for all those phone calls, very, very insightful. When we come back, President Biden, he's coming to Utah. When? We don't totally know, but we think soon-ish, next few days.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, Provo police warning people to be careful of rental scams. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
This comes after a woman emailed who she thought was the owner of a home that was listed up for rent on Facebook. But when she was contacted by the real owner, she learned the post was a fake after she had dropped $2,000 to the scammers. KSL.com reports police are still investigating this case, and one Provo officer says this is becoming more common.
One police sergeant says if you want to rent, make sure you verify the property information on Google and don't submit a payment if the person wants it via gift card or if they promise to mail you the key after you pay. Salt Lake City officials say the 9th and 9th intersection will be closed for a month starting today. City's looking to restore the 9-line trail, a 3-mile walking and biking path that runs along 900 South from Lincoln Street to 900 West. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Former Minneapolis police officer Tu Tao has been sentenced to 57 months in prison for failing to prevent the death of George Floyd. Judge Peter Cahill this Monday morning handing down the sentence to Tao, saying he had the duty and the years on the job to intervene.
As an experienced senior officer, who was in the best position to save George Floyd. Accordingly, my belief that a sentence at the top of the range would be condign punishment.
Tao refused to enter a guilty plea in the case. He let the judge decide based on evidence in the cases against other officers who were involved. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up 362 points this Monday morning, and the NASDAQ is down 22 points right now. Our KSL weather, we've got maybe some storms coming in tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:02.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
on KSL News Radio.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Tim and Amanda.
You know, we've been doing this, 30 years, Tim? We know that the news can be heavy. We know that it can be difficult sometimes to listen to or understand. But that doesn't mean that we're supposed to live in that down place every day. We learn the news, we're educated so we can take care of our families. But then, you know what? We go out and have a good day.
Well, I think both of us come from the standpoint, and we have families. We have kids that are coming up different ages. Yours are younger than mine. Mine are grown adults. But we always try and look for the bright side, I think, because we all want to have that in our lives.
And it's there. There is a bright side.
There is a bright side out there, and so we look for those opportunities each day to hopefully send that message to you, even if it's not directly, in words, that at least in sentiment, things are going to be okay.
Do you know what I like to tell people? The news is the exception, not the rule. So if there's violence in the news, that's the exception. The rule is most of us are safe and happy and doing okay.
Amen.
Utah's morning news between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Here's Heather Kelly.
We're accident-free across the Wasatch Front. No problems right now on the I-15 corridor throughout Utah, Salt Lake, Davis, or Weber counties. We are seeing a bit of slowing, though, on I-215's east belt. That is northbound as you make your way through the Holiday Murray area. That is due to construction. Did you miss our latest sale? I know it's on your list, so don't miss this one. Zero Res carpet cleaning. Right now, just $25 per room, minimum supply. Discounted pricing ends tomorrow. Schedule online at zerores.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow. We could see some showers tomorrow morning, warming into the 90s midweek, with more storms expected by the weekend. And right now, 75 degrees, partly cloudy at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Except no Dujanovic today. No Dujanovic, but that's fine. I'm not rolling solo. Leah Murray from Weber State has been kind enough to fill in for Debbie. You run the Walker Institute of Politics, poli-sci professor, KSL at Night host. Okay.
All the things.
All the things. Now, this doesn't happen often that the President of the United States visits Utah, but it does happen. It happens just about every time. A president will make at least one stop in the great state of Utah. Since 1900, I read this in a KSL.com report. Since 1900, every single president has visited the state while holding office, except Calvin Coolidge. Cursed Calvin Coolidge. But everyone else has. One of the most memorable, I didn't know this, Woodrow Wilson, had a stroke.
Was it in Utah?
Presidency.
Did his stroke
2
happen
days
in Utah?
after visiting Utah, he had a stroke.
I always tell the story of the stroke, but I didn't realize its proximity to Utah. How interesting.
I don't know what we did to him, but he had two days after.
I'm sure it did nothing.
1919.
He was stressed out. It had nothing to do with Utah.
He was. I don't know. I'd take some blame where you can. We get assigned all sorts of blame. The most recent visit from a president was Donald Trump, almost 6 years ago.
I've come to Utah to take a very historic action to reverse federal overreach and restore the rights of this land to your citizens.
And what he did is he came in and he announced that he was reducing the size of the Bears Ears National Monument, Grand Staircase Escalante, and then he was gone. So it's been at least almost 6 years since we've had the president visit. Now, President Biden, he is going to make a visit, maybe a token visit, not going to be very long. The question is, why would he visit, Leah? Trump won this state by 21 points, and Utah doesn't really like Trump, but they still voted for him by 21 points.
Right. I mean, Republican presidential vote share is usually like in the 70%, right? So I don't see it as a campaign visit because what would be, not that we don't matter. So we talked earlier on the show, like southern counties in our state feel like no one pays attention to us. And I think sometimes in Utah, we feel like nationally we don't get a lot of attention from candidates. And it's not that we don't matter. It's just kind of we're very predictable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's really no persuasion room here. So I don't know why he would be coming.
Campaigning, fundraising, whatever it might be. Faith Abube, ABC News correspondent out of Washington, joins us right now. We're still a little light on the specifics, but does the president still plan on visiting Utah?
Yes, that is actually the last stop on his week-long swing to the west right now. So as far as we know, it's still on the agenda. The president, of course, is coming off this week-long vacation in Delaware. And so once he comes back to the White House this morning, he's expected to welcome the Houston Astros to the White House. They won the 2022 World Series championship. So they would do that ceremony, congratulate them, and then the president's trip begins. And before he gets to Utah, he has other stops on the way. He wants to talk about his climate agenda. He wants to tout his economic policies. And, of course, this trip is coming as we approach the one-year anniversary of some of the major legislative wins the president and his administration have been able to get so far from Congress. For example, you have the Inflation Reduction Act, which sets aside a lot of money to address climate change. You have the CHIPS and Science Act, which boosts funding for developing and manufacturing semiconductors here in the United States. And then you have the PACT Act, which benefits veterans. So we expect the president, while he's traveling to Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, we're expecting him to actually talk about all of these things, hear about these laws on the trail to make the case that together his policies have helped strengthen the economy, have fueled job growth, and lowered the unemployment rate to historic lows. And so the first stop on this trip will be Arizona today, which I should point out is the key battleground state, as you guys were talking about the 2024 presidential campaign heating up here. And then while he's there in Arizona, we expect the president to talk about conservation, protecting our natural resources, and how the Inflation Reduction Act is a huge investment to that end. And then you head to New Mexico, you talk about clean energy and talk about the investments in clean energy and how that's helping, basically a manufacturing boom in that sector. And then he heads to Utah. And when he gets to you guys, he deliver remarks on Thursday on the one-year anniversary of the PACT Act, which I just explained is the act that helps the veterans. And basically what the administration has said is that this legislation is the most significant expansion in benefits and services in over 30 years for veterans and survivors who were exposed to toxic burn pits. So he'll be talking about that while he's in Utah, and of course also attend a campaign fundraiser. And so as far as why this is happening, well, the hope for this administration is that this trip, once it's over, people will start to realize the direct impact the president's policies are making in their lives. We know polls have shown, they continue to show, that there's a discrepancy between how the economy is doing and how people actually feel that they're doing in their personal lives. And so the administration wants to make sure that the president is getting credit. And so this is part of the whole messaging campaign.
So, Faith, I wanted to ask you a question that maybe you can't answer because maybe it requires speculation, but we don't really know when he's coming or who he's, like, what's happening. And I'm just wondering, is that kind of par for the course? Like, usually when the president does a 3-state swing like this, maybe the plans are a little loose because, you know, he doesn't know what's going to be happening. Or is there a reason why we might not know specific details here in Utah of what's going on?
Well, so on the reporting end, usually at the end of each week, we get basically a look ahead at the president's schedule, where they just do basically bullet points of what's on the president's schedule for the following week. And what we do know so far is just a breakdown on where he's stopping, what he'll be talking about at each point. And so, for example, in the Utah stop, they already told us that he will deliver remarks on the PACT Act. He will attend a fundraiser there. And then each day or the day before, they'll give us more details about each of these items. And I'm sure, during the press briefing today on Air Force One that, Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, will actually detail some more of the president's trip. But it doesn't seem to me, from where I am and based on what we've seen in the past, that they are keeping anything secret. For example, it's more of how the process works. And hopefully we'll be getting more and more details on each of these stops later on this afternoon.
Faith Abube, thank you. From ABC News, correspondent out of Washington. Thanks for joining us. It's still significant, even though, quite honestly, Joe Biden has no chance of winning Utah in the presidential election, even if it is against Trump or whoever it might be. But what's the significance? What's your read on it? Is it just a token, hey, I stopped here, or is this really meaningful for Utah?
Well, that's such a good question. I mean, I really wish we got back to politics where you're campaigning like crazy, and then when your person loses, you go, okay. But the person who won is still your president, right? So to a certain extent, it's meaningful because that office has meaning, right? We are a state in this country. That's our national officer. And so we should connect with him. I think more specifically, relevantly, if Governor Cox right now is trying to run through the National Governors Association this disagree better, right? Yeah. He's trying to get people to be kinder, and then couple that with what we just heard from teachers. Maybe if everyone stopped having temper tantrums when they don't get their way, does that make sense? We could all model as grown-ups better behavior and having conversations with people we disagree with. All of that, Dave, makes it meaningful to me. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I think that it matters. Yeah.
I would totally agree with you, even though I've been very unhappy with much of what President Biden has done policy-wise. There was something I watched years and years ago. You might remember this, Band of Brothers.
Yeah, I love
the Stephen
that
Ambrose
show. Yeah.
The show is great. The book is great.
Yeah.
But there was a line that I just absolutely loved from Major Dick Winters. It was when Captain Sobel was walking past. And they'd had a very contentious relationship throughout the show. And anyway, Major Winters used to be the subordinate to Captain Sobel. And as Sobel is walking past, he just kind of gives him a nod. And Major Winters says, "We salute the rank, not the man." Right. I love that line, right? It's about respecting and honoring the position, even if we've got some trouble between us, right? Absolutely. So, and I think that is so important. When the President of the United States, when President Biden comes, we salute the rank, not the man. We respect that office, and I'm excited he's coming. I'm interested to hear what he has to say because, just like you said, Leah, he's our president. Whether you voted for him or not, he is still our president.
Dave and DeGenevieve. Hi, it's Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Why should you start your day with us?
We have decades of news experience between us.
And we take your trust seriously.
Come here for news tomorrow, 5 to 9.
On KSL.
The race to replace Representative Chris Stewart is now a sprint to the September 5th primary.
Celeste Malloy is the Republican convention winner.
Also, Becky Edwards and Bruce Huff.
Come here for interviews with the nominees and details on upcoming debates. The race to replace. Tune in mornings and afternoons this week on KSL News Radio.
Come celebrate 55 years of camping adventure with Motorsportsland during our 55-year anniversary celebration. Save thousands with better-than-show pricing on all motorhomes, travel trailers, fifth wheels, folding trailers, and toy haulers. Not good enough? We also have over 100 new RVs at used RV pricing while inventory lasts. To make it even better, we've arranged special anniversary financing rates exclusively at Motorsportsland. Come into any of our 3 locations in Mill Creek, Salt Lake, or Spanish Fork for huge savings on the best RV brands, financing, parts, and camping accessories. But that's not all. Check us out on social media for giveaways, flash deals, and more. Don't miss Motorsportsland's 55-year anniversary where savings are everywhere and adventure awaits. Hurry in today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Back to school season can bring excitement, but it can also be overwhelming for children dealing with stress, anxiety, or other mental health challenges. At University of Utah Health, they understand the unique needs of young minds and offer specialized programs to address them. If your child is struggling with school-related pressures or facing personal difficulties, Huntsman Mental Health Institute offers a range of tailored services to meet their individual needs. But it's not just about the kids. They're here to support you too. Their team will work hand in hand with you to ensure a comprehensive support system for your whole family. Huntsman Mental Health Institute is your partner in nurturing young minds. Visit healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI to learn more about their services and to schedule a consultation. Again, to learn more about Huntsman Mental Health Institute, visit healthcare.utah.edu/HMHI.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get 10% off all kitchen cabinet orders of $1,000 or more. Plus, MVP's Pro Rewards members earn double the bonus points on select stock cabinets through August 4th. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Must ask cashier to apply discount barcode at time of purchase. Discount on cabinet purchase only. Coupon cannot be used with any other discount. Valid 7/27 through 8/9. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time only, ask how new and existing customers can get a free line of unlimited mobile during the Mobile Made Free event. Call or go online today to learn more. Ends 9/21/2023. Eco-bill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
All of us can make small changes that can make a big difference in our lives. I'm Maria Chaleos, and I host a podcast called Let's Get Moving, where I have meaningful conversations with experts on fitness, mental health, nutrition, and more. If you want to see what we've covered so far and stay updated on our future episodes, then follow the podcast on Instagram and Facebook. And make sure to subscribe wherever you listen to your podcasts. Just look up Let's Get Moving with Maria.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, an online scam targeted people looking for a place to rent in Provo. Second, the 9th and 9th intersection in Salt Lake City is going to be closed for road work for a few weeks. And third, a Minneapolis police officer who was convicted of failing to intervene to stop the killing of George Floyd has been sentenced to almost 5 years in prison. Right now, 75 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We've been talking a lot about the GOP primary debates here on the local level. So when Chris Stewart resigns in September, there's a special election. So we've got a lot of debates going on right now. Now let's go to the national stage. The first presidential GOP primary debate is coming up in the next month or so. Candidates are now spending money to get their face out there because they want to qualify. You have to qualify to end up on the debate stage. Let's take a look at who is spending the most right now.
Yeah, Dave, I just want to interject here a little bit. When I teach campaigns and elections to students, I used to talk about this year, like the odd number year ahead of a presidential election year, as the invisible primary, right? So it used to be the case back before social media or like pop politics, right? Yeah. Where everything was a little bit more low key, that you'd say, this is when all the money's being raised. This is where endorsements are being got, right? People are figuring out who's going to love which candidate. And all of it would set up front runner status, which then helps you launch right into the primary cycle that's going to happen early next year, right? So January, February 2024. A little bit, it's not invisible anymore, right? Just like I feel like.
Why is that?
Well, I do think it's social media. I think they're all sharing all the time. I do blame Barack Obama, and then I would argue I'd also blame Donald Trump a little bit for making politics so popular. So when I say pop politics, it's very performative. You know what I mean? So everything is a show, right? Like, so a little bit how much money I'm raising then becomes part of my narrative, right? And what I'm saying becomes part of my narrative, and who's endorsing me and what big donors are giving money where all becomes part of the show. And I think all of that makes it a lot more visible. But then I think a lot of people who aren't nerdy like we are know it as well. Does that make sense? So like 20 years ago, I would have been aware of what the FEC filings were, right? And what campaign finance was doing. And most normal people would have a life in August and not be doing that. But now we all can see these numbers much more easily. And I think that we all kind of are in the know now.
The money raised is staggering, just staggering. President Biden has raised $72 million. Donald Trump, $88 million. Ron DeSantis, $20 million. But the Never Back Down PAC that supports him, they've raised $130 million. Nikki Haley, $24 million. RFK Jr., only $3 million. But he has a super PAC that has $16 million sitting out there. Tim Scott, $21 million. And it's hard to even track these numbers because, as you were saying, a lot of these are quarterly earnings. Right. This is not total earnings. Trust me, Donald Trump has raised far more than $88 million. I don't even know if this is quarterly for the year, because a lot of these candidates have been running for a very long time.
Right, or they've got money in the bank from other elections. Does that make sense? So you can I've raised this money for this election, but if I'm a senator, I might be sitting on a war chest, right, that has millions of dollars in it that will be available to me. And your point's really well taken. These are quarterly filings, right? So we just kind of see what's happening. But it does, I think, give you an indicator of where the energy is, right? So if I can say, so let's just pick on, because I picked on Trump and Obama earlier. So if I'm picking on Ron DeSantis, the fact that he's raised $20 million and then he's got a PAC that's got $130 million might give us some insight as to how excited people are about him. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like, to what extent people are clicking to send him money, whereas a PAC would be collecting money in a different way. So it's interesting, even if the numbers aren't a perfect, kind of read of all the cash that they have on hand.
And you teach this. I didn't realize this was one of your classes you teach. What's it called again?
Campaigns and elections.
Okay, campaigns and elections. I think a lot of us, I don't know how many Americans donate to candidates and how often they donate. I never have. I've never donated. Even when they ask for the $3, don't they do this on tax time? They're like, do you want to donate to the $3 to your presidential I'm like, no, trust me. The worst time to ask me is during tax time when you've already taken all my money. And then you're like, hey, do you want to throw in an extra $3 to these folks? Like, no, I do not.
I will keep that $3.
I can't afford it. I don't want to support anybody. But who are the donors, and what does that look like, and what a grind it is for these candidates to raise that money?
Right, and that's the interesting question. So there's all sorts of rules in federal elections. So when we're talking about congressional elections, these rules apply. Excuse me. If we're talking about like state legislature, those are different sets. Does that make sense? So we're talking at the federal level. So I can only give a certain amount of money, right? So I think it's like $2,400, but that number may have increased due to inflation recently. So don't quote me on that one. So it's like I as an individual can only give a candidate $2,400, right? So I have this huge chart I show my students, all the different rules. But I can give money to PACs. Does that make sense? So I can funnel more money into a PAC that represents my interest, which then maybe gets money into a candidate. But I'm limited as an individual how much I can contribute to an individual candidate. So then the question kind of is, also, like Bernie Sanders used to do really well with people who gave like $3, right? He would just have, like, if you think of it like as a pyramid, a huge base of low, small donors. Does that make sense? Just giving him a ton of small jumps. And then other candidates are going to get $130 million from a super PAC, right? So Hillary Clinton, for example, was someone who got a ton of money from big PACs. And, if we pick on them a little bit, like 2008, Barack Obama's raising little money and he wins because it's an indicator of how people are excited about him. Mm-hmm. Hillary Clinton having a ton of money, she doesn't win in 2008 because, do you know what I mean? Like it was big money coming in, not a bunch of little people donating, if that makes sense.
A little more of a grassroots effort.
Yeah, totally.
Now, the super PACs, if I understand correctly, they can't coordinate directly with the candidate.
That's correct. That's correct.
So they're raising this money in their name, almost with the promise, like, do we believe that they're really not working with the candidates, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and the FEC's job is to try to ferret that out, right, and figure out. And the word is coordinating, right? Like, are you coordinating with these candidates? I mean, I think the answer kind of is we're just trusting that they're not, right? And then the other answer is this super PAC is supporting Ron DeSantis. At any moment, they could decide. Does that make sense to shift their funds, right? So whereas the money Ron DeSantis has is his money, the money Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has is his money, a super PAC could move. Does that make sense? They could now decide next time to do something else.
So a super PAC, if you're donating to a super PAC and you think that it's going toward Ron DeSantis, do you get a refund if all of a sudden it shifts over and starts supporting Donald Trump?
No, because the reason you'd be donating to a PAC is not about the candidate, Dave, so much. You'd be donating for the values that the PAC, does that make sense, like is looking for? So, I mean, a good way to think about it would be if I were donating money as someone who's an educator, there's not a lot of educator PACs. So this is not a good example, but because we don't have any money, so we're not donating a lot of money. But like, then I would be like, whoever the PAC is donating to, I know cares about education. So it's a little less about, you know what I'm saying? Like the person and a little more about the issue.
The idea,
and then
the
PAC does the work for me to figure out what candidates across the country are actually pushing the issue that I care about.
Okay, that's fascinating. We couldn't have found a better expert, apparently, on this very topic.
No, there are better experts, I'm sure.
But you teach a class on it, so you are definitely an expert. Who has qualified for the first debate? Okay. So far, now there are, I'm trying to remember, I want to say 2 baseball teams worth of candidates from the Republican side, but only
there are a lot of people in there, yeah.
Only a handful, not even all the fingers on your 2 hands have qualified for the first debate.
So remember, it's a GOP debate, right?
Yes.
So this is the Republican Party. They set their criteria. It's not like it's a law. Does that make sense? Like that party chose what their criteria would be. 3% in either 2 national polls after August 1st, 1 national poll plus surveys from early voting states. So that's like South Carolina. What they mean by early voting is in the primary cycle. South Carolina, Nevada, Iowa, New Hampshire are our favorite states in that whole cycle.
Okay.
So you've got to be able to show that you've got some, I like how you said grassroots, but it's like that there's energy, that there's momentum behind your candidacy.
And just because you have a name does not necessarily mean you're going to qualify.
That's
One
right.
of the notable candidates that has not qualified for that first debate is former Vice President Mike Pence,
right?
Which is very, very interesting to me. Former President Donald Trump has qualified, though I don't think he has committed to participating in that first one. I think he said, I think this debate should be for my vice president. I might be paraphrasing that. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott from South Carolina, Senator Tim Scott, and then New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. So those are the only ones that have qualified so far.
Do any of those names surprise you? Like, I feel like if you asked me for a list, right, of people who would be in it, those would be the names.
I would agree. Ramaswamy has had a lot more juice and traction than I expected. 37 years old, entrepreneur, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but he has been on a media blitz.
Right, because he likes talking to the media.
He loves talking.
And the media loves people who like to talk to them.
That's so true. He is all over the place, and he's the name. He's the person that I'm most interested in hearing from, because he's not a politician, hasn't served yet, but he certainly has all the opinions, and I like somebody that has all the opinions. Stick around. When we come back, this might surprise you. More than a third of married Americans say their spouse is often on their phone or on a screen instead of talking to them, and it's leading to more divorces. Ignoring our spouses because of tech, when we come back.
It's 10:31 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. Reaction pouring in after the announcement that Utah will be joining BYU in the Big 12 Athletic Conference starting next season. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more.
Many are just excited to see Utah and BYU not only facing off again starting next year, but this time with conference implications. But as expected in this heated rivalry, some people are just using this as a chance to fire shots at the other. One Cougar fan tweeted, quote, "Am I the only one that thinks it's funny that Utah is trying to get into BYU's conference?" While a Ute fan wrote, quote, "Imagine doing in 12 hours what some took 12 years to do." But I think we can all agree with this user who said, quote, "Big 12 football media days next year is going to be fire." Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
And our top national story this hour from ABC News. The battle of the billionaires is shifting from trash talk toward an actual cage match. All that's left, says ABC's Jim Ryan, is a date and a venue.
On their respective social media platforms, Threads and X, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have been calling each other out for months. Zuckerberg, the boss at Meta, has proposed an August 26 cage match. Musk says he plans to stream the event on X, and both have said any proceeds from the event would go to charity. Now they just need to finalize the date and details.
Musk has said he'd like to see the fight take place in the Vegas Octagon. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day 345 points right now. The NASDAQ, a much more modest gain, 17 points right now. And our KSL weather looks like sunshine through the rest of the day, and maybe some rain tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:33.
This summer, the political season heats up.
By August, it'll be time for debates. Can you believe it?
We're planning coverage of the real issues, the important stories that impact how we live.
Listen each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Troy, do you believe in fortune tellers?
Not really. Why?
Camping's been so epic this year, I need to know if we'll get extra summer.
Is that the deal with the black message pool ball?
All signs point to yes.
Well, summer's always longer when you've got an RV.
Is that true? The ball says yes.
People in RVs can camp all through fall, and we want everyone to experience that. So right now, Bish's RV is throwing a summer forever sale. Get low monthly payments starting under $149 per month on approved credit.
Okay, that's crazy low, no?
Ball says decidedly so.
We're also hooking people up with 90 days of all play, no pay OAC?
Definitely. Plus, all remaining new 2022s are priced to move with no single reasonable offer refused.
And trades are worth like more than ever, right?
No doubt in sight.
This thing is never wrong. Paranormal pool ball. Am I handsome? Better not tell you. Wait.
Extend your season for summer memories during the Summer Forever sale at Bish's RV in North Salt Lake and American Fork. Previously Stewart's RV. Bish's RV, where memories begin.
Based on 10% down, 9.24% APR for 180 months. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details.
I guess it's human nature, Amanda, that no matter how much money we have in our savings account, it never seems like it's enough. And if you find yourself in that mode right now, let us direct you over to our friends at UCCU. They are wanting to help you supercharge your savings.
UCCU is offering high-rate savings options with yields up to 5.5%. All you do is go to UCCU.com and select a high-rate savings option to do just what you said, supercharge your savings.
You're going to get a much bigger return on your savings right now. It's a savings certificate, which means you make one deposit up front and your money grows over a fixed period of time. So you can have that grow over 5 years, but UCCU has created some very short-term savings certificates with high yields, short like 6 months, 9 months, or a year.
So you decide how long do you want to put that money. You deposit money, a one-time only deposit deposit, and then you let it stay in it. The longer it stays in there, the higher the interest rate you earn.
And if you need immediate access to your money, UCCU's Money Market will give you a high yield and anytime access.
UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High Yield Savings Certificates. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, things are moving along very well all across the Wasatch Front. If you need to be out and about, now's the time to do it. No delays on I-15, the east or west side belt routes, or the 201 freeway. City streets are in pretty good shape as well, with no accidents reported. You may just have a smidgen of congestion at some of the busier intersections when the lights turn red. When it comes to trusted, affordable auto care, nobody does it better than Burt Brothers Tire and Service. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow, and we can see some showers tomorrow morning. Warming into the 90s midweek with more storms expected by the weekend. 77 degrees and sunny right now at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM at KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
David Dujanovic.
We've been very, very heavy with politics. We're going to take a little bit of a step back from politics before we jump right back into the political
I feel like that's
discussions.
my fault, and I'm sorry.
It's my favorite thing to talk about. Do not apologize. I love when you come in because then we can get all the nitty-gritty details, campaign finance rules. You know that's going to be sweet. But right now, let's talk about scrolling, okay? Do you have a favorite app that will consume you?
Oh my gosh. So I'm like laughing. Dave, I literally, TikTok. I know you're not supposed to like TikTok, but I'm on TikTok.
I love TikTok.
Okay. And my daughter once was like, Mom, I've been trying to talk to you for like 5 minutes. Could you put your phone down? And she's the teenager, right?
She's the teenager.
She won the argument that day.
Guilty. I cannot believe you did that, Leah. That is
I'm the worst parent ever. Let's just be clear.
Yeah. TikTok, Twitter, Candy Crush. There's so many things. Plants vs. Zombies, obviously.
I love Plants vs. Zombies.
There are a few things.
We're going to talk strategy off the air. How you win. Yeah.
Now we're talking. How many walnuts are you going to place on that board?
Oh my gosh.
1 pea shooter, 9 levels of walnuts. Thank you. Okay. Did you know that more than a third of Americans, married Americans, say that their spouse is so addicted to their phone and on their screen, some sort of screen for so long, that it has caused serious marriage issues. In fact, 21% of couples where the other one is kind of addicted to their phone, 21% say it has led to an unhappy marriage.
Do you think, though, so I'm sorry, do you think it is about the tech, Dave, so much, or is it like those 21% of marriages would have been unhappy because the husband would have maybe been watching sports and not listening, or like, right?
Yeah.
I wonder a little bit about, because I do Wordle, right? And we have our family chat and we all do the connections and the Wordle and we kind of introduce new games or whatever. And basically in our house, we have no device dining. So whenever we're eating, devices are down and we're having a family conversation over the dinner table. And then my daughter will say, put it down.
Yeah.
So we know that we can call each other out. And I wonder I'm wondering if it's the causal variable, right, is the tech or it's the lack of communication anyway. I don't know.
No, I absolutely. The question is, well, these were probably marriages that were in trouble anyway, and we're just
Yeah.
using that as an excuse. This is specifically talking
Okay.
about overuse on the phone, where the cause and effect is you're using your phone too much, and that has strained. This specifically has strained our marriage. Couples with greater control over their phones are likely to report more frequent sex as well. So it has interrupted not only just communication, but sex life as well. More scrolling equals marital problems. That is the title of this article that we're reading. A study that was done. The demographics are interesting as well. Lower income couples are more likely to be affected by excessive tech use.
I wonder, why do you think that is? So is it, and then I'm so sorry, my head just kind of did this, so I got quiet for a second, but like, is it the case that we don't know it, and now that we know it, maybe we're making changes? So when you just said lower income, I was thinking maybe not as accessible to, you know what I mean, like maybe like information that shows it's a problem, so they're not doing no device dining, or they're not keeping their tech out of their bedroom?
Yeah, according to this, there's a couple things that play into it. Number one, low-income couples oftentimes are younger couples.
Gotcha.
So maybe a younger generation that has grown up with phones, they use them all the time. They don't really know how. I think about my son who just got married. He's probably 6 weeks into marriage, but when the iPhone came out, 2010, so he was how old are you? 10 years old.
Yeah.
So his entire teenage life has had an iPhone, a smartphone, a tablet. He's had a screen in front of his face with the ability to interact basically his entire life. So a lot of these low-income couples or younger couples, that's kind of how the demographic lands, are distracted by phones in their home.
I also wonder if they think that's how you communicate. Like what I've noticed with my kids, because they're 16 and 13, is a lot of like we used to chat on the phone, right? Like you would call a friend, but now they're like on Discord, right? So they're having conversations, and I wonder maybe that's part of it too, is they think like big discussions about what refrigerator to purchase should happen in your family Discord channel or something. I mean, like maybe that's part of it as well.
You would crack up if you saw my son and I. We were texting yesterday, and I wanted to talk to him on the phone because there were 9 different things we needed to talk about. We had to talk about fantasy football. We had to talk about him buying a new car. We had to talk about, a car loan. We had lots of things.
You had an agenda.
There were so many things we needed to talk about. I'm like, dude, let's just do a quick phone call. And he's like, too busy. Helping somebody move. I don't have any time. We texted for the next 4 hours off and on. That was a 5-minute conversation we could have knocked through. I could have helped you, select the proper running back in your fantasy football league. But no, it was all text.
That's right.
And so it's this constant, figuring out how to use it. But, more scrolling, more marital problems is what the Institute for Family Studies has found. Reflecting on 25 years of practice, Andrew Sofin said this: smartphones have caused more upheaval than anything I've seen in my career. We've normalized them being intrusive and taking precedence when people are lying in bed.
Right.
I love this. Playing Wordle or scrolling through TikTok rather than talking with each other. I promise I didn't mean to set you up on this, but you mentioned both Wordle and TikTok.
Clearly, I need help. I need to go to this family therapist and learn how to do these things.
More than 1/3 of married Americans say their spouse is often on their phone or some kind of screen when they prefer to talk or do something as a couple. And listen, I rib you about this. I am 100% guilty of this.
Yeah.
One of the reasons this study has found is also that we're having a hard time saying goodbye to work. We're having a hard time tuning out. And that is very much my excuse. I will go on to X. I'll go into X and I'll look at all the posts. And I will post in our little team chat, hey, here's a story that I want to do for tomorrow, or this is something that I find interesting. I'm doing this at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at 7 o'clock at night,
right,
at midnight
it
on
never
a
stops.
Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't. And I justify it because I'm like, I'm being a good employee. But my boss has never asked me to do this. I do kind of enjoy it. I enjoy looking at the stories. I enjoy what I do, but I also use it as an excuse to stay on my phone far too long.
Yeah. No, but I also think too, right? Like because I do the same thing, because if someone's going to ask you a question, I'm always going to be wrong about it. But like then I'm I'm looking on X, right? For the thing about the politics I want to know from my class. And then I also read about the running back, right? Or about like the Yankees and how awful they are this season. And like, right. And then you're gone.
Yeah.
Like, so it's
the rabbit hole.
Right, the rabbit hole.
The rabbit hole of the smartphone. So we wanted to reach out to a psychologist and get some ideas of, okay, this is a problem. I'm going to look at myself in the mirror and say, Dave, you have a phone problem. He has 3 tips of what to do if there is a lot of scrolling in your marriage and it's causing some marital problems. Here are 3 tips coming from Tom Golightly when we return.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Before Dave and Debbie get started each day, this station is all news all morning.
And later today, we follow up on those stories as you drive home.
Get important news all morning and all afternoon.
Here on KSL News Radio.
Do you know why more homeowners choose Any Hour Services for help when it's time to replace their air conditioners? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the main reasons people choose Any Hour Services is because of our people, processes, and convenience. People tell us all the time that there's just something different about having an Any Hour Services technician in their home. That's why most of our over 18,000 Google reviews mention our technicians by name. Another reason is our 7-step install process that we call the Any Hour Difference. It all starts with the needs analysis, where you explain what you like and dislike about your current system. This helps us design and size a system that fits your comfort and efficiency preferences as well as your home's airflow requirements. As for convenience, most of our installs are completed in one day. We also have flexible, no money down financing options available, even if you've been told no in the past. So if you've been thinking about getting a new air conditioner, call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. We have some super exciting news. We're thrilled to announce our brand new store in Tooele. We have been hoping to expand to Tooele for years and finally found the perfect spot. In the heart of the city, Alpine is located just north of Walmart off Main Street. This store will be just like our others. We offer massive selection of home medical supplies. Do you need a CPAP? We've got it. Power scooter? Yep, you're in the right place. Need assistance in your home? We'll get you all set up. Keep your expectations high. We really do have the best staff in the state. You should know we accept most major insurances and can work directly with your provider to get you the care you need. We'll be ready when you need us, so come on by anytime. We're excited to see you in Tooele.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Hunting season is right around the corner, and Sportsman's Warehouse has everything you need for the best hunt ever. Right now, you'll find great low prices on rifles, shotguns, bows, arrows, and ammo. Save 20 to 30% on camo from Element, Killick, King's Camo, and Rustic Ridge. Plus, save up to $200 on scopes and optics from Sig Sauer, Leupold, and Vortex. And you can register to win an elk hunt of a lifetime. So gear up for unforgettable and bring on the hunt at Sportsman's Warehouse.
Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room. There's nothing better than being out and about with the family, except for maybe coming home to a clean and residue-free home. The Zero Res cleaning process has been proven to remove more dirt, dust, and allergens than the other guys. Plus, the no residue cleaning means your carpets will stay cleaner longer. Today and tomorrow only, schedule your Zero Res carpet cleaning and pay just $25 per room cleaned, 4-room minimum, but there are no maximums. So yes, even big families with big homes, this one's for you too. Carpet cleaning for just $25 per room, only at Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. I'm sure it's been on your mind. Schedule today and save some money while you're at it. Sale ends Tuesday. Nephi to Orem, everyone can schedule online at ZeroRes.com. ZeroRes.com.
It's only a minute of news. How long could it take? I do a lot of surfing late at night. I'm looking at all my favorite internet sources, Wall Street Journals, New York Times,
people throw me ideas, but when I sit down in the morning and it's time to write, it has to resonate with me. I have to have something to say about it. It is my minute of news.
Jeff Caplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, the sports world is responding to the huge changes in college football conference alignments from last week, including Utah's move to the Big 12. Second, volunteers helped to save the dogs in a shelter that was threatened by flooding in Harriman. And third, billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are taunting each other as they plan for a cage match for charity. Right now, 77 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
More scrolling, more marital problems. That's what a recent study by the Institute for Families has found. More scrolling, more marital problems. More than a third. 37% of Americans, married Americans, say that their spouse, and it's always your spouse, right? You don't have the problem. It's your spouse.
They're the problem.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? They do have a problem. I am totally fine. But my spouse, that's the one that has a problem. But 37% say their spouse is on their phone when they would prefer to talk or do something as a couple. Only 37%?
Yeah.
That actually seems like a pretty low number because
I
it's
know.
100% of the people I know.
I know, or it's like I'm not self-reporting that or something.
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
someone
I'm not
asks,
going to
and I'm
admit
like,
to that.
oh, never.
Yeah, I'm not going to admit to that at all.
I'm always fully present in every conversation that happens around me.
1 in 5 married adults say that the spouse that overuses a phone say they are not happy with their marriage because of the phone use, that it has been that kind of an impediment in their marriage. So we wanted to reach out to a psychologist, someone that joins our show frequently, Tom Golightly, and I wanted to get some tips. So this is the advice that he has, Leah, and then I want to have a conversation with you and see if you agree, if that's something, because I can tell you personally, I am totally guilty for a lot of different reasons. Sometimes very good reasons I'm on my phone, sometimes terrible reasons, Plants vs. Zombies, of why I'm on my phone. Like there's no reason for me to be on my phone, but it's addictive. So this is tip number 1 from psychologist Tom Golightly.
I think one of the big things is to be intentional with how you're using your phone. A lot of times it's like the fast food of entertainment. We just pull it out of our pocket, we pull it out of our purse, and we just start going, and we don't even know why we're doing it. And we're so used to doing it, whether that's in a doctor's office, a line at the grocery store. So when we have that little lull that's natural at home, we sometimes are just accustomed to dropping on the phone, and it just becomes our default. But I would recommend being intentional with why you're using it. Pick up the phone with a purpose, and if you have a purpose, then great, use it. That's why we have it. But if you're not being intentional and it's just mindless and you're just going through it, then you probably start to become a little more aware of when you don't have a purpose. And so being a little more intentional with our phone use.
Intentional on the phone use. I am never without my phone.
Like ever.
Ever. Like the only time I will say this. If I'm coaching, then I'll put it in my bag and then I'll just do my thing. So if I'm coaching, I've coached softball for a number of years, or if I'm playing pickleball or something, I don't have the phone or a watch on my person. So as long as I'm like exercising or doing something like that, I will consciously put my phone away. But other than that, I will lose my wallet before I lose my phone.
I know, isn't that interesting? I mean, like to me, to a certain extent, and I have children, you have children, a little bit I justify it with I need to be available, right? If something happens to them or they need me and they're texting or they're calling, I need to be available. My phone is always on me. But what's different for me, like we just did our family vacation. We travel back east to see family every summer. We usually do about a month, so I've been gone for like a month. And I wasn't, because my kids are right with me. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. And everyone I care about who might call me is like, right with me. And then I find I'm not as on the phone. Does that make sense? Like my real justification for why I always have it, it gets put away.
Okay.
But I'm with you. Like I think I have it on my bedside table Do you know what I mean? Like, it is everywhere in my life with me.
And we do kind of lie to ourselves like, oh, I've got to be available,
A little bit. But I like his point, because what I love about the phone is it does make standing in line easier.
Yes.
And I had to go to the driver's license division the other day, and that wasn't as traumatic
Wasn't
as
as
it once
boring.
was. It
Yeah.
wasn't as boring. But what you could say is, when I come home, I'm putting the phone like here. So that you would need an action to go get your phone might be a way of doing that intentionality, right? So like, because I'd like his point. If my phone's in my pocket in my house, I feel like I'm in the line.
Yep.
No, I'm actually in my house, and I should be
Right.
present for what's happening in
like
my
that.
house, maybe.
Be intentional. Tip 1. Number 2, from psychologist Tom Golightly.
The second one, I would say, be planful. And by that, I mean, have things to do. So instead of having a lot of downtime where you don't know what you're doing, have a plan for the night. This is what we are going to do together as a couple, whether that's, watching a show or whatever it is. Don't just have a lot of time where you're not being planful with your time together. So have a plan. And when you are executing that plan, both of you can agree to just leave the phones off or leave them untouchable, put them in a different room, leave them at home even, and have a plan for what you're going to do with your time and leave the phone out of it.
I will tell you the plan that I have when I wake up. First thing I do when I wake up, I pick up my phone and I just start scrolling the news. That helps it's an easy way for me to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Gets my mind working. I think the light kind of awakens me. It keeps you awake, stuff like that. So, when my alarm goes off at 4:45 in the morning, boom, I grab my phone and I start scrolling through. But I don't have a good plan of when to put that thing away in the evening.
Right. No, I think I like how he said, because I like to binge shows, right? And oftentimes my husband and I'll say, like, we're adjacent watching, right? So he's watching something and I'm watching it adjacent because I'm like in the room. And maybe the answer is you kind of plan, while we're watching this binge, the phone is away or something. Does that make sense? So even in that moment, you're more together?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Third tip from Tom Golightly.
The last thing I would say is take a clean break from work. I think too often there's an association with how much stress and anxiety we're feeling. The prevalence of anxiety is huge. And a lot of that is that our boundaries with work and our self-care has really taken a back seat. So if you can have a plan to stop working for a little bit that day and leave the phone aside, let everyone know that you won't be available, but you don't have to be connected to work 24/7. That doesn't need to be the expectation. Set a boundary. Have a couple of hours where you're telling everyone at work, I'm putting my phone down. I'm not going to pay attention to it. I'll get to it in a little while. But take a clean break from work, plan on it, and think ahead and let everyone know that you're not going to be able to do that from work. And you'll, 1, take care of yourself better, and 2, feel way more connected to your partner.
Yeah, I'm going to fail this one. Yeah, go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
No, please.
I talked right over you, but I just feel like a little bit what I do for a living, I really enjoy.
Yep.
Right? So it's not like, how do I say, right? So if students are emailing me, I enjoy interacting with them. If I'm looking at what's going on in politics to talk on KSL, I'm enjoying that. So it's a little bit for me, that's a hard one.
And in part is part of what makes it so dangerous, probably is because not only can you justify it on one level, you can justify it on 2 levels.
Right.
I can justify it on being a good employee. I got to do this for work. Number 2, I also like to do it.
Right. So when he says like self-care, I'm like, well, actually, knowing all the things that's going on in the 2024 presidential election is self-care.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Which sounds
I do hear a little bit
but...
of a justification there,
yeah,
but
it is.
No, I think there's tools, there's tips. It's a tough thing to do, but again, the reason we're talking about this is because more scrolling has been found to lead to more marital problems. Too many people are just enjoying that phone when the spouse is like, pay attention to me. Let's do something. Let's go do something. You're like, yeah, but I haven't gotten through my TikTok feed yet. That is never ending.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, a last-minute rescue for a dog shelter in Harriman. Volunteers rallied in the middle of the night to save the shelter from flooding over the weekend. They pulled dozens of dogs to safety. Owner Kim Mikesell told KSL TV she was amazed how people showed up to help.
By midnight, we had 30 people here, including Lauren, the Harriman mayor. They came right to our rescue at our rescue.
All the dogs are safe. Mikesell calls the response an act of God and the whole community. Salt Lake City police investigating a possible bias crime after damage was discovered outside Trinity African Methodist Episcopal Church. They found a sign showing the church's future renovation plans had been torn down and destroyed. Investigators say a separate incident involving a painted message outside the church went unreported last week. They want anybody who knows about this to give them a call. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. A river broke through the Mendenhall Glacier near Juneau, Alaska, and sent a flood downstream. 2 homes were destroyed, dozens damaged. ABC's Matt Gutman says forecasters couldn't believe just how devastating this flood was.
Experts say that Alaska is warming at twice the rate of the rest of the country. One of the causes for that faster than expected melting at glaciers like the Mendenhall. In fact, globally, it's expected that 2/3 of all of the world's glaciers will be gone by the end of the century.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up 360 points so far in the day. The NASDAQ, though, up 36 points right now. And our KSL weather looks like sunshine today and maybe a little rain tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:02.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
Well, hello, summer. Adventure here. Spring had to leave, but said you're really outgoing, that you're quite a character. Maybe you'll appreciate a place packed full of character and live performances, like the Shakespeare Festival at Cedar City. Unlike spring, you seem a bit more bright and open. Interested in camping under a blanket of stars? Well, all signs point to Cedar City's spectacular campsites on Cedar Mountain. Summer, it's great to finally meet you, because winter just might have overstayed the welcome. You seem content now that you're here. I'd love to spend more time with you. How about a walk? Better yet, a hike, so I can show you Twisted Forest and Spring Creek. Summer and adventure, we're perfect together, just like Cedar City's arts and museums, or downtown shopping and fine dining. Summer, adventure asking, stay a few months, let's heat things up, in a spot we'll truly enjoy, Cedar City Bryan Head.
When words come out of our mouths and everything sounds fine, no one bats an eye. But if things come out a little jumbled or letters sound different than most, there's speech therapy. But did you know that speech therapy is used for more than just stuttering or disfluency? From articulation to expressive and receptive language to a simple act of swallowing that most of us take for granted, speech therapy can do amazing things for you, your health, and of course your sense of self. That's why Summit Speech Therapy is here. Summit Speech Therapy works with people of all ages, from infants and toddlers who have a difficult time feeding or eating, TBI, stroke, or coma patients, to children and adults with speech problems. So much of it is all related, and Summit Speech Therapy can help. Summit works with all insurance companies as well as private pay options, and the experience can be life-changing. With clinics up and down the Wasatch Front, including Murray, with no long waiting for an appointment. For more, visit summitslp.com. That's summitslp.com.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High Yield Savings Certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
Valley Freeway traffic rolling along, including both directions of I-15. And that's from Willard Bay to Utah Lake. We do have a side street crash, 2300 South, 1700 East. Did you miss the last sale I know it's on your list, so don't miss this one. Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Right now, it's just $25 per room. Minimums apply. Discounted pricing ends tomorrow. Schedule online at zerores.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow, and we could see some showers tomorrow morning. Warming in the 90s midweek with more storms expected by the weekend. And right now we're at 81 degrees with sunny skies at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Dave and Dujanovic have inside sources.
11 o'clock, it always happens. 11 o'clock, it's a Pavlovian response. I don't know what happened. Somehow, I've developed this addiction that I stand up out of my seat. I walk over to Boyd Matheson's desk, who has
With the
an
three things you need to know this
inexhaustible
up.
supply, apparently, of peanut butter M&Ms. I grab a handful.
Because I don't eat them.
Which, by the way, they're also now in my house because when I found them, I was like, "What are?" I didn't even know they existed till Boyd came into my life. So it's been
They're
a good
the
ad.
greatest. They're the greatest snack ever. But my mouth is full of saliva at this point because I'm stuffing handfuls of M&Ms into my face.
The sound, we need to get the sound of the M&Ms going into the bowl, so as my part of my walk-on music.
Oh my gosh! You should have heard when he came in and he dropped him on the table. That's a sound.
You hear the clink, 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 clink. I'm like,
Magic.
Hello, Boyd. Announce your presence with authority. But at 11 o'clock, after Dave has his sugar rush, Boyd comes in to preview Inside Sources every single day, 1 to 3. You can hear Boyd Matheson. And Boyd, the thing we want to talk about today is, and I love how this is phrased, the real role of the President of the United States. And sitting next to a poli-sci wonk, a political insider like yourself, it seems like such an 8th grade civics question. What is the real role of the president? But I'm willing to bet that all three of us would have a different answer.
Yeah, and I would be right. No, I'm kidding.
And then obviously,
I defer to the professor.
but you had an interesting conversation about this very thing about what is the role of the president of the United States. And I think it has changed over the years.
It's drifted, massive drift. And of course, the real role of the president is pretty few responsibility and very defined in the Constitution, by the way, which is not a bad thing to check. But it's military. It's the executive branch. It is an executive role, which is executing the job, executing the laws that have been done. And sadly, that's really morphed over time. And sadly, it's gone from a very executive role that people should just have trust and confidence. This is the person who's there to make it happen. Congress can write the laws and do the things. The executive branch is going to execute those things, make sure they're carried out properly. But then to sort of shift it into, we finally realized the power of the bully pulpit.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became very much a rhetorical role. And a very aspirational role, which has a very important part, I think, in terms of the presidency. But it also opens up for some cynicism, because as a campaigner, you can go heavy on rhetoric, but then you still have to govern. You have to execute, and so that creates some cynicism with voters of like, hey, I listened to you, and I was excited about that, and you never quite delivered, because the president can't deliver that. Congress has to deliver that.
One of the biggest things that President Trump was always criticized for is never built the wall, did you? Well, that's part of the problem of making these promises.
Yeah.
Is somebody's got to fund the wall, and he wasn't doing it out of his own billions.
Right.
He needed the congressional approval and the money attached to it.
And often we talk about that in the context of you campaign in poetry and you have to govern in prose, right? You have to get down to the real practical, tactical. But now, sadly, we've gone one step beyond the abyss, and really it's this emotive presidency where the presidency now is acting more like a representative, like they're reflecting, that base anger and grievance of the people. And you saw that with President Obama, really took that to a new level as social media began to emerge. He really nailed that. President Trump, of course, took that to 7 levels beyond that in terms of dysfunction. But what that's left us with is people running for president who are emotive and rhetorical, and they're not really good at running things. And that's actually the job.
And also, right, they can't. So just the nerd, my dissertation was legislative executive relations, right? So I have a whole, right, on this. But my question about it is, if I'm totally rhetorical all the time, who in Congress is going to have a conversation with me, right, to get anything done? So the governing, I love how you're like, you govern in prose. So the poetry is great, but if it's all poetry, does that mean, you know what I mean? Like,
you can't do that.
There's nothing to trust.
That's right.
I don't believe what you're saying you're going to deliver on. And then now I would argue a little bit the whole system, right, really starts to shut down.
Backwards. Yeah, exactly. And it does. It shuts down everything. And it's. I used to always say, look, folks, hope is important. Hopeful rhetoric is important. But hope is not a strategy. You got to have plans. You have to be able to execute something, and that is the role of the presidency. And you can go back through a number of presidents who kind of got over their skis in terms of the rhetoric. Lyndon B. Johnson, of course, with the war on poverty, which is really when we started. But up to that point, we were actually winning the war on poverty.
Right.
So
we decided,
And then we declared a government war on it, and now it's much worse. And so it was a lot of rhetoric, but it didn't get down to the real practical tacticals of governing.
Yeah, but I also think, too, and so one of my favorite presidents is Ronald Reagan. And one of the ways I talk about him is he's the great communicator. Like everyone, he was really good at the rhetoric, but also really good, like had every congressperson over to dinner, right? And like very good at understanding, I don't know how you say it, like the company, right? Like the business that you had to do.
Yeah, the governing relationships between the executive branch and the legislative branch is absolutely key. I want to go back and read that dissertation now because I'm equally wonky.
Yeah.
So we'll have that conversation separate. But the presidents who can bring those things together, that's where magic happens. That's where great strides in the country happen, is when you have someone who can share a vision, but then also have the relationships on the side of who's legislating that to actually make it happen. Kennedy did that well. He had those relationships, and so he could talk about going to the moon, but then he also had the relationships of how we actually going to carry this out. I mean, his rhetoric was so off the charts. If you actually go back and listen to his speech in Texas, he actually says, we're going to build this rocket out of all these different materials, some of which have not been invented yet. But then he went right to NASA, to the legislative branch, to how we're going to fund it, who are the key people we need to bring in, and he built that around. And so sadly, we've gotten so far away from problem solving and doing and executing in the executive branch that we're really at this big state of dysfunction. And it's not even just with the presidency. Actually, you take the vice president's role is another one that is completely morphed. The role of the vice president now is to be the attack dog during election cycles and do all the really bad, hard stuff and go to funerals in between. But the real role of the vice president, as outlined in the Constitution, is to preside over the Senate. And what we've done is we've abdicated running the Senate to the majority and the minority leader. That's not how it was designed. They're supposed to be like floor managers, like setting up committee hearings, making sure people get together and actually have the caucus meetings and have meetings so they can legislate. But the vice president is supposed to sit in the chair. And if Kamala Harris really wanted to have a huge impact, she got to go sit in the chair every day. She could drive the Senate.
That would be an incredible sight. And also, I think half our listeners are like, that's not how it works. Trust me, that's exactly how
that's
it
why
works.
It's not working.
Nobody knows that. So when the president becomes kind of, as you described, out over their skis, or they start acting not so much as an executor or an executive branch member, but also as a lawmaker, because that's kind of the Constitution allowed for that as well. Through executive order, the president can create de facto laws until they're challenged in court, whatever, but then they can act not just as an executive, but also as a lawmaker.
Yeah, and that's why we have such politics in the courts right now, and the Supreme Court in particular, is because the presidents really don't have as much of that authority as they think they have. They can do things by executive order, but that was supposed to be designed for when Congress was out of session. Congress is never out of session anymore. Mm-hmm. So when the president does something by executive order, immediately somebody files a lawsuit, and then it works its way through the courts, ultimately ends up at the Supreme Court, and that's why we have such political debates over who's on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and I would also argue it's not a good way of governing. Because if you think about Barack Obama, we have not overturned his health care plan because he worked with Congress to get it done. But most of his executive orders are gone, right? So even if you're trying to make the big stride you said,
Yeah.
the executive order is not the way to do it.
Yeah, what gets done by executive order gets undone by executive order,
Correct.
and we have felt that in the state of Utah on a number of things. Not just Bears Ears was a big example of one administration did this, the next one undid it, the next one did it again, and all that does is create uncertainty and problems for the people. The people who live on that land, who live around that land, who care about that land, they're on this constant swing, and so they can't do anything because it's all uncertainty. Or you look at the DACA program. You do it one way, you do it the other. And what have we done? These kids who came into this country as children, no fault of their own, and all they have in their lives is uncertainty because what is done and undone by executive order rather than through the Congress. And so when our presidents become so focused on just reflecting the negative grievance emotions of the people, governing stops. They are not the emoter-in-chief. They are not the tweeter-in-chief. They are not the rhetorical chief. They're the executive branch and commander-in-chief when it comes to the military. And that's it. Full stop. That's the job.
Make treaties, appoint judges, run the military. That's what you're supposed to do.
Small. It's a pretty small gig.
It should be.
It should be. It really should be.
But if you can take more power, you will take more power. And there's not a politician that I know of or an office that won't take the power that you allow them to take.
And a lot of that is Congress abdicating that power to the executive branch.
Exactly.
And so it starts with Congress doing their job. Then the executive branch can stay in their lane. The court stays in their lane. Amazingly, just the way it was designed in the Constitution. Isn't that amazing?
That's how the checks and balances work. Who knew? Who saw that?
Radical stuff.
The first guys learned. They knew that. They knew that was happening. Boyd Matheson, Inside Sources today, 1 to 3.
Dave and Dujanovic. Hey, stay right here for more of Dave and Dujanovic.
And tomorrow morning, come back here for news, traffic updates, and reliable weather.
Join us to have a listen. Tim and Amanda.
Your morning companions for news.
It's a rare visit
Governor Cox says he wants to meet with President Biden.
from a sitting U.S. president.
It is customary, especially if it's someone from the opposite political party.
Follow President Biden's stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
Smart, connected, modern. Discover life-enhancing independent living services at Trio Orem. Joy isn't just for the young, it's for the young at heart. Trio's signature programs provide a unique approach to wellness, bringing living well and well-being to life. Trio is reimagining retirement to deliver delight in every detail. To learn more, contact Trio Orem at 801-434-8000 or visit treeorem.com.
Hey, Derek Overstreet here from the New Millennium Group, financial advisors in Utah. You know, I've been helping people retire in the state of Utah for the last 20 years. The way we do that is we actually find out what is important to you. We create a step-by-step plan that takes into consideration your income, your debt, whether you want money from real estate, stock market, annuities, life insurance, whatever. If you want to deal with professionals, people that are fiduciaries and have a legal responsibility and obligation to do what's in your best interest, give my team a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Or go to my website, utahsfinancialplanner.com. If you'd like to retire 3 to 5 years before you thought it was possible, give my team a call right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370.
Any Hour Services can make sure your AC keeps you cool this summer. Whether you need a tune-up, repair, or just a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
but you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Join KSL News Radio's Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon at the grand opening of the new Bedrock Quartz location in Spanish Fork, Friday, August 11th from 1 to 3, bedrockquartz.com.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, dozens of volunteers showed up in the middle of the night to rescue animals at a shelter in Harriman. Second, police are investigating vandalism at the Trinity AME Church in downtown Salt Lake. Third, a river broke through a glacier near Juneau, Alaska over the weekend and destroyed homes downstream. Right now, 81 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic.
Filling in for Debbie Dujanovic today is Leah Murray, who comes from a family basically that has educated everybody. It is a family and family and family on family of educators. Currently, you're over the Walker Institute of Politics at Weber State University, a political science professor, also host of KSL at Night. And Leah, we're talking about teachers, and the number that really stood out to me was that here in Utah, a study found that 45 to 50% of teachers are leaving in the first 5 years.
Right, and I feel like retention is a thing, right? So this has got to be a huge number that makes people nervous because we've got to figure out how to keep these young teachers in that pipeline, staying in that profession.
Some leave because of burnout. Some leave because they want to start a family. Others, there's a million reasons, right? But one of the big ones here in Utah is obviously leaving to raise a family. Others frustrated with what teaching really is, and sometimes the kids. But there's a group that has done as much in-depth study on teaching and education in Utah, and it's Envision Utah. And Jason Brown joins us right now from Envision Utah. And Jason, what are some of the things you've found? You've done exhaustive studies following this specifically here to Utah. Why are half the teachers leaving in the first 5 years?
Well, first I got to say, USBE, the state board, has done a lot of good work in trying to understand this. They have a teacher exit survey every year where they're asking teachers who are leaving, why are you leaving? And one of the things we've heard from them is that among the top reasons is always stress and burnout and emotional exhaustion. But they've told us as well that over the last few years, they've seen compensation creep up as a bigger and bigger factor of why teachers are leaving the profession. And so we've done a lot of work looking at compensation and how do we let the market work to both bring people into the profession and to keep people around in the profession. But there's another really important factor that I think would help with compensation is that if we can raise the esteem of teaching as a profession and have it be a rewarded profession that is held on a pedestal and it's shown that it's on that pedestal because we're paying teachers well enough, I think that's going to help with the stress and the burnout and the emotional exhaustion and a lot of the other factors that are pushing teachers out of the classroom.
So I know that you're thinking about education, and this segment is about education. But in my head, I feel like it's all public servants, right? So I think police officers could make the same argument. Nurses, right? The idea of people who come to serve the community, and that's what they do for their profession, all of them are not treated particularly well right now. And I'm not trying to do like, you know what I mean? Like, so it doesn't matter. Don't misunderstand me. But I just wonder if your point's so well taken, maybe we should stop. We just raise the level of respect that we have for people who choose, do you know what I mean, to do the things that make our community function.
Well, absolutely. One of the challenges, though, that we run into is sometimes we treat public servants, including teachers and others, as volunteers of sorts. Right. Like when we meet someone, they say they're being a teacher, we say, "Oh, well, good for you." Like they're joining the Peace Corps or something. Yeah. Where I think we want to go is figuring out how to look at all of these professions as critical infrastructure for our state's future, for our children's success. And that's where, again, my own bias, we've looked at teacher pay a lot. That's where I go back to. There's a little bit of chicken and egg issue there. Is if you were to go on Google right now and look up the most prestigious careers in the United States, your results are going to say, what are the highest paid professions? What are where do you make the most money? And so there is absolutely a need to make sure, if we want these careers and professions to be esteemed, we need to compensate them in a way that shows that they're esteemed. But I will say, teacher pay is not the only thing, and not the only thing driving teachers out of the classroom. I mean, we're seeing other factors like student mental health is a huge concern, and there's not the infrastructure of support within our schools to deal with that. And so teachers have the weight of students' problems being put on them, and it gets hard, and it gets emotionally exhausting, and it can lead to a lot of burnout. And so we need more support for those students, which turns out to also be support for teachers.
I love that. I mean, I don't love that, but what you just said, right? It's like I came here to be a math teacher, and now I'm like a therapist, and I'm also like, you know what I mean? Like all the things. Oh, that kind of didn't occur to me. How the mission creep, if you will, of what's expected in the classroom.
Right.
Oh
yeah. And there's political pressure that's coming with that too. People are wary about, well, my son or daughter is talking to you about this, and what are you saying? Are you saying the right things to them? And so teachers are feeling that pressure and that issue as well. So a lot of things need to be done to help sort of mitigate that. And in the end, it's really all about serving the students, right? We're concerned about teachers leaving the profession at high rates because we want to make sure that every student has a great, well-trained teacher in their classroom. And we're concerned about teachers burning out and not having the support they need because we want to make sure that students are getting the education so they get the knowledge and skills so they can be employable, they can give back to community and all that.
How much of this is not necessarily anything wrong with the teaching profession? It's circumstances. Let me give you an example. And again, we're talking about 45 to 50% of Utah teachers leaving in the business, so to speak, in the first 5 years. When you're a recent graduate, say you're 22 years old, 23 years old, you're getting into it and you're gone by 28, well, often, and when you look at the demographics, the vast majority of teachers are female. So a lot of females I know will leave to start a family, and I know that you guys have tracked that as well and seen that, some of this is just situational where women are leaving to, start a family.
Yeah, and that's a really excellent point, Dave. But there's a couple of nuances that go with that. Is number one, a lot of people choose to leave to start a family in part because they don't feel like they can afford to stay in the classroom and start a family. They can't. They may want to stay teaching part-time or something, but don't feel like the cost of childcare is worthwhile for them to teach part-time or full-time. Or there's not enough teachers coming into the profession in general, so districts can't really be flexible and say, well, yeah, we'd love to have you teach part-time and we have this other person who can teach part-time. They just have few enough people coming in that they can't have that flexibility. So that's an issue there. And then I think the other thing is at the end of the day, we just want more people coming in. So in any given year, if you pick any given year over the last decade, we have approximately 3,000-ish teachers leave the profession. A lot are retiring. A lot of these, 40% who are quitting within 5 years. But we are not graduating 3,000 teachers from our teacher colleges. So we're falling short kind of year after year in terms of getting the teachers, the well-trained teachers that we need into the classroom. And absolutely, we want to be supportive of families. If that ends up being a great career path for someone to be a teacher for a few years and then to leave and raise a family, we'd also love for them to feel like teaching is rewarding enough that maybe 15 years later, if they have kids grown up and in school all day, they'll want to come back into the profession. And so it needs to be attractive enough to bring them back too.
So I'm a social scientist. I'm just going to ask you like a causal variable question, right? So what we heard a lot is like it's the pandemic, but one of the callers earlier said, I'm talking like it's 10, 12 years. Is there a moment that you could point to in your studies where you're like, this is when it started to, like it became something different? Because I've got to think like it's always been the case that women have not checked out, but like left the profession to have a family and come back. So what we're talking about, something that's got some urgency now because it looks different. Is there some variable you can point to? Is it COVID? Is it something else?
We definitely saw an interesting blip during COVID, particularly in teacher training and teacher enrollment. We surprisingly didn't see as many teachers leaving the profession during or right after COVID as we expected. In fact, a lot of people seems like didn't want to leave on the COVID note, and so maybe delayed their retirement a little bit. But we have, for at least more than a decade, is the data that I'm most familiar with. We have seen this 40 to 50% of teachers leaving the profession every year, and not graduating quite as many teachers as leave the profession.
So how much longer can we sustain this? Is there an idea, or I'm totally out of time? Probably a conversation for another day. But Jason Brown, thank you for joining us from Envision Utah, who's done some incredible research, study, advisory when it comes to teachers, whether it's teacher pay, the needs here in Utah. Thank you for taking the time to come in studio with us and have that discussion. When we come back, you're going to have to say goodbye to your incandescent light bulb. You're like, first of all, what's an incandescent light bulb? Like, which one is that? It's the one that Thomas Edison invented, folks. And those bad boys are bye-bye. So I hope you like LED lights, which, let me just tell you, I do not. But, yeah, incandescent light bulbs, they're on their way. They're on their way out. We'll tell you why next.
It's 11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. Experts say Utah is seeing half of new teachers leave in their first 5 years. Utah Education Association says one reason for that decline could be teachers entering the classroom right after they get a bachelor's degree and avoiding the traditional teaching credential program that equips them with class management skills. Utah is seeing a spike in the number of people looking for professional licenses after the state made it legal for immigrants to get licensed for certain jobs.
Over 2,000 people with professional licenses outside the United States have applied for this state program since May, according to KSL.com. That's when the legislature passed a law allowing new licenses in fields regulated by certain state agencies. About 40% of applicants are already licensed as physicians and surgeons outside of the country, and other big professions include dentists, engineers, and registered nurses.
And most of the applicants speak Spanish and come from Central and South America. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Well, you got to go sometime, and while none of us can control how or when we die, we can decide what happens afterward. ABC's Jim Ryan says American traditions are changing.
In the 1960s, the cremation rate in the U.S. was only 3%. By 2020, the National Funeral Directors Association says cremation was chosen over traditional burials 56% to 39%. The NFDA expects the trend to continue, partly because cremation is cheaper than burial, and partly because fewer Americans are affiliated with houses of worship.
And your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day, 374 points. The NASDAQ, though, up 33 right now. And our KSL weather, we've got sunshine through the rest of the day. Tomorrow's a bigger question mark. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:32.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
The name's Osborne, Josh Osborne, and I'm so excited to announce our 00 summer sale here at Volkswagen Southtown.
Summers are for thrills, chills, and hot deals. Get a new high-tech VW for nothing down and no payments for 90 days. Our 00 agents are standing by to make sure you pay nothing down and have no payments for 3 months, so you can achieve your top secret mission this summer.
Come see why we're Utah's #1 Volkswagen dealer. Get to VWSouthtown.com.
2022 VW rankings. Financing Licensing through DCI on select models OAC. See dealer for details.
Hold up. You're using Swiffer Power Mop? What would Mom say?
Oh, she'd be like, a mopping bucket is the only way to deep clean your floors. And I'd be like, Mom, this is the new Swiffer Power Mop. The all-in-one that gets you a mop and bucket clean in half the time.
She'd never believe you.
I'd say, look, the solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket. And the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get into grout lines. That's why you're the smart one.
Really?
What? Mom said it.
The new Swiffer Power Mop. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Dad, I don't feel good.
I'll grab the Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey.
Isn't DayQuil just for parents?
Actually, Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey is just for kids, specially designed to treat kids' most bothersome cold symptoms quickly with a honeylicious tasting flavor kids like.
You know what else kids like?
DayQuil Kids Honey first, then video games.
Deal.
Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey. The kids' honeylicious daytime coughing, congestion, stuffy head, stuffy nose medicine. Safe for ages 6+.
Don't be worried. Be ready. KSL News Radio is partnering with Be Ready Utah to provide the plans your family needs for an emergency, the tools and supplies to keep on hand, and the knowledge on how to keep a cool head. It's Be Ready Utah. Listen for Be Ready tips and tools each Tuesday with Dave and Dujanovic. Plus, find the latest preparation info at beready.utah.gov. That's beready.utah.gov. Be Ready, Utah, with KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High Yield Savings Certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
All clear on the Valley freeways, but we do have some heavy and slow traffic northbound on Highway 40 going from Wasatch into Summit County. This is from River Road up to Jordanelle, and the cleanup of that crash, 2300 south, 1700 east. Need tires? Don't buy them without the money-saving Burt Bundle from Burt Brothers Tire and Service. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow. We could see some showers tomorrow morning. It'll warm into the 90s midweek with more storms expected by the weekend. And right now, 81 degrees and sunny at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Dave and Dujanovic.
I got a great idea. They call that the light bulb moment. We're going to talk about some light bulbs right now. You're not going to believe this. I can't believe I read it myself, but you remember those, how do you describe them? Light bulbs, the incandescent light bulb that Thomas Edison invented. Well, the Biden administration banned those on Tuesday. You have to have energy-efficient bulbs now. The incandescent light bulb that you've enjoyed for so many years, that's gonzo. The Biden administration, they're like, yep, we're done with that. They did that in conjunction with the Department of Energy. They approved new rules for light bulbs last year. It took place last week, so August 1st. There's a new minimum standard for light bulbs. And essentially, it's these energy-efficient LED light bulbs. No Debbie Dujanovic today. Instead, Leah Murray, KSL at Night host, is joining us. Do you have any strong feelings about light bulbs?
I am having feelings about your strong feelings. So I have a question
Okay.
for you, just to tease just a little bit. So you're like, Thomas Edison invented this light bulb, therefore for the rest of time we should use it. So you are still driving a Ford that came off the line in like 1920, invented by Mr. Ford? Of course not, right?
Yeah.
Technology advances, things get better, we can do things more efficiently. So why you're so feisty? Why so feisty?
The government hasn't banned me from driving my Model 1 vehicle.
You don't think the government says like you need to have a car with seatbelts in it, and there probably should be an airbag in it, and
that's true.
And your emissions
That's
test
true.
that
You have
do
to
every
retrofit
year.
it, and there is some emissions issue. Okay, so the idea is if we can take all these light bulbs that are so bright, we're going to do something that requires less energy. So your LED lights, they are not as many watts. They don't drain as much from your the power grid, so to speak. And if you can replace all of these lights, then theoretically this is going to ease some of the stress on U.S. energy.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my question now for you. I just don't like, and perhaps this is because I was a photographer for so many years. We do a lot with lighting. So we light, we're looking for a specific color. I know how many Kelvin I'm looking for. I mean, I'm kind of a lighting nerd. Obviously, this was part of my job. So I don't like the color. I don't like the feel. I don't like the look of the LED lights. I like something, it's a little warmer, the incandescent lights.
So pause right there, because can I ask you a question? So I love how you just said, because that makes sense to me. In photography, the lighting might have to be something, or like cinematography, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to achieve some mood. But so you wouldn't, as a photographer in your business, be allowed to use incandescent lights anymore? So this move basically says, even for film, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like everything has to be that energy efficient light bulb?
Yeah, it's a great question because if you look into a television studio, like KSL 5 television, you have incandescent lights all over the place, hundreds of thousands of dollars of lights. So I don't know what this actually means as far as, are you going to have to switch all of these out? Are you going to have to make huge capital investments in switching out these lights that have been old reliable for so many years and replace them with these new LED lights?
Would it make you less feisty if it were just household? So like you might be annoyed in your house, but most people don't see the lighting the way you do.
Yeah.
But like where you're out in your profession, you could still use? Or are you kind of feisty because it's like the government really shouldn't be telling us what lights to use?
Okay, this is the problem I have with it is I have actually already in my own home started to migrate away from incandescent bulbs because I like the LEDs, how much longer they last. I like that they're more efficient. It saves me some money. So I've been making that move largely because financially it made sense. When you start telling me what you can and can't do or what you have to do, I'm like, listen, I was doing this already. Now I just want to rebel. I'm like a teenager. You told me to do it, and something I was already doing on my own, now you're forcing me into it even more. LED lights are more efficient. They work. They last longer. There's a lot of benefits. So why do you have to force me to use them?
Yeah, I think that's such a good question right there. And maybe this is like a slide, right? But the answer I always think is, so I'll just do this. For example, when we talk about doing government regulation of social media, and my answer is kind of, no, I think we should be educating people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the segment we had earlier where we talked about more scrolling leads to more marital discord. So you educate people. I, for goodness, would not want the government saying, if you're married, like your screen time can only be this percentage, right? Because we're going to make sure. So a little bit I'm with you that maybe a better way of getting at the outcome is to educate people as to the cost effectiveness and the longevity of these light bulbs rather than mandating it. So what do you think, like why would President Biden, what is the politics behind this, do you think?
Well, anything green, right? It obviously plays very well to Biden.
Oh, so like
base.
Green New Deal. So this is him looking at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and going, gotcha. Right? Like I gave you this one thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, and whether it's a constant move. It's the electric vehicles by 2035. It's making sure everyone is using LED lights. I can see the reason this plays well to the base, but again, is this really what is going to cure global warming or climate change? Is the fact that we're using LEDs versus incandescent lighting? Yeah. Is this you want me to remove all the incandescent lights, the halogen lights in my garage, which, guess what? Not an electrician. So you're asking me to spend hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars to retrofit my home the way it's currently being lighted so that I can, be in compliance with the Department of Energy?
Yeah, no, that's such a good question too, right? Because you didn't get grandfathered in. Does that make sense? Like, so the answer is, I love how you just said that. My garage has all these lights. I'm not an electrician. I don't know how I'm going to change these things.
I can't do it.
Right. And so is there going to be, stimulus checks, right, for people to reboot their whole house? And I mean, I think, Yeah, that's a really good question too. So what you needed on the other side of the table of this was someone who is really into like climate change policy, which I'm just going to tell you is not one of the things I get super feisty about. But I am concerned that I think there are better ways to have these conversations, right? And I feel like if you were trying to solve climate change and address all the issues that we have, getting people into a punk disposition, like I hear you saying you're in right now, which is like, now I'm going to burn all the fossil fuels because you're making me light these lights, it's probably not, it might be a good short-term rhetorical move like we were talking about, but it's probably not actually the best way to go about making these changes. But we could do drives. Like Weber State does these change your light bulb out so you can bring in.
Really?
Yeah, you're incandescent, and then somebody there is very green, hands you whatever is the right bulb. I don't know if they come to your house and fix your house or not, Dave, but like you could do it that way, which I think brings more people to the table and makes it easier to solve that problem long term.
And a lot of these LED lights work with the existing
like plug-in
electricity.
Or whatever.
You just screw it in the exact same way. It works totally the same. Some fixtures, it does not work that way. Okay, this started with George W. Bush. He was asking for greater efficiency, 25% greater efficiency in household lights. President Obama doubled down on that. But President Trump rolled all these regulations back. It was said, I love this. He said energy efficient bulbs, Americans, they were being forced to use, make him look orange. He was blaming these new energy efficient bulbs as making him look orange. So he advocated against them in some of those other environmental regulations. Dude, I don't think it was the lights that was making you look orange. I think it was that thick makeup that you spackled on. The orange was probably the spray tan, man. I don't know if it was the light.
But I love how honest he was with his reason.
I do. I love it. Makes me look orange. Makes me look orange. Department of Energy. Yeah, there you go. The Biden administration had decided that, we're getting rid of the incandescent light. I don't know how they're going to enforce this. They're certainly not coming to your home, right? But
I don't know.
We'll see. There's some more regulations. The Department of Energy approved new rules for light bulbs to be, essentially those LED, but no incandescent lights, no matter how much you like them, I guess.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Did you know Utah has just one all-new station in the morning?
It's this one. Weekday mornings between 5 and 9.
Start your days with us. We're Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Your morning companions for news.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the charcuterie board.
Enjoy these fine meats and cheeses.
These are just cut up hot dogs and spray cheese.
Indeed.
The best way to stream your favorites is on the Xfinity 10G network. Now through September 6th, new customers can get gig internet on the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming for just $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile. Plus, there's no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires PayPal split and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular supplied internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. Stream Top Chef on Peacock.
Hey guys, if you're a patient at another Wave clinic for ED, Revive will transfer your care for free. And for those that medically qualify, we'll give you 4 Wave treatments for free, plus a 1-month supply of ED medication when you start Wave treatment with us. Our Renaissance Wave therapy is proven, non-invasive, and far more affordable than other Wave clinics. Book your consultation today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room. There's nothing better than being out and about with the family, except for maybe coming home to a clean and residue-free home. The Zero Res cleaning process has been proven to remove more dirt, dust, and allergens than the other guys. Plus, the no residue cleaning means your carpets will stay cleaner longer. Today and tomorrow only, schedule your Zero Res carpet cleaning and pay just $25 per room cleaned. 4-room minimum, but there are no maximums. So yes, even big families with big homes, this one's for you too. Carpet cleaning for just $25 per room. Only at Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. I'm sure it's been on your mind. Schedule today and save some money while you're at it. Sale ends Tuesday. Nephi to Orem, everyone can schedule online at ZeroRes.com. ZeroRes.com.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. This spring, the Larry H. Miller Company launched the Big League Utah Coalition to bring Major League Baseball to Utah. They're partnering with Rocky Mountain Power to develop 100 acres at the Power District on Salt Lake City's west side that could include a stadium. Larry H. Miller Company CEO Steve Starks tells us more about this statewide effort.
Baseball holds a special place in our hearts, from Little League games to summer nights spent watching the Salt Lake Bees. The community response to Big League Utah and its mission to secure an expansion team has been remarkable. The impressive support rate above 80% is on par with that of bringing a second Winter Olympic Games to Salt Lake City. Utah is what baseball would call a five-tool player. Our key attributes include our premier economy, the youngest and fastest growing population in the country, our love and support for sports, and our unparalleled quality of life. The Power District is perfectly positioned between the airport and downtown, near major transportation corridors and transit, and maintains great views of Salt Lake's skyline. Big League Utah will elevate our entire state and provide economic opportunities to the west side of Salt Lake City. We hope you'll join us to ensure Utah is the future of America's pastime.
Utah and our capital city are ready for Major League Sports expansion. Visit bigleagueutah.com to learn more. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, immigrants who've been trained as nurses or engineers are finding it easier to get licensed in those professions in Utah. Second, new teachers are quitting the profession, many leaving after less than 5 years. And third, decades ago, very few American families chose cremation when their relatives died. Today, it's more than half. Right now, 81 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Round one. Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis. Yeah, they're not going to get in a boxing match.
I thought it was going to be Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg, yeah, that's the pay-per-view
cage
event.
match we're all waiting for.
I'll be honest, I would totally pay for a cage match between Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
On X, I think it's going to be.
Oh,
isn't it
live streaming on X? Absolutely. Take my $59.95. 100%, I'll watch that. And
no.
those fights are always terrible. Like, oh, no one's actually punching each other. No, California Governor Gavin Newsom recently challenged Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to a debate. He called for this back in June. He said he was willing to participate in a debate moderated by, get this, Fox News host Sean Hannity. Like,
round one, fight.
This is how it goes. What do you make? Okay, these are two governors, 2 of the 50 that are debating. Like, only one is running for president. Why? What do you think? What do you make of 2 governors, or why would Newsom challenge DeSantis?
Because Newsom is also running for president, right? So he's not running necessarily right now, right? But we talked earlier, this is his long, invisible primary, probably to 2028, or if something goes weirdly strange and sideways in this next year, right? But so Newsom is someone who's absolutely positioning himself to run for president. And DeSantis is the governor everyone knows. I mean, I guess you could also challenge Abbott, right? So you could have challenged Texas's governor, but Newsom has been doing in the way that Texas and Florida kind of run legislation that makes the whole country get all nervous. California does it too. So Newsom's kind of in that game, that baiting game with those 2 governors. So it makes sense to me why he's taking on DeSantis. But no, he's also running for president, right? Like, he's making his name.
Even though it's unofficial, he's obviously, and maybe, is it fair to say the heir apparent? Like, right now, would you say that he's as good a candidate as the Democrats have that is not named Joe Biden?
Oh, my goodness. That is such a hard question
It is.
right there, right?
There's
Because
not a huge bench on the Dems
there's
right now.
not a huge bench, but also I don't like performative politics like this. So the way that we talked earlier with Boyd, this is more of the same. The presidency becomes a bully pulpit. It's rhetorical. So what I'm going to do is these cage matches with people and see how many points I can score. So when you ask me if he's like the best candidate, the answer I want to say is, please no, right? Because what I want is a return to more normal kind of politicking. But an answer in the world that we're in right now, no, I agree. I mean, I think Newsom punches the way that this next generation of elected leaders post-Obama punch. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, I think he does the rhetoric the way they all do it.
Well, speaking of the rhetoric, here is Governor Newsom on Sean Hannity's show. Again, and I always appreciate when Democrats will go on the conservative talk shows and vice versa when the Republicans go on the liberal talk shows. But here's Gavin Newsom on with Sean Hannity.
Because they landed in your sanctuary state, you're going to take care of them. They should be happy.
Look, we'll deal with the car. I mean, come on, this is California.
I know it's California. Okay? I'm aware where I am.
On this way, the fourth largest economy in the world. We can handle all of this, okay? I'm a border state. Ron DeSantis is not. I know he's desperate to get in on the action.
No, because a lot of people
belly flop. Donald Trump is going to clean his clock.
Is it fair that Joe Biden...
DeSantis has belly flopped.
He
will clean his clock. He needs
I don't have a crystal
attention, and he set this up months ago by doing an RFP. I have the contract.
So this was Gavin Newsom, and you can hear, like you said, the rhetoric, the spiciness, a little Trumpy in the sense of going directly after somebody. And he challenged Ron DeSantis to a debate. And Ron DeSantis has said, absolutely, I'm game. Let's get it done. Just tell me when and where. He told that to Sean Hannity.
Yeah. So let me just ask you, I like how you said, right? It's good. I love it when Pete Buttigieg goes on Fox News, right? I don't like the idea that there are places we wouldn't go to talk to people. I love when Tim Scott went on The View. But again, I think they both also model better conversation. Like, did you learn anything from that? Right? So if there's going to be a debate between Newsom and DeSantis, and I would argue the point of having elected officials debate things would be to learn from it. I don't know, unless it's a cage match that you're going to pay $59.95 to watch.
$59.95.
Right. Really what we're trying to do is learn about policy positions. I don't know how that happens and Sean Hannity's the moderator. All of them are just going to argue and interrupt each other like the entire 90 minutes. Like, I don't know what anyone gets out of that.
The idea would be exactly what you said. 90 minutes. Time would be split equally between DeSantis and Newsom. Politico has been reporting this. The governors also appear to share some common ground on the dates and the locations. They thought maybe Georgia in November. I mean, if this happens, you really talk about it being a spectacle, no question. But, this is right during election season as well. Is it appropriate for them to suck up some of the air in the room, even though they're not really running? They don't play into this election
that's a really
cycle.
good question, right? But Governor DeSantis does. So if Newsom gets him up there, because what did he just say? We heard him say he's belly flopping, that Trump's going to clean his clock. But if I do this, right, like if DeSantis is debating with Newsom, that's going to be all sorts of free airtime, right? That's like a campaign ad.
Yeah.
If if DeSantis does well.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, I think it's appropriate always. Do I think we should do it? I don't think so. Does that mean you're like so? And then I also kind of wonder, our governor, Utah's own governor, has been asking the National Governors Association, his product, like the thing he's doing, his initiative is to disagree better, right? So he has an ad. It's like the exact mirror opposite of this, where he's with the former governor, I think, or the governor of Colorado, and they're talking about how we're going to solve all these things and we're really friendly. And I guess what I want to say, Dave, is I want that to be the model for how we have conversation. So I'm with our governor on doing this. And DeSantis and Newsom having this fight does nothing to help us all learn to do all of this stuff better.
Okay, well, let me push back on you a little bit, because one of the things I like about DeSantis and Newsom debating is they're not competing for an office. It is genuinely a discussion of ideas and policies, and there's nothing at stake. So it's not a zero-sum game of I win, you lose. It's just straight up, this is what I think, this is how I think you go about it. Instead of trying to say, I have to tear you down because I'm competing against you, instead, I can just make my point and debate the real topic versus trying to win this zero-sum game.
I'm optimistically hopeful that would be what happens. And I hear you. Does that make sense? If it's just two guys who have been executives of their major states, because Florida and California are big states talking, then that makes sense. I just don't think it's going to happen.
You're probably 100% right. But let's be honest. You'd watch the cage match too.
Yes, I would.
All right. Thanks for joining us. Leah Murray, thank you for filling in for Debbie. Debbie's back tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour. Lawmakers will be nailing down a new security system in Utah schools to keep students safe from active shooter threats just weeks before children return from summer break. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell is live with details. Hugo?
Maria, this was part of a bill this year that not only looked to create a security task force focused on active school shooter threats, but also proposed the installation of firearm detection software in Utah schools. Active shooter incidents on school grounds are steadily increasing across the country, and Utah lawmakers are attempting to get ahead of the problem before a school shooting happens here. The cost of all of this reconstruction would apparently be a one-time payment of $25 million from the Income Tax Fund. Reporting live, Hugo Ricard Bell, KSL News Radio.
Experts say Utah is seeing half of its teachers leave in their first 5 years. Utah Education Association says a reason for that decline could be teachers entering the classroom right after getting a bachelor's in their field and avoiding the traditional teaching credential program that equips them with class management skills. The Utah State Board of Education has gotten rid of a rule that board members have to put disclaimers on their social media posts, even as one of their members is under board investigation for hers.
Board members used to have to write not an official USBE position before posting. Natalie Klein, who's been looked into for her post that schools are grooming kids for sex trafficking, was among the members that argued the disclaimer takes away free speech.
Have such unconstitutional, oppressive, tyrannical rules where we are policing each other's speech. I just am starting to understand what it feels like to live in a communist country.
But Carol Lear argued people don't know the difference between a board position and an individual's.
It is really important that an individual board member is clear to a fault.
Others believe the rule wasn't being applied consistently. Klein's posts were the reason the rule existed in the first place. This passed along party lines. Lindsay Aerts, KSL News Radio.
A new drug to help women with postpartum depression is now FDA approved. Women's mental health psychiatric nurse practitioner Elise Jones says around 5,000 women in Utah experience postpartum depression every year, and this drug gives them hope.
Most of the meds we have, we tell patients, hopefully it starts working in 2 weeks, but really you need to wait 4 to 6 weeks to see how it's working for you. So it's exciting that this med is having improvement within days.
The pill is taken at night for 14 days. Medication was not tested in breastfeeding women. Jones says those women could still pump and then dump the breast milk for the time that they are taking the medication. We will go in depth in about 15 minutes. A new study using AI to detect breast cancer shows positive results. Experts at the Huntsman Cancer Institute are excited about the possibilities. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera has the story.
A trial in Sweden using AI-supported mammogram screenings increased breast cancer detection by 20%, while cutting reading workload nearly in half. While we're still a long way from hospitals in the U.S. using AI in screenings, the study published by the Lancet Oncology Journal showed this could help doctors be more effective than they are now. Dr. Covington at the Huntsman Cancer Institute expressed optimism at the possibilities and shared how having a second set of eyes that doesn't get tired is a welcome help.
Dr. Christina Lane, co-author of the study, said the greatest potential AI has is allowing radiologists to be less burdened by excessive amounts of screening. KSL's top national stories. One more officer has been sentenced in the death of George Floyd.
Tao, the last former Minneapolis police officer to face sentencing in state court for his role in the killing of George Floyd, gets more time behind bars.
57 months in prison with credit for 340 days already served.
Judge Peter Cahill announcing the added sentence for Tao, saying his actions were unreasonable, despite Tao claiming he was simply holding back protesters in May of 2020, as fellow former officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes as Floyd gasped for air with the words, "I can't breathe." Tao is already serving 3.5 years on a federal conviction for violating George Floyd's civil rights. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
Utah and BYU fans are going ballistic after learning the Utes will join the Cougars in the Big 12 Conference starting in 2024. The announcement and the likely collapse of the Pac-12 has fans on both sides voicing excitement, as expected, taking jabs at each other. Utah and BYU have not met on the turf since 2021. BYU won that game, ending Utah's 9-game winning streak against the Cougars. KSL Sports. Mason Hansen has always been a big fan of baseball, so it was a big moment for him when he threw the first pitch at the Bees game Saturday night. But his love for the sport wasn't the only reason for the celebration.
Just over a year ago, Hansen had a stroke and lost his ability to sit, stand, walk, eat, or talk. Hansen's mother, Melissa, says things were hard for a while.
Rough time on Mom and all of us.
After months of extensive therapy, Hansen walked out onto the field.
So the last time we were here, we were pushing in a wheelchair.
The crowd applauded as Hansen threw the first pitch. His mom says it's a big success and proof that Hansen will keep getting better. Claire Scott, KSL News Radio.
Despite the chaos surrounding the Pac-12, Utah is getting some love in the college football preseason coaches poll. Coaches around the country ranked the Utes at number 14 in the nation. USC was the highest-rated Pac-12 team at number 6. The top 3 ranked teams were two-time defending champion Georgia, followed by Michigan and Alabama. BYU did not make one of those top 25 spots. First Look Traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Maria. It is a crash-free start to our Monday noontime drive. But in Wasatch County, we have slowdowns northbound Highway 40 going from River Road towards Jordanelle State Park. Ricky Meeson, the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:06.
Start your day with all news in the morning. Then hear David Dujanovic talk about the biggest stories from 9 to noon.
His defense attorney for this case has a heavy lift.
Yeah, the retainer is not enough for that guy.
Breaking news, important talk, all morning on KSL News Radio. Dave and Debbie.
One of my favorite things about Debbie is when we're in the middle of an interview, a light flips on and there's something that she picked out. I call it her spidey sense. And then she just tenaciously goes after that line of questioning. If someone tries to spin it, she's respectful, but she's firm. And she won't let you go with just that easy, trite answer. She's going to get down to the bottom of it, and I love it.
I've always been impressed with Dave's ability to go back in his memory bank and drag out factual details from previous interviews, weeks, months, even years ago. It is phenomenal to watch that happen because it adds so much context to our coverage in the moment. Dave's got it all right up here in his brain, and that's impressive.
This is a thing that Debbie does not do well. On-the-fly math.
I agree. So one thing I agree with him on.
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. Utah lawmakers are meeting today to discuss a new security system in schools to keep students safe from active shooter threats. KSL News Time, 12:08. Existing home sales have been falling this summer, and analysts believe that it's signaling a cooling from the red-hot housing market. ABC's Alexis Christophorous says that there are a couple of trends at play.
The housing market still very much a strong market, but we're now seeing a lot of folks moving into new homes, newly built homes, because there just aren't enough existing homes on the market for them to buy. Another trend that I saw is that home buyers with really good mortgage rates right now, instead of putting their homes on the market, which they prefer to do, they're taking the money they would have bought the new home with and renovating it on their existing home so they can stay in it longer.
Many Americans who are looking to buy are finding themselves in highly competitive bidding wars due to the lack of inventory. A new scam alert involving a payment app used by millions.
It was creepy.
Creepy for Rachel Adler of San Francisco, who told our station KGO that a man pretending to be a Bank of America fraud prevention officer called her claiming there had been money siphoned out of her account. The phony caller assured Adler he would stop the theft, but first she had to Zelle the same amount of money back to herself and then ignore a Bank of America fraud alert. Adler's lost
$5,500.
Experts say it's happening all over and banks know it, but once money is approved and sent and a fraud alert is ignored, little can be done to retrieve it.
ABC's Derek Dennis reporting. Provo police are warning people to keep an eye out for rental scams.
Police say a woman was looking to rent a Provo home after seeing it listed on Facebook, and after some back and forth emails and paying $2,000, she was contacted by the real property owner, only to learn the listing was a fake, and she wasn't the only one. Provo Police Sergeant Nick Patterson tells KSL.com, there's a couple of major red flags that will tell you whether it's a scam. One, if the person says they'll send you the key through the mail after your payment goes through, or two, they want to be paid via gift card. And just to be safe, Patterson says make sure you verify the property info elsewhere, like on Google. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 12:09. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. What's happening on the roads, Ricky?
Well, that crash-free start did not last long, only about 5 minutes. We now have an accident in Draper, northbound I-15 near Bangerter Highway. It's been moved out of traffic to the shoulder. And we are beginning with some slowdowns. Now, I-215's eastbound in the construction zone, we have some unusual heavy and slow traffic northbound on the east belt going through Holiday, approaching and passing about 4,500 south. By the time you're at 39th and 33rd, you're right back to good speeds. Our other slow spot is going to be in Wasatch County, northbound on Highway 40. These delays start as you're approaching River Road on the way to Jordanelle. Did you miss the last sale? I know it's on your list, so don't miss this one. Zero Res carpet cleaning. Right now, it's just $25 per room. Minimums apply. Discounted pricing ends tomorrow. Schedule online at zerores.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll keep it below average for today. How about a high of 87 degrees, partly cloudy by afternoon. Overnight lows, upper 60s, cloudy with a chance for showers. Tomorrow, we'll go 82 for a high. There is a chance for an AM shower. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Just a beautiful day, sunny 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And coming up on Utah's Noon News, the first pill to treat postpartum depression has now been approved by the FDA. It could help around 5,000 women in Utah every year who are diagnosed with postpartum depression. This is KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM, your all-day companion for news.
With the economy the way it is, you're probably staying put. So invest in your home, your number one asset, with beautiful custom replacement windows from Advanced Window Products. They're a local Utah company building beautiful vinyl framed and insulated double pane windows for 37 years right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products will save you money on your energy bill. Get security features to keep your family safe. And at Advanced Window Products, it's all custom. And the best part? They're local. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So there's no middleman markup. You save on the highest quality windows in Utah. Plus, Rocky Mountain and Dominion offer rebates. For a limited time, they offer 60-month 0% financing. And right now, get $2,000 off 10 windows or more. They're working 8 weeks out. So make the call now. Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit advancedwindowsusa.com.
Hey, Derek Overstreet here from the New Millennium Group, financial advisors in Utah. You know, I've been helping people retire in the state of Utah for the last 20 years. The way we do that is we actually find out what is important to you. We create a step-by-step plan that takes into consideration your income, your debt, whether you want money from real estate, stock market, annuities, life insurance, whatever. If you want to deal with professionals, people that are fiduciaries and have a legal responsibility and obligation to do what's in your best interest, Give my team a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Or go to my website, utahsfinancialplanner.com. If you'd like to retire 3 to 5 years before you thought it was possible, give my team a call right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370.
Go with your gut. Go with Dynavite. 70% of your dog's immune system is based in the gut. So, for overall health, good nutrition is vital. But how can you be sure your dog is getting the nutrition they need? A diet lacking proper nutrients can present issues like itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite is the delicious nutritional supplement created to boost your dog's overall health. And the reviews are incredible.
Poor Sam. He was a mess, always itching. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dinovite, I started to see improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent.
Right now, try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time, 12:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Well, there's still a lot of work to do. Lake Powell is breathing easier this summer after getting 65 new feet of water from the record snowpack. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, a new study shows promise using AI in breast cancer screenings. According to the Huntsman Cancer Institute, it's an exciting step forward with the potential to push research forward. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
We have had an accident reported in Draper northbound I-15 near Bangor Highway, but it's out of traffic, not causing any delays. Where you will see slowdowns, that's northbound on the East Belt going through the Holiday area. They start as you're approaching and passing about 4500 south. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
87 today with clouds increasing late. I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 82 degrees downtown. Now time for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. A federal judge has already denied their request for a 3-day delay. So now former President Trump's legal team is back on the clock with a 5 p.m. deadline.
Trump's lawyers must respond and make their case after the special counsel's request for a protective order. Smith's team pointing to Trump's social media use and arguing Trump might use it to disclose evidence or even intimidate witnesses in the January 6th case. Specifically pointing the judge to a post Trump made last week, writing, "If you go after me, I'm coming after you." Trump's team has called that political speech.
ABC's Jay O'Brien in Washington. Another sentencing in the death of George Floyd.
It'll be 57 more months in prison, minus 340 days time served for former Minneapolis police officer Tu Tao. Judge Peter Cahill rejecting Tao's testimony that he was simply serving as a human traffic cone in May of 2020 as fellow former officer Derek Chauvin knelt on George Floyd's neck for 9.5 minutes and died.
As an experienced senior officer, was in the best position to save George Floyd.
Judge Cahill could have rendered less time, especially since Tao was already serving 3.5 years in prison on a federal conviction for violating George Floyd's civil rights. Derek Dennis, ABC News.
The U.S. is on alert after last week's joint military exercises between Russia and China not far from the Alaskan coast. The Pentagon confirming reconnaissance aircraft and warships were sent to the area.
The Chinese and Russian warships did stay in international waters, and the Pentagon is downplaying any threat from these exercises, but having those joint patrols was most certainly provocative, highlighting the growing cooperation between those world powers at a time of increasing tension with the U.S. over Taiwan and, of course, the war in Ukraine.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Stocks are on the rise today. The Dow up more than 300 points. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The new over-the-counter drug that just got FDA approval is soon to be available to women experiencing postpartum depression. Women's mental health psychiatric nurse practitioner Elise Jones also runs the Felicity Women's Center in South Jordan. She says this new drug is exciting and is giving women hope because it's a 14-day pill that's supposed to work quickly.
Zuranolone has been studied for several years. An IV version was approved in, I think, 2018, but it was a 3-day infusion, and patients had to be inpatient or monitored for the whole time. So we're excited about this update because it's an oral version of the medication, and it's taken at night for 14 nights, and then the patient is able to stop and still have improvement in their symptoms.
Now, the drug was not studied in breastfeeding moms. Jones says those women still have options.
I think it's worth weighing the risks and benefits of taking the medication versus not taking the medication, the risks and benefits of breastfeeding versus not breastfeeding. I think for my patients, I would recommend that they might consider taking this medication and pumping and dumping for the time period that it would still be in their breast milk, and then resuming breastfeeding if that's something that they desire.
She says about 5,000 Utah moms a year experience postpartum depression. Jones wants moms to still seek help despite the fact that this drug might be expensive and won't be available until the fall. KSL News Time, 12:19. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Let's check in again with Ricky Meese.
We have had some slowdowns on northbound Highway 40. Now, this is in Wasatch County. And Highway 40, we've had a lot of road work going on there, and it's been affecting traffic either direction between Summit and Wasatch County. But for today, the backups are on the northbound side from River Road to just past Jordanelle. Now, we've also had slowdowns northbound on I-215's East Belt here in the valley. It's as you're approaching and passing 4500 South, going from Holiday up to Mill Creek. And again, this just looks to be like regular road work slowdowns. Our only accident is reported in Draper, northbound I-15, but it's out of traffic on the shoulder near Bangerter Highway. I haven't even been able to see it in the cameras yet, but what I'm not seeing is slowdowns, so you're good to go through that area. Fill up your bucket list in Box Elder County. History, recreation, and wildlife, along with excellent dining and shopping, await you. Find out more at visitboxeldercounty.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. 87 today with clouds late. We'll go 82 tomorrow with an AM shower possible. 91 mostly sunny on Wednesday. Goes mostly sunny again for your Thursday. 93. Low 90s and partly cloudy skies on Friday. And then we introduce some more tropical moisture out of the Baja. Chance for thunderstorms Saturday, Sunday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now it's sunny and 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. They have been in positive territory all day. Right now, the Dow is up nearly 400 points. We'll check your money news coming up next.
Three little words no parent wants to hear.
My tummy hurts.
And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like in the middle of the morning rush, when you still have homework to check and lunches to pack, and of course, you're already late for work. Luckily, there's Pepto Kids. New Pepto Kids gummies helps relieve occasional stomach upsets, turning those 3 words into these 3 words.
I feel better.
Bad time for stomach upsets? Good time for new Pepto Kids gummies. Fast support for little tummies.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Join Macy's and our nonprofit partners to help address the youth mental health crisis this school year. Now through September 14th, you can fund mental health services and resources when you donate online to the JED Foundation and the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Or round up your Macy's store purchase up to 99 cents and donate the extra change. Give back today and learn more about our mission to create brighter futures for all at Macys.com/purpose.
Hey, Doug.
Yes, Kathy.
Tell folks about Window World doors.
Oh, yeah, thanks. We do entry doors, back doors, sliding patio doors, and storm doors.
And I just love the amazing door styles and the colors.
That's right, completely stained or painted, professionally installed with hardware.
So call us today, 801-281-8111.
Or visit windowworldutah.com.
Window World, simply the best for less.
That's no baloney.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can find out how to get one line of unlimited mobile free for a year. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, paired with the flexibility to bring your own mobile device for no extra cost. Plus, you can save even more on additional lines for anyone in your business who needs one. And a whole year of savings. Well, that adds up. Business-ready mobile service for free. Every day of every month for a whole year. Don't wait. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends September 21st, 2023. Restrictions apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
KSL News Time 1224. A 500-million-year-old fossil of a sea worm was found in northern Utah. KSL News Radio's Andrew Gordon has more.
Rhiannon Levine, a paleontologist from the University of Kansas, was working with her team when she found a fossil of a previously undiscovered sea worm that's a little shorter than a smartphone. Dr. Levine got to name the new species, giving it the scientific name Schiholudia shurikeni. She took inspiration from the sandworms in Frank Hubert's Dune novels and the Japanese word for a throwing star, shuriken. The fossil is now a part of the University of Kansas Biodiversity Institute's permanent fossil collection. Andrew Gordon, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 1225. Watching Utah's Money. The Barbie movie has now made over $1 billion after its third week in theaters. It's only the 53rd movie ever to accomplish this feat and is the second film in 2023 to reach the milestone after the Super Mario Brothers movie. Barbie is now the top-grossing movie directed by a woman. Trucking company Yellow Corp has filed for bankruptcy after years of financial struggles. Analysts believe poor management and strategic decisions from decades ago are the main causes for the company's decline. Former Yellow customers and shippers will now have to face higher prices from competitors. Factories all across Asia are struggling to attract and retain workers in their 20s. They are trying to increase the amount of cool in the workplace, while Western companies and consumers will probably have to change their product consumption habits. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by 365 points. That's more than a full percent, sitting at 35,431, trying to make back some of last week's losses. The S&P 500 is up by 30 points and the NASDAQ up by 37 points. Former Utah Jazz point guard Ricky Rubio is stepping away from basketball to take care of his mental health. Rubio didn't say how long the break would last, and it comes right before the International Basketball Tournament. Rubio was a key passer and playmaker for the Jazz for 2 years, especially in a playoff series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. We'll update your drive coming up next. KSL News Time, 1227.
It's a rare visit.
Governor Cox says he wants to meet with President Biden.
From a sitting U.S. president.
It is customary, especially if it's someone from the opposite political party.
Follow President Biden's Stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
Troy, do you believe in fortune tellers?
Not really. Why?
Camping's been so epic this year, I need to know if we'll get extra summer.
Is that the deal with the black message pool ball?
All signs point to yes.
Well, summer's always longer when you've got an RV.
Is that true? The ball says yes.
People in RVs can camp all through fall, and we want everyone to experience that. So right now, Bish's RV is throwing a summer forever sale. Get low monthly payments starting under $149 per month on approved credit.
Okay, that's crazy low, no?
Ball says decidedly so.
We're also hooking people up with 90 days of all play, no pay OAC?
Definitely. Plus, all remaining new 2022s are priced to move with no single reasonable offer refused.
And trades are worth like more than ever, right?
No doubt in sight.
This thing is never wrong. Paranormal pool ball. Am I handsome? Better not tell you. Wait.
Extend your season for summer memories during the Summer Forever sale at Bish's RV in North Salt Lake and American Fork. Previously Stewart's RV. Bish's RV, where memories begin.
Based on 10% down, 9.24% APR for 180 months. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Christina Ricci with RAIN. Every 2 minutes, another American is sexually assaulted. If you or someone you know has been sexually assaulted, you are not alone. Help is just a call or click away through the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Please call 1-800-656-HOPE, that's HOPE, or visit RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org.
Brought to you by RAIN and this station.
KSL News Time, 1229, traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Let's check in with Ricky Meese.
I found the accident in Draper, northbound I-15 near Bangerter Highway. The vehicles are out of traffic on the left shoulder. You're going to have no problem getting through the area. In fact, we're looking at a nice and quiet drive on I-15 both directions between Ogden and Provo, as well as the rest of your Salt Lake County freeways. The earlier slowdowns we had northbound on the East Belt through Holiday have cleared, but the delays have not cleared in Wasatch County northbound on Highway 40 going from River Road up to Jordanelle. Give your savings a boost with 5% APY on a 12-month certificate from Cypress Credit Union. Learn more at cypresscu.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Clear for the first half today, then increasing clouds, high of 87. Overnight lows in the upper 60s, mostly cloudy. For tomorrow morning, how about a chance for showers? By tomorrow afternoon, partly cloudy, 82. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Really nice day, sunny and 82 degrees downtown in Provo. It's 80. St. George at this hour is 97 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time, 1230. KSL's top story this hour. Lake Powell has been handling the summer heat with some help from record snow runoff.
Lake Powell ended up rising 65 feet after falling to a record 22% capacity earlier this year. Utah's Colorado River Commissioner Gene Shawcroft says this year they expect Lake Powell to end up with more than twice the water it did last year.
That's a tremendous amount of water.
Shawcroft says as of late July, levels have dropped about 3 feet, but that's normal with its releases to Lake Mead plus a little evaporation. As for what happens next with preserving Lake Powell, Shawcroft previously said they need lower basin states to cut their Colorado River water use and that the need for all of us to conserve has not changed.
Even though we've had an extremely wet year and the snowpack was wonderful and the runoff was wonderful, that does not mean we need to take our foot off the gas pedal.
Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A naturally caused fire is burning around 250 acres, 11 miles southeast of Beaver. Fire officials say the Thompson Ridge fire started from a lightning strike. It is 0% contained. A firefighting tragedy in California. At an emotional briefing overnight, CAL FIRE official David Fulker confirming that 3 firefighting heroes were killed when 2 choppers collided.
The individuals in the first helicopter were able to land safely without incident, and no one else was hurt.
The firefighters died while battling a brush fire in Riverside County. Storms are again impacting air travel on this Monday. Over 1,000 flights have been canceled in the U.S.
Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, the busiest in the world and the headquarters of Delta Airlines, is feeling the biggest impact today because of storms that have been moving through. Delta has been hit the hardest with around 300 flights canceled and hundreds more delayed, followed by Southwest and American Airlines. LaGuardia, Baltimore, Reagan National, and JFK are also experiencing big impacts today. Alex Stone, EBC News.
Dozens of flights into and out of Salt Lake Airport have been delayed today, and 10 have been canceled. An emergency declaration in Juneau, Alaska over the weekend after devastating flooding.
Officials blaming this record flooding on overflow from Suicide Basin, an offshoot of the melting Mendenhall Glacier. Juneau now under a state of emergency. 2 structures have collapsed into the river so far, with more at risk, including a condo building, as officials call the riverbank highly unstable.
That is ABC's Matt Gutman reporting. A last-minute rescue for a dog shelter in Harriman. Volunteers rallied in the middle of the night to save the shelter from flooding over the weekend, pulling dozens of dogs to safety. Owner Kim Mikesell told KSL-TV she was amazed how people showed up to help.
By midnight, we had 30 people here, including Lauren, the Harriman mayor. They came right to our rescue at our rescue.
Now she calls the response an act of God and a whole community. Gas prices jumped 15 cents in the last 7 days, but not because of increased demand. KSL News Radio's Heather Kelly explains.
The heat bubble much of the U.S. is under is affecting the gas and oil industry. Axios reports when temperatures rise above 100 degrees, refineries don't work very well, so oil production is slowing down. It doesn't help that the gas prices are typically higher in summer months because more people are hitting the roads. The combination of the lowest gas inventory since 2015 and increased demand is driving up fuel prices. The average cost for a gallon of gas right now nationwide is $3.89 per gallon. Heather Kelly, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories. Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis says his rival Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. The acknowledgement aired in an NBC News interview today after years of equivocating answers from the Florida governor about the legitimacy of the last presidential election. DeSantis says, of course he lost, and, quote, Joe Biden is the president. Former President Trump's legal team is now on the clock after a federal judge denied their request for a 3-day delay.
By 5 p.m. Monday, Trump's lawyers must respond and make their case after the special counsel's request for a protective order. Smith's team pointing to Trump's social media use and arguing Trump might use it to disclose evidence or even intimidate witnesses in the January 6th case. Specifically pointing the judge to a post Trump made last week, writing, "If you go after me, I'm coming after you." Trump's team has called that political speech.
ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting. Salt Lake police are investigating a possible bias crime after damage was discovered outside a downtown church. Police were called after members of the Trinity African Methodist Episcopal Church found a sign showing the church's future renovation plans had been torn down and destroyed. Investigators say a separate incident involving a painted message outside the church went unreported last week. They are now asking anyone with information to give them a call. First look traffic, Ricky?
We have a medical situation in Murray, and it is affecting traffic. If you're trying to get to the on-ramp to southbound I-15, UHP is blocking that ramp and waiting for medics to arrive. This is the on-ramp at the bottom of that on-ramp from 4500 south to southbound I-15. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:35.
Boyd Matheson helps you to think about the news different.
Could this be bigger than Watergate? Yes. Could it be a nothing burger? Yes.
Join an elevated conversation. Inside Sources from 1 to 3. Then Jeff Caplan and his Minute of News on the drive home on KSL News Radio.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? It's natural to think of this as being your money, right? But remember, you still have to pay taxes when you withdraw this money in retirement. And you could be paying a lot more in taxes on these accounts than you know. A lot more. Learn the strategies that can help you reduce or eliminate your taxes in retirement. Don't miss a special edition of Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Right here on KSL News Radio 1027.
Hey guys, Alex and Scott for Alpine Home Medical. It is spring. It is time for us to start thinking about getting out and going out into the outdoors and enjoying our lives a little bit more. And Alpine Home Medical is there to help you on that journey. And even if it's tough for you, look, if you need to get some things for your personal health to be dialed in, this is the time to do it. And Alpine Home Medical are the ones to call to get it done.
Yeah, I've loved my experience going to Alpine Home Medical. They're friendly. They get things done. They work through your insurance, through your doctor. And they get you out being able to live life. I have a CPAP machine that I've had with them for years, and they're great to work with me and really create an experience where I'm not limited. You know, I can enjoy life, but I can also take care of my medical needs, and they can do that for you. If you have struggles, challenges, or whatever, they're going to find the right products to help you kind of climb your own mountain to health and wellness.
CPAP resupply program, the portable oxygen, comfortable lift chairs, bathroom safety needs, so much more. AlpineHomeMedical.com. They've got 10 locations in Utah and Southern Idaho, and a brand new location coming soon. Visit them at AlpineHomeMedical.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. Summer heat wave did not have much of an effect on Lake Powell, where the water levels finally have some breathing room. KSL News Time, 1237. Thousands of immigrants who were doctors, nurses, and engineers in their home countries are applying for professional licenses here in Utah.
It's in response to a new law passed in May that allows immigrants in certain jobs to get professional licenses. But it's not an easy rubber stamp process either. KSL.com reports that the Department of Commerce has to create licensing pathways for hundreds of jobs based on the unique requirements of each of Utah's 29 counties. Executive Director Margaret Buse says Utah is willing to do this while other states aren't because it gives immigrants and refugees much better job opportunities while also benefiting the state economy. Most of the applicants speak Spanish and come from Central and South America. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
The battle of the billionaires is shifting from trash talk toward an actual cage match. ABC's Jim Ryan reports.
On their respective social media platforms, Threads and X, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have been calling each other out for months. Zuckerberg, the boss at Meta, has proposed an August 26th cage match. Musk says he plans to stream the event on X, and both have said any proceeds from the event would go to charity. Now they just need to finalize the date and details.
Both men have apparently been training for the physical fight. Hundreds of python hunters are in the Florida Everglades this week for a chance to win big money killing invasive snakes.
Looking for a Burmese python.
It's not exactly a 9 to 5. When you tell people, I'm a snake hunter, what's their first reaction?
You're nuts.
One of the largest snakes in the world, adult Burmese pythons caught in Florida average between 6 feet and 9 feet in length, with an appetite for mammals, birds, reptiles, and even alligators. And so the Florida Python Challenge was born. Now in its 10th year, the 10-day competition calls on both professionals and novices to venture out deep into the Everglades swamps to hunt for one of the largest snakes known to man.
That is ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting from Florida. KSL News Time, 1239. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
We do have a medical situation affecting traffic. This is blocking the on-ramp at 4500 South to go to southbound I-15. UHP is on the scene, but we're still waiting for medics to arrive. Again, no access to that on-ramp from 4500 South to southbound I-15 in Murray. Now, the main flow of 4500 South proper, that's fine. You can travel east and westbound there without any difficulty. We also have an accident northbound I-15 near Bangerter Highway. It's been out of traffic over to the left shoulder, so it's really not been causing any kind of issues. Now, the delays that we had when we started the noon hour, northbound I-215's eastbound in Holiday, those have cleared. But we have not seen the easing of the slowdowns northbound on Highway 40 in Wasatch County from River Road up to Jordanelle. When it comes to trusted, affordable auto care, nobody does it better than Burt Brothers Tire and Service. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
A beautiful August day on tap. We've got a high of 87 degrees this afternoon, with that clouds increasing late. Overnight lows, upper 60s, cloudy, chance for showers. We keep those shower chances tomorrow morning. High of 82 by tomorrow afternoon with clearing skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now in downtown Salt Lake City, sunny and 82 degrees, and still to come on Utah's Noon News. Experts say half of teachers leave their jobs in Utah within their first 5 years. We're gonna go in depth into why that might be. Coming up next on KSL News Radio. This is KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM, your all-day companion for news.
Hey guys, are you over 30? Let's talk about testosterone and performance. Your testosterone can decline at an average of 1 to 2% a year after you turn 30. And Revive Men's Health have been experts at treating men with low testosterone and ED since 2011. We're the clinic guys come to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their performance. We love what we do and the patients we care for. You can ask our patients. We did, and we have a 99% patient satisfaction rate this year. Our patients even tell us we're more affordable than their insurance deductibles and copays. Let's get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. That's what we do, and we do it really well. Book your T-Check and exam today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or send us a private message at revivemenshealth.com.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get 10% off all kitchen cabinet orders of $1,000 or more. Plus, MVP's Pro Rewards members earn double the bonus points on select stock cabinets through August 4th. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Must ask cashier to apply discount barcode at time of purchase. Discount on cabinet purchase only. Coupon cannot be used with any other discount. Valid 7/27 through 8/9. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, we made a bold promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Join us in realizing our vision for the future of pediatric care. So together, we can expand primary children's impact and ensure every child has access to the right care at the right place at the right time. For a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Help us continue to do so for the next 100 years. To get involved, visit primarypromise.org.
Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room. There's nothing better than being out and about with the family, except for maybe coming home to a clean and residue-free home. The Zero Res cleaning process has been proven to remove more dirt, dust, and allergens than the other guys. Plus, the no residue cleaning means your carpets will stay cleaner longer. Today and tomorrow only, schedule your Zero Res carpet cleaning and pay just $25 per room cleaned, 4-room minimum, but there are no maximums. So yes, even big families with big homes, this one's for you too. Carpet cleaning for just $25 per room, only at Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. I'm sure it's been on your mind. Schedule today and save some money while you're at it. Sale ends Tuesday. Nephi to Orem, everyone can schedule online at zerores.com. zerores.com.
KSL News Time 1245. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
our extreme heat is increasing gas prices and lowering gas reserves as oil refineries don't function well with higher temperatures. I'm KSL News Radio's Heather Kelly.
Second, a wildfire is burning around 250 acres 11 miles southeast of Beaver. Fire officials say the Thompson Ridge fire started from a lightning strike. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
We have debris on the road affecting a couple of left lanes of traffic westbound I-80, and it is creating a dust storm. This is westbound I-80 about 7th East. Again, officers are on the scene, and they are blocking 2 left lanes. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
80s today, dry, and a chance for showers tomorrow morning. I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 82 degrees downtown. Time for KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
Flying somewhere today? You better check first. FlightAware is reporting more than 1,100 canceled flights and over 3,400 delays. The big problem is severe storms along the East Coast into New England. A 5 p.m. deadline is looming in former President Trump's January 6th case. His lawyers must respond by then to a request by special counsel Jack Smith for a protective order. And that's in addition to other items of business.
It seems like Trump's current...
The judge is already pushing to get a trial date. She's given the special counsel's office until this coming Thursday, August 10th, to come up with a date, and she is calling on the president's defense team to give their own date within a week. A judge in Minneapolis sentenced former police officer Tu Tao to almost 5 years in state prison for failing to prevent the death of George Floyd. That's in addition to the federal time that Tao is serving for violating Floyd's civil rights. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. Teachers are leaving their professions early, nearly half in Utah leaving in the first 5 years. Jason Brown of Envision Utah, a group that has studied the issue, told David Dujanovic that there are several factors behind the teachers moving on.
USBE, the state board, has done a lot of good work in trying to understand this. They have a teacher exit survey every year where they're asking teachers who are leaving, why are you leaving? And one of the things we've heard from them is that among the top reasons is always stress and burnout and emotional exhaustion. But they've told us as well that over the last few years, they've seen compensation creep up as a bigger and bigger factor of why teachers are leaving the profession. And so we've done a lot of work looking at compensation and how do we let the market work to both bring people into the profession and to keep people around in the profession. But there's another really important factor that I think would help with compensation, is that if we can raise the esteem of teaching as a profession and have it be a rewarded profession that is held on a pedestal, and it's shown that it's on that pedestal because we're paying teachers well enough, I think that's going to help with the stress and the burnout and the emotional exhaustion and a lot of the other factors that are pushing teachers out of the classroom.
Another factor is the public's perception of the teaching profession itself.
One of the challenges, though, that we run into is sometimes we treat public servants, including teachers and others, as volunteers of sorts,
Right.
like when we meet someone, they say they're being a teacher, we say, oh, well, good for you, like they're joining the Peace Corps or something. Yeah. Where I think we want to go is figuring out how to look at all of these professions as critical infrastructure for our state's future, for our children's success. And that's where, again, my own bias, we've looked at teacher pay a lot. That's where I go back to. There's a little bit of chicken and egg issue there. Is if you were to go on Google right now and look up the most prestigious careers in the United States, your results are going to say, what are the highest paid professions? What are where do you make the most money? And so there is absolutely a need to make sure, if we want these careers and professions to be esteemed, we need to compensate them in a way that shows that they're esteemed.
He says another challenge for teachers is dealing with the mental health of their students when they come into the classroom, a problem that needs to be addressed at home. KSL News Time, 12:49. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Let's get the latest on those traffic problems, Ricky.
Little bit of a dust storm on I-80 from the debris that we have. A KSL traffic trooper first alerted us to this westbound I-80 near 7th East, but now we have crews on the scene. They are blocking 2 left lanes of traffic, so you do have delays back to about 13th East. I-15 still in really good shape right now. No real issues there on the main flow. And the medical situation that we had at the bottom of the on-ramp from 4500 south to southbound I-15 has been cleared, and that ramp is now open. This is the place, Heritage Park, the place to learn, explore, and enjoy Utah history. Perfect for weddings, reunions, birthdays, celebrations of life, and more. Plan today at thisistheplace.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. 87 today with clouds increasing late. We'll go 82. That's all you get for a high on Tuesday. It'll feel quite nice. However, there might be an AM shower. Wednesday, 91, mostly sunny. We keep it mostly sunny and 93 on Thursday. Friday, partly cloudy, 92. Working into the weekend, we could see another influence from the tropics. We'll go for thunderstorms Saturday, Sunday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A lot of sunshine, and right now 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. The Dow up nearly 400 points at this hour. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
When words come out of our mouths and everything sounds fine, no one bats an eye. But if things come out a little jumbled or letters sound different than most, there's speech therapy. But did you know that speech therapy is used for more than just stuttering or disfluency? From articulation to expressive and receptive language to a simple act of swallowing that most of us take for granted, speech therapy can do amazing things for you, your health, and of course your sense of self. That's why Summit Speech Therapy is here. Summit Speech Therapy works with people of all ages, from infants and toddlers who have a difficult time feeding or eating, TBI, stroke, or coma patients, to children and adults with speech problems. So much of it is all related, and Summit Speech Therapy can help. Summit works with all insurance companies as well as private pay options, and the experience can be life-changing. With clinics up and down the Wasatch Front, including Murray, with no long waiting for an appointment. For more, visit summitslp.com. That's summitslp.com.
Power outages happen year-round, and they're always unexpected. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and some people have medical equipment that needs to stay on, or maybe you don't want the hundreds of dollars of food in the freezer to spoil. Regardless of the reasons, Any Hour Services can help with a backup generator. Now, a lot of people think that backup generators cost thousands of dollars, but we have packages that'll run the essentials and start at less than $2,500. That includes the generator, the connections from the generator to the house, and the installation. We also carry and install larger generators that can run the whole house and kick on automatically when the power goes out. Of course, those cost more, but if you call right now, you can save $1,000 on any standby generator purchase over 9,000 watts. A licensed electrician from Any Hour Services will walk you through the process and show you what options are available. And if you need it, we have flexible financing options available, even if you've been told no in the past. To schedule a free estimate, call Any Hour Services today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Put your wheels in motion to cure cystic fibrosis. CF Cycle for Life is a premier charity ride with all the support and stocked rest stops to provide an enjoyable, safe ride. Join us in Summit County, Saturday, August 26th, with scenic route options from 10 to 100 miles. Register for $65 with code CYCLE23. Search CF Cycle for Life Utah for details or call Aaron at the CF Foundation at 801-410-7266.
Hi, I'm Heather Kelly with KSL News Radio. On my podcast, Money Making Sense, I talk about all things money on a personal level. If you're struggling to make ends meet, my guests and I will provide tips to help keep more of your income in your wallet. Sometimes that means changing your behavior about money for yourself and within your relationships. Money Making Sense also offers advice on how to save for retirement, traveling on a budget, and lots of tax tips. Follow Money Making Sense for free on KSLpodcast.com and wherever you get your favorite podcast.
KSL News Time 12:54. A flight is a ruin because of a bruin.
Flight delays are usually blamed on mechanical or weather-related issues, but have you ever heard of a plane being grounded because of a bear on board? Well, that's what happened on an Iraqi Airways flight that was trying to take off from Dubai Airport and was heading to Baghdad. The bear was being transported to Iraq, but reportedly escaped from its crate in the cargo hold. Video on social media shows the captain apologizing to the passengers on board for the delay. Experts swooped in to sedate the bear and take it back to its crate. Perhaps it was the bare necessities that made him do it. Lama Hassan, ABC News, London.
Terrifying. KSL News Time 12:55. Watching Utah's money. First-time homebuyers need to earn nearly $65,000 to be able to afford a starter home. Now, this shows a 13% increase in prices from last year and more than 45% since before the pandemic. A recent study shows that people in good moods are more likely to donate to charity rather than feeling good because they donated. Charities believe that donors are happy when they know and support the mission of that charity. The roof of the Salt Lake City Library will undergo waterproofing renovations. Salt Lake's main library is only 20 years old, but has had leaking issues since construction finished. Now, the new renovations will be finished by the fall of 2024. And watching Utah's money, the Dow is up by nearly 400 points, up 396. That's more than a full percent, sitting at 35,462. S&P is up by 34, and the NASDAQ up by 51 points. Salt Lake City officials say the popular 9th and 9th intersection will be closed for a month starting today. Now, the city is looking to restore the 9-line trail, which is a 3-mile walking and biking path that runs along 9th South from Lincoln Street to 900 West. Local traffic is still welcome, but the through traffic will have to take a detour. We'll update your drive coming up next. KSL News Time, 12:56.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine what could relief from IBS-C mean for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, this is Doug Wright here with another experiment you can try at home regarding water. You can take 4 bags of water softener salt, Lift 3 of the bags with one hand and 1 bag with your other hand. Yeah, I know. Now, if you're like most people, you'll probably find that 3 bags of salt weigh about 3 times as much as the 1 bag of salt. And that's an important thing to bear in mind when you're shopping for a water softener. You see, in our home, we have Kinetico, and the Kinetico water softeners are so well designed, they use only 1 bag of salt for every 3 bags that other water softeners use. Now, I can speak to this because we have had a Kinetico soft water system now in 2 different homes, and I'm not a fan of lifting those bags of salt. This is just one of the many reasons you really should look into Kinetico. Their number is 801-576-8600 or go to softwaterutah.com.
At KSL News Radio, we have a 30-year legacy of honoring Utah teachers, but we can't do it without your help. Please tell us about an important teacher in your life on the KSL Teacher Tribute Wall, presented by Cypress Credit Union. Each month, one lucky teacher wins a $500 gift card from Cypress Credit Union, a $250 gift card to Harmon's, plus season tickets to Hale Center Theater. Say thanks to your teacher today at kslnewsradio.com/teacher from Cypress Credit Union and KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 12:59. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. What's happening, Ricky?
A little bit of backup due to debris in the road and a dust storm westbound I-80 at 7th East. Left lanes blocked, so you're going to see backups to about 1300 East. We have a new accident in Utah County. This crash is Highway 189 Provo Canyon. This is as you're passing the Alpine Loop Road. It's out of traffic on the shoulder, so no backups. Exceptional food, service, and ambiance is the Five Alls Restaurant. 5 courses, 5 stars, and dozens of anniversaries, engagements, and special occasions are celebrated at Five Alls. Visit fivealls.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
And taking a look at the forecast for the Wasatch Front. Looks like we're going to be in the 80s for the first couple of days, and then we're up to 90 degrees by Wednesday. Right now, 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City.
Administration, a women's mental health psychiatric nurse practitioner, Elise Jones, says around 5,000 women in Utah experience postpartum depression every year, and this drug gives them hope.
Most of the meds we have, we tell patients, like, hopefully it starts working in 2 weeks, but really you need to wait 4 to 6 weeks to see how it's working for you. So it's exciting that this med is having improvement within days.
The pill is taken at night for 14 days. It was not tested in women who are breastfeeding. Jones says those women could still pump and then discard the breast milk for the time that they're taking that medication. A naturally caused fire burning around 250 acres about 11 miles southeast of Beaver. Fire officials say the Thompson Ridge fire started from a lightning strike, right now 0% contained. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. A firefighting helicopter crashed Sunday night in Southern California. 3 people aboard were killed. ABC's Alex Stone reports it had collided with another helicopter.
The 2 helicopters were working a relatively small wildfire in Riverside County. Somehow the water-dropping helicopter and an observation chopper with 3 people on board hit in the air. The water-dropping helicopter was able to land safely. The observation chopper went down, breaking apart as it hit the ground. The pilot and 2 CAL FIRE leaders on board were killed. CAL FIRE Chief David Fulcher.
We have lost 3 great individuals. 3 fathers, 3 husbands, 3 friends.
The FAA, NTSB, and CAL FIRE are now investigating. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up 410 points on the day right now. The NASDAQ up about 61 points. And our KSL weather, sunshine through the day, maybe a little bit of rain tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 102.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Social Security is with you through life's journey from birth to retirement. As your life changes year to year, so do your needs. For over 80 years, Social Security has helped to meet your needs and is committed to improving access to the services that make a difference in your life. Today, you can verify your earnings, estimate your future benefits, apply for retirement, manage your benefits, and even change your address, all from the comfort of your home. Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Mom and Dad used to argue about everything, especially about Dad's drinking. It drove me crazy. It got so bad, I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. I absolutely refused to let any of my friends come to our house for any reason. I would have been humiliated if anyone found out how much my dad drank and how loud my mom screamed at him. My family went from totally crazy to quiet, calm, and even peaceful. The only thing that happened is my mom started going to Al-Anon family groups. Her relationship with my dad really changed. I asked Mom if she would take me to her Al-Anon meetings or to Alateen. I wanted to see if I could have a better relationship with my dad. I'm sure glad I did. If someone's drinking troubling you, you might be surprised at what you can learn in an Al-Anon or Alateen family group from people just like you. Call 1-888-4-ALANON or go to alanon.org.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
Debris still causing delays. If you're traveling westbound I-80 at 7th East, 2 left lanes are blocked, and that's backing traffic past 13th East now. We also have a new accident southbound I-15 in Glover Lane in Davis County. It's been moved to the shoulder. Did you miss the last sale? I know it's on your list, so don't miss this one. Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Right now, it's just $25 per room. Minimum supply. Discounted pricing ends tomorrow. Schedule online at zerores.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow. We could see some showers tomorrow morning. Then it'll warm up to the 90s midweek with more storms expected by the weekend. Right now, 82 degrees and sunny at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
We are just 16 days away from the first Republican presidential debate, and as we get a little closer to that, things are starting to heat up in terms of the back and forth, a little bit of rhetoric, a little bit of positioning going on, and we're watching all the campaigns as they try to both qualify for the debate stage and then be prepared to actually say something that will matter. One of those who has been in the fray and who's many have questioned whether he would actually qualify to be on the debate stage is former Vice President Mike Pence. He has a few things to say with new indictments coming on his former boss and former President Donald Trump. The question is, will this be enough to catapult him in the Republican primary? Let's begin.
Think you know the news of the day? Think again with Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
So as always, we want to get past just the headlines of it all, the horse race, the national polls. We want to get to what's happening on the ground, what candidates are actually doing from a strategy standpoint in terms of their messaging, and how that might impact you and who you're voting for, and what things might shape up to be as we get into the 2024 mix. So former Vice President Mike Pence has really been picking up the pace with his campaign, trying to qualify for that debate stage. It looks like he will be on the stage. He's qualified in terms of the polling requirements, and I suspect he will probably make the donor requirement. Remember, you have to have 40,000 unique donors in your campaign to qualify for the August 23rd debate, Republican candidates in Milwaukee. So he took to the airwaves over the weekend. The former vice president sat down on Face the Nation, and he talked about some of the things that he's going to need to do and what should be done as it relates to the former president. Of course, one of the biggest issues that the former vice president is always asked about is dealing with January 6th and new indictments against the former president. Vice President Pence made it very clear throughout the interview on Face the Nation over the weekend that he made the right decision in terms of what his role, what his responsibility, what his powers were when the votes were counted on January 6th.
President Trump was wrong. He was wrong then, he's wrong now. I had no right to overturn the election. And more and more Americans are coming up to me every day and recognizing that. And for my part, I'm running for president in part because frankly, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution that day, but I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
I think it's an important message coming from the former vice president. He has repeatedly been on this theme, especially of late, saying, look, the former President Trump asked the vice president to choose Trump over the Constitution. And Mr. Pence said, I won't do that. And he didn't do that. And the reality was he never had the power to do anything but count the votes. That is the role of the vice president. It is mostly a ceremonial duty. And so a lot of the clamor and the chatter and a lot of the things that the former president were trying to stir up were just things that weren't in reality when it comes to law and the Constitution. And Mr. Pence understood that. He stuck to that. And I think he's going to continue to tell that story. And I think there is more story to come as that continues to roll on. Now, it was interesting. The former vice president also brought up some of his concerns with the politicization of the Justice Department, saying that that is a challenge in our country because it undermines trust in the system. And he says he plans on fixing that if he becomes the next president.
I don't want to prejudge this indictment. I don't know whether the government has the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to support this case. The president's entitled to the presumption of innocence, but my concern about politicization at the Justice Department is the reason why I tell people everywhere I go, if I'm the next president of the United States, we're going to clean house at the Justice Department. We're going to appoint men and women at the highest levels in the Justice Department in this country that will restore the confidence of the American people in equal treatment under the law.
Now, I do think that the former vice president did point out some important things in that. Many people have been trying to make this a false choice narrative. You're either on the side of Mr. Trump or you're on the side of the department, and that there's nothing in between. And I think what the vice president is saying is look, weaponizing the Justice Department is a problem. It's been a problem under both Democrats and Republicans. And the biggest problem with all of that is that it creates distrust or undermines the confidence of the American people in institutions of government. And that is a vital thing. When I sat down with the former vice president about a month ago, when he visited here in the state of Utah, we talked about this very thing, that we have to have both transparency and we have to have that authenticity and accountability so that we can restore trust to those institutions. And that is not a left, right, Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal issue. It's an American issue, and it's one we all should be concerned about. And I actually think the vice president is right on this point, that this is something that has to be tackled. The president of the country needs to lead out in this to make sure that we continue to have confidence in the process and in the institutions of government. I think that was an important part. Now, shifting his attention to the political race, he talked about the fact that for the Republicans, the main focus should not be on the former president, but should be on how the current president, the Biden administration, is dealing with our economy and our country.
This election is going to be a referendum on Joe Biden. This election needs to be a referendum on the failed policies of the Biden administration that have weakened America at home and abroad. And I'm confident that Republican primary voters here in the first in the nation primary state are going to give us a standard bearer that'll focus this election on the failed policies of Joe Biden and the Democrats in Washington. And they're going to carry us to a historic victory in 2024.
So that's the politics of it all. That is the left-right component, Democrat versus Republican, and that does exist, and that's part of the reality of a campaign. And so I think the vice president, of course, saying, hey, let's not have so much of this attention on just indictments. Let's talk about governing. Let's talk about the current occupant of the White House and how that administration is governing or not governing, and have that debate and conversation. I think that is the one the American people want. As I talk to both my Democratic and Republican friends, I don't hear a whole lot of people anywhere in the country who are either really following what's going on with the indictments with the former president, or that are following what's going on with Hunter Biden. People are just like, can we get to jobs in the economy? Can we deal with inflation? Can we talk about what's going on around my kitchen table? That seems to be the more important issue. And I think that's what the former vice president is talking about there. Finally, he was asked about that important qualification for the debate. Again, remember, the first debate is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for the Republicans on August 23rd. Here's his response.
We obviously already qualify easily by the polling numbers, but I think the American people want to see the most experienced and proven conservative on that stage. And frankly, I'm looking forward to the debate, not just with my former running mate, but with others in this party who are walking away from America's historic commitment as leader of the free world, walking away from a commitment of fiscal responsibility and growth, and even walking away from our commitment to the right to life. I'm an old Reagan conservative from way back, and I promise you that when we're on that stage, we're going to take the case for that broad mainstream conservative agenda that's led our party to victory and our country to great prosperity and security in years past, and will again in the years ahead.
That's former Vice President Mike Pence wrapping up some flurry of media activity over the weekend. That was on Face the Nation. And he has a very interesting role in the Republican Party. Whether or not he can become the nominee will be interesting. He is a little bit between a rock and a hard space in terms of those that are still supporting former President Trump, those who are looking for something new. I think the real key for the former vice president is, will people see what he did as heroic, as taking courage, as sticking with and protecting and defending the Constitution? And do they see him as a leader with morals and integrity? Because more and more that seems to be seeping into the conversation with the American people, left and right, is that they do want someone who's just going to be honest, who's going to be straight up, and who's going to focus on executing the executive branch job of being the president.
Think again on Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. It's a rare visit
Governor Cox says he wants to meet with President Biden.
from a sitting U.S. president.
It is customary, especially if it's someone from the opposite political party.
Follow President Biden's stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
Come celebrate 55 years of camping adventure with Motorsportsland during our 55-year anniversary celebration. Save thousands with better-than-show pricing on all motorhomes, travel trailers, fifth wheels, folding trailers, and toy haulers. Not good enough? We also have over 100 new RVs at used RV pricing while inventory lasts. To make it even better, we've arranged special anniversary financing rates exclusively at Motorsportsland. Come into any of our 3 locations in Mill Creek, Salt Lake, or Spanish Fork for huge savings on the best RV brands, financing, parts, and camping accessories. But that's not all. Check us out on social media for giveaways, flash deals, and more. Don't miss Motorsportsland's 55-year anniversary, where savings are everywhere and adventure awaits. Hurry in today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
This week's movie show brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical. Get a free sleep screening and a free sleep consultation by tuning in on Friday morning. Sound Sleep Medical with 7 locations in Utah.
If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Even though that's an old adage, it's still very true today. And it's especially true of your old 401k. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, asking you to get that old 401k in sight and out of the company you no longer work for. But don't roll it into your new 401k. That could be one of the worst things you do. Of course that's easy. But when has the easiest way ever been the best way? Instead, call Trajan Wealth and learn about all of your options, including a way to earn an upfront bonus of up to 25% for your future income just for rolling it over. That's right. You could earn up to a 25% bonus for your retirement income just for rolling that 401k over with Trajan Wealth. Don't roll that 401k into your new company plan. Don't do it without calling Trajan Wealth first. Call 801-899-7600 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
With the economy the way it is, you're probably staying put. So invest in your home, your number one asset, with beautiful custom replacement windows from Advanced Window Products. They're a local Utah company building beautiful vinyl framed and insulated double pane windows for 37 years right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products will save you money on your energy bill. Get security features to keep your family safe. And at Advanced Window Products, it's all custom. And the best part? They're local. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. So there's no middleman markup. You save on the highest quality windows in Utah. Plus, Rocky Mountain and Dominion offer rebates. For a limited time, they offer 60-month 0% financing. And right now, get $2,000 off 10 windows or more. They're working 8 weeks out. So make the call now. Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 or visit AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
Any Hour Services can make sure your AC keeps you cool this summer. Whether you need a tune-up, repair, or just a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit AnyHourServices.com.
If you're struggling with your mortgage, there's a free government program that offers expert one-on-one advice about your mortgage options. Call 1-888-995-HOPE or visit MakingHomeAffordable.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, there's a new drug available to help new mothers who experience postpartum depression. Second, firefighters are working on a 250-acre wildfire in southern Utah. And third, a couple of firefighting helicopters apparently collided while they were working on a fire in Southern California. 3 people aboard one of the choppers were killed. 82 degrees and sunny right now in Salt Lake City. Back to Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Hear elevated conversation on crucial issues. Boyd Matheson on Inside Sources.
Well, Iran has been harassing private commercial tanker ships as they cross the Strait of Hormuz, an area of ocean near Iran that is critical to trading and shipping. As these provocations have continued, the Pentagon has decided to send U.S. Marines to stand guard on these ships in a move of clear escalation in terms of the conflict there with Iran. So the question then is, what could happen while our troops are on these ships? What's the strategy behind this? Where are we on the ratcheting up scale when it comes to this interaction? And really pleased to have joining us on the line today, Dan Lamothe, of course, a journalist who covers developments in the U.S. military for the Washington Post, and a great piece in the Post today. Dan, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So for our listeners, give us a little lay of the land, or the lay of the sea, I guess we should actually say, in terms of what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, what has been going on, causing this escalation, then we'll get into some of the strategy from there.
Sure, and it can weigh in a bit. It's like again, been a couple of years, I guess, but I was actually out there with the Navy a couple of years back and saw some of this kind of preparations and discussion firsthand then. What we're looking at now is basically after a series of tanker seizures by the Iranian military, there's discussion of how do you protect these commercial vessels and what do you do to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz, which is a relatively narrow seaway right off the coast of Iran, stays open for commercial traffic so you don't dramatically alter the oil for the entire planet.
Yeah.
So the Pentagon's looking at, and it's not a done deal, but it's very close, is what I'm told, looking at putting Marines on ships by the invitation of these countries and these companies. Unclear how many, Unclear exactly what their rules of engagement would be or anything like that. But the idea is that you're now at least creating a deterrent factor, something that would maybe make the Iranian military think twice from actually taking over these vessels and forcing them to then go to port in Iran.
Yeah, and so let's dig into that just a little bit. And really curious your experience when you were over there, recognizing that a good 20% of the world's crude oil is moving through that waterway. That really would power things down if that were to become not navigable anymore. And so as you looked at that, as you experienced that when you were out there, what does that look like? What kinds of harassment are we continuing to see, and how has that been ratcheting up?
One of the most common ways that this harassment occurs is Iran relies heavily on these small fast boats, basically large speedboats, and they launch them in groups, 2, 3, 5, even a dozen at a time, which makes it very difficult for a vessel larger and slower to get away.
Yeah.
So one of the things I witnessed was the U.S. Navy preparing for that sort of harassment by using some of their own fast boats. To kind of, distract. And then there's the discussion of what do you do to signal to them? What do you do to try and force them away from you? What do you do to try to make sure there's no collisions at sea? And these are all the sorts of things that have continued to come up for these commercial mariners really before and ever since.
Some of your reporting today in the Washington Post talking about what is that next step? Is it putting U.S. Marines on that? You mentioned in your piece in the Post that there is some buy-in from some senior administration officials that could come as early as this month. What are you hearing? What are you sensing? What do you think is next in that process?
So the Marines that would be involved have already arrived in the region. Some of them went by plane and arrived a couple weeks ago, and we're doing training in Bahrain, a country that is relatively friendly to the United States that's in the same region. The rest of those Marines and sailors in the unit most directly involved arrived by sea in the Red Sea after going through the Suez Canal yesterday. So they're now kind of in the region as well. And the idea is, how do you make this useful? How do you keep the United States out of direct conflict, but at the same time, when Iran is actually opening fire on commercial vessels the way they did last month, what do you do to deter this? If you're a Marine aboard, do you have the authority to shoot warning shouts back? Do you have the authority to shoot back at the Iranian hulls the way that they have been hitting at least one commercial vessel of late? What I'm told is that a specific incident in which several shots were actually fired into a ship in June really kind of changed the game here in terms of what U.S. officials are willing to entertain, that they see this as volatile, unstable, and they need to do something to kind of push this back to where this was a couple of years ago, where you were kind of in between these spates of violence and just provocative behavior that can really get quite dangerous.
Yeah. I think when it goes from just being an annoyance to being a direct threat or being really dangerous that way, I think that is the tipping point for sure. You mentioned earlier, Dan, I want to go back to this. Got my noodle thinking there a little bit. You mentioned that these Marines could be placed on these vessels if requested by either the countries or by these specific companies. Explain that just a little bit for us.
Yeah, the idea is that you can't just put American troops on a private company's oil tanker just because you think it's a good idea. You need buy-in from those organizations in order to do it. There's a fair discussion, I think, to be had here of whether or not the U.S. military should be protecting a foreign vessel.
Right.
That is an absolutely fair policy discussion that the United States apparently is having and probably should be having if they're going to be entertaining these ideas. These vessels also could be protected with private security of some kind. To me, it's unclear what the options on the table are, what these companies have entertained as options. I think from the Navy perspective and the Marine Corps perspective, the idea is in part, if they don't do something to try and prevent this from happening. They're dealing with the fallout anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. And so as you look at how the diplomatic side of all of this goes, are there any channels opening up? Is there any discussion happening between the U.S. and Iranian officials, or are they just kind of in a, hey, this is our territory? What does it seem to be in terms of the conversation?
On the public side, the recent steps that the United States military has taken, which includes putting additional fighter jets in the region, that these Marine Corps deployments, some attack jets, just a variety of different military deployments that have all been linked by the U.S. government to this. Basically, this spate of recent provocation has prompted the United States to drop XYZ in the region. And a bit of a finger wag, you shouldn't be doing this, Iran kind of idea.
Yeah.
I can't speak for what the private side of this conversation looks like. I just know that there's been these cycles going back some years, some decades in some ways.
Yeah.
And at the moment, we're back to a prickly time, more prickly than we've probably seen since the Trump administration, when you actually had ballistic missiles being launched at U.S. military positions in Iraq.
Yeah. Great insight as always. Dan Lamothe, journalist, covers developments in the U.S. military for the Washington Post. Again, this is an important one. You may think, well, what do I need to worry about the Straits of Hormuz today? 20% of the world's oil is going through there. Impacts all of us, impacts us everywhere. Important insight, great perspective, and great writing as always. Dan, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a bottom of the hour news break, but when we come back, President Biden is betting on Bidenomics to carry him to another term in the White House. The question is, are voters as excited about Bidenomics as some in the administration are? We're going to break that down, and of course, President Biden will be here in the state of Utah later this week talking about Bidenomics. We'll see if it's flying, if it floats, and if it'll take him to another term. We'll be right back.
It's 1:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. The summer heat hasn't been as rough on Lake Powell's water levels this year. Utah's Colorado River Commissioner Gene Shawcroft says the Ailing Reservoir rose 65 feet with this year's record runoff, but conservation is still needed to preserve the reservoir's long-term health.
Even though we've had an extremely wet year and the snowpack was wonderful and the runoff was wonderful, that does not mean we need to take our foot off the gas pedal.
The reservoir hit a record low of 22% full earlier this year. The new water has only brought it up to about 40% right now. Provo police urging people to be cautious of rental scams. This is after a woman emailed someone she thought was the owner of a home for rent on Facebook, only to learn from the real owner the post was a fake. She lost $2,000 to the scammers, and she's not alone. The police sergeant tells KSL.com 2 big red flags to look out for is if you're asked to pay with a gift card or if the person says they'll mail you the key after your payment. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The 2022 World Series winners, the Houston Astros, visited the White House today. President Joe Biden congratulated them not just for winning the title, but for their support of the community in Uvalde, Texas.
The community was devastated. You guys did, my dad just say, half a win and showing up. You showed up. You spent time with surviving students. You gave them hope. You played ball in the park with them. You signed jerseys with their names, and the children never lost on it.
The president also congratulated the Astros' 74-year-old manager, Dusty Baker, saying he knows something about when people say you're past your prime. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up 360 points on a strong day. The NASDAQ is up about 48 points right now. And our KSL weather, sunshine through the rest of the day, possible shower tomorrow. That's next. KSL News Time, 1:31.
One of the best ways to find out about 3-Day Kitchen and Bath is actually to hear the results for yourself. On the phone with us is Wendy in Darwin. Wendy, you got a brand new bathroom.
I do, and it's beautiful.
Are you loving it?
I am absolutely loving it.
Okay, tell me about your bathroom.
It went from a dark room that felt like an absolute cave when I walked into it to a bright, airy, opened the space up. I mean, I don't know what else. It's just absolutely wonderful.
So it's just She's almost speechless. So, Darwin, tell me about all the man stuff. How did it work? The quality, the convenience. How did they do?
Excellent. We contacted 3-Day Bath, and they got back to us the next day. The communication was excellent. They were on time in all their promises, and it's beautiful. It's a great bathroom.
Would you do it again?
Oh, absolutely.
For more about your new kitchen or bath, visit 3daykitchenutah.com.
3-Day Kitchen and Bath.
Dad, I don't feel good.
I'll grab the Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey.
Isn't DayQuil just for parents?
Actually, Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey is just for kids, specially designed to treat kids' most bothersome cold symptoms quickly with a honeylicious tasting flavor kids like.
You know what else kids like?
DayQuil Kids Honey first, then video games.
Deal.
Vicks DayQuil Kids Honey. The kids' honeylicious daytime coughing, congestion, stuffy head, stuffy nose medicine. Safe for ages 6+.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the potty, this is supposed to roll it back, everybody. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. The crib is always stocked. It's our party vibe.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Suicide claims the lives of 800,000 beautiful souls each year, making it the second leading cause of death worldwide for teens and young adults. But we have the power to change that. Go to promisetolive.org right now and promise that if you're ever feeling sad, depressed, hopeless, or suicidal, that you'll reach out to a friend, family member, 988, or another resource. Studies show if you make a promise ahead of time, you're 60 to 80% more likely to keep it. Once you make the promise, please click share to help stop the stigma and save lives.
The name's Osborne, Josh Osborne, and I'm so excited to announce our 00 summer sale here at Volkswagen Southtown.
Summers are for thrills, chills, and hot deals. Get a new high-tech VW for nothing down and no payments for 90 days. Our 00 agents are standing by to make sure you pay nothing down and have no payments for 3 months, so you can achieve your top secret mission this summer.
Come see why we're Utah's #1 Volkswagen dealer. Get to VWSouthtown.com.
2022 VW rankings. Financing through VCI on select models OAC. See dealer for details.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
On KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
Crews still on the scene, sweeping up this dust storm of debris on the road westbound I-80 at 7th East. They're still blocking a left lane of traffic, and that is what's causing the backups almost to Foothill. Fill up your bucket list in Box Elder County. History, recreation, and wildlife, along with excellent dining and shopping, await you. Find out more at visitboxeldercounty.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, it's going to be sunny for the rest of the day. Tomorrow we could see a shower, then it warms into the 90s, and possible storms by the time we get to the weekend. Right now, 84 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson. On Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources. On KSL News Radio.
Well, we're only about 60 days into President Joe Biden coining the term Bidenomics to explain his economic philosophy for the country. The question is, of course, it's early in a branding debut, of course, but it doesn't seem that the American people are quite buying what he's selling at this point. Meanwhile, the White House is defending the plan, saying time's going to catch up. This is a slow process, and they're continuing to beat that drum. The question really remains, is Bidenomics really working, and will it work as both a communication and campaign strategy as well as economic policy? And to help us break all of that down, we're really thrilled to have back on the program once again Jennifer Havercorn, White House reporter for Politico. And great piece as always in Politico today, Jennifer, talking about how the White House is playing it cool as Bidenomics is still kind of struggling to catch on. Give us the lay of the land.
Hi, Boyd. Great to be with you. Yeah, so we've heard a lot about Bidenomics. It's all the White House really seems to be able to talk about, this economic agenda that the president and Democrats on Capitol Hill got through Congress in the last 2 years. And the problem, though, is that most Americans don't feel great about the economy right now. The polls show that people feel like they're seeing higher prices at the grocery store. They don't feel like the economy is improving from like the worst of the pandemic days. And so the White House, the president has to run on the economy. Most reelection campaigns are won and lost on how people feel about the economy. So what the White House is trying to do, or what they're saying right now is, they feel like the economy is going to be better. People are going to feel better about the economy in a couple months, so they feel like people are going to feel better about Bidenomics, and that's what they're hanging their hat on as they look toward 2024.
I always think that's such an interesting debate in terms of a branding and a messaging strategy. So on one hand, they're kind of using the old Wayne Gretzky, as you pointed out in your piece, skate to where the puck is going, not where it is. So there's part that are saying that, part that are saying, wait a minute, we're risking our credibility because what we're touting and promoting isn't congruent with what the American people are feeling or what they're living around the kitchen table. And so as you look at that, Jennifer, obviously those are the big risks in a campaign. Are you preparing someone for some good news down the path, or are you losing credibility because what you're sharing is not congruent with what they're living?
Yeah, and it's really tough in that regard, because the bet that the White House is making is that next year the economy is going to be so good that President Biden is going to want his name on it. He's going to want people to know that this is a Biden economy. So they quite literally put his name on it, right? And if the economy is good next year, and more importantly, if people feel good about the economy next year, that bet is probably going to pay off for the president in his reelection. And of course, the downside isn't hard to imagine. If people don't feel good about the economy next year, if they don't feel like their wages are rising at work, if they don't feel like prices at the grocery store are going down, they're going to the economy is going to be even more closely tied to the president because, again, his name is going to be on it. So it is a risky gamble. At the same time, as I mentioned, a president always wins and loses based on how people feel about the economy, or I should say very often. So there's something to be made of if he's going to live and die on how people feel about the economy anyway, why not put our name on it? And boast about it, kind of make people think, oh, well, if he's putting his name on it, it must be good.
It must be good. Yeah. It's a fascinating thing. And I would love to be a fly on the wall in those discussions inside the administration and the campaign team, because I would love to see how they navigated the risk-reward potential for all of that. As part of this, and going back to what you just mentioned, really taking it on the road, really owning it. And this is I'm calling this the Rose Garden strategy on the road, where literally the whole cabinet is being deployed across the country. Of course, the president's even coming here to Salt Lake City to talk about it as he comes out to the West, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah this week. And so that's a real that's all in my perspective. How do you see that playing out, and what do you expect to see as these cabinet officials are kind of branching out across the country, telling the same story, tying the administration to the economy?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of it. As you mentioned, the president's on that West Coast swing. He's about to leave, and we're going to see even more travel from the president and from cabinet officials. I traveled with the Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, in June when she went to the South, where she was talking about the electric vehicle innovations that one of these laws in Bidenomics is supposed to spur. And they're doing the exact same thing. They want people to hear about the pieces of these laws. In that case, it was this drive for more electric vehicle development and electric vehicle charging stations across the country, because they want people to associate the best parts of these laws with Bidenomics. And so I think we're going to continue to see even more of that throughout the summer. We're going to see more travel from the president because they feel the White House feels like one of the best moments to let people know about the laws when it's on their local TV station, their local radio stations. I'm sure that the Salt Lake media market is going to be inundated when the president is in town later this week to talk about the PACT Act. And they feel like when people see that on their local stations, they're more apt to read about it and to internalize it.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how that will all play out. And one of the other things that you spent some time on in your piece today, just talking about the numbers, and we often talk about the numbers. They are snapshots. They are little glimpses of moments in times. And in a lot of cases, especially when it comes to this kind of feeling within the country, I think the administration is struggling because the country's just not quite feeling it the way the administration is. But the polls do tend to be kind of a lagging indicator, not a leading indicator in many of these. And so how's the administration navigating that, again, kind of taking that all-in gamble in terms of, hey, we think this is all moving and we think the sentiment of the country will follow?
Yeah, and that's exactly one of the points that administration officials are trying to make, is that we have all of these indicators that suggest the economy is strong, right? Inflation is slowing, businesses are investing, consumer confidence is at a 2-year high, unemployment is falling. So those are all things that suggest people should feel good about the economy. The point that the administration is making, and again, this could all be spin, we don't know yet, is that people are, we've had a tough couple of years as a country, the pandemic, that inflation that we talked about, and it's kind of a hangover effect in that we're still kind of living in that moment where the economy was a couple months ago, which was not great. So they're saying that these two things, if you think about the statistics and the way people feel as two separate tracks, those tracks are eventually going to merge, and people are going to feel as good as the statistics suggest. Of course, like I said, this could be spin. No one can predict the future. We don't know if people are going to start suddenly feeling better about the economy, but they're hoping that those hard statistics will kind of catch up. And, I was talking to one member of Congress who is making essentially the same point. And they're saying, look, people are going to the Barbie movie. They're going to Oppenheimer. The passport offices are full because people want to travel, so they're trying to get their passport. And, Taylor Swift goes on the road, and she, there's an economic boom in a city when when her concert's in town. So that member of Congress was making the point that people are spending money. If they're spending money, it feels like they have more disposable income. So that suggests economic recovery as well.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff. Great insight, as always. Jennifer Haberkorn, White House reporter for Politico. Great piece. You should check that out at Politico.com today. Jennifer, great breaking down of what this is, what this isn't, and what it might be as we move towards 2024. Great perspective, as always. Thanks for joining us today.
It's great to talk with you.
All right. We'll go ahead and step aside for a quick break. And much more Inside Sources coming up next on KSL News Radio. Stick around.
Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room. There's nothing better than being out and about with the family, except for maybe coming home to a clean and residue-free home. The Zero Res cleaning process has been proven to remove more dirt, dust, and allergens than the other guys. Plus, the no residue cleaning means your carpets will stay cleaner longer. Today and tomorrow only, schedule your Zero Res carpet cleaning and pay just $25 per room cleaned, 4-room minimum, but there are no maximums. So yes, even big families with big homes, this one's for you too. Carpet cleaning for just $25 per room, only at Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. I'm sure it's been on your mind. Schedule today and save some money while you're at it. Sale ends Tuesday. Nephi to Orem, everyone can schedule online at ZeroRes.com. ZeroRes.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I've worked hard to get where I am. I don't cut corners. I see opportunity and make the most of it. And I'm celebrating that success in style by heading to Jerry Seiner Cadillac to get the car I've been working for. They have new XT4, 5, and 6 models in stock and the area's largest selection of certified pre-owned vehicles. I've put in the work and I've earned the luxury that only comes with a Cadillac. If you have too, then it's time to visit Jerry Seiner and experience the Seiner difference.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KSL Broadcast Group contests are open to participants 13 years of age and older that are residents of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, or other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest may not enter. Persons who have won in the last 90 days from the station contest or event are not eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslnewsradio.com.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, Lake Powell is coming through this summer in much better shape than it was last year. Second, Provo police warning about rental scams. Third, the World Series champion Houston Astros recognized today at the White House for their support of the community in Uvalde, Texas. Right now, 84 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Boyd Matheson divides rage from reason on Inside Sources.
Last week we covered on our show how China's been investing a lot in soft power, using that cultural influence, trying to gain popularity and prominence, influence on the world stage. The question is that strategy really working for them? Despite the vast amounts of money they've been investing around the world, negative views on China in many countries are continuing to climb, not decline. So what does this mean in terms of China's competition with the United States? How does that all play out? We are really pleased to have joining us on the program today from the Wall Street Journal, Sadanand Dume, who writes a biweekly column on India and South Asia for the Wall Street Journal. He focuses on the region's politics, economics, and foreign policy. And welcome to the show.
Good to be on the show.
So I know we're probably one of the few radio programs in the world that talks about soft power a lot. We think it's an important part of diplomatic strategy. We think it's part in terms of foreign affairs. And you wrote really powerfully in the Wall Street Journal about the fact that China has invested heavily in this soft power, and yet they still seem to be coming up short. Give us the lay of the land.
Yeah, so, as you pointed out, the Chinese have been spending vast amounts of money on improving their soft power. Their soft power effort precedes the taking of office by Xi Jinping in 2013. But, but under Xi Jinping, they really doubled down on this. They are shoveling literally tens of billions of dollars into this effort to improve China's image, set a positive narrative about China in the world. Basically, it's propaganda. Obviously, it's a one-party state. And what I pointed out in my Wall Street Journal column is that this isn't working, because what's happened is that even though they have poured these vast amounts of resources into remaking China's image and improving China's image, if you look across much of the world, China's favorability ratings are at or near all-time lows in many, many countries. So, for example, if you look at much of Western Europe, if you look at places like India, you look at other places in many other places in Asia, including Japan, it's just people are just not buying it, and that's what I thought was interesting, particularly because if you go back and look at the scholarship on this subject from say about 15 years ago, everybody kind of assumed that as China grew richer, it was going to be able to exude more soft power, just kind of like Japan had before it and the South Koreans had. So people assumed that China would just be that much bigger. As it got richer, we were all going to be watching more Chinese movies and listening to more Chinese music and reading more Chinese novels and cheering more Chinese sports persons and so on. But in the end, none of that has happened.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting thing. So again, you go back to 2005, where China actually had a higher favorability rate, a positivity rate of over 50, with the U.S. only being at 38. And then you mentioned those numbers that have kind of flipped the script there just a little bit, despite all of that investment. I keep thinking back to Olympic Games and putting on that friendly face and trying to show the world that they're the same, that there's a lot of commonality. We also know there's been a lot of effort in places like the Middle East, trying to get the Chinese language spoken more and taught more in high schools and colleges and universities. Give us some perspective in terms of the other kinds of ways that China has been trying this soft power approach, and then we'll look at what actually comes next.
Yeah, so they have a few different things, right? So, for example, they have English language and other regional language programming, CGTN. They have a newspaper called Global Times. They have set up Confucius Institutes around the world, which are supposed to be kind of similar to similar to institutes set up by European countries to spread Chinese culture and language. We have a whole lot of Confucius Institutes in the U.S., in fact, set up by the Chinese. They have, in other ways, they've invested in the Belt and Road Initiative, and the idea there was to build infrastructure and win friends, particularly in the developing world, by building roads and ports and things like that. It's a very, very complex effort, which has not been lacking in resources at all.
Yeah, and as you look at that, we've talked about belts and roads. We've talked about kind of the charm offensive in terms of the cultural components, language components. We also know that China has been leaning in on the diplomatic front in some of those places in the Middle East in particular. Are any of those things allowing the Chinese to win friends and influence people?
Well, one thing is that it is true that the Pew survey, which I cited, it looks at 24 countries. And the amount of polling that Pew has done in the Middle East is actually pretty negligible. So my gut sense is that based on Pew data and based on other stuff that I've read, that the Chinese are particularly their favorability is particularly low in Western Europe, in parts of Asia. Basically, anyone who has a border with China is deeply mistrustful of them. That's true for Japan. That's true of India. Also, it's true of countries that they've bullied economically. So there you can put in countries like Australia, Sweden, South Korea, and others. So there are a lot of countries they've managed to rub the wrong way. In the Middle East and Africa, I think they, in fact, have probably made some headway.
Okay. And then final question for you, as we look at where are the opportunities for the United States, or where are the vulnerabilities for the United States as we look at what China continues to try to do around the world?
I think our opportunity and our big strength is that this is an open, democratic society. We talk about everything and we argue about everything, and we have programs such as yours, and you're not taking orders from some party high command. And so it's just impossible for a centralized one-party state to really be creative or charming in any way, or it's very, very difficult, compared to an open society in a democratic country. We do have vulnerabilities, though. I have to say that, some of the enthusiasm we see for trying to export some of these kind of woke ideas, particularly when it comes to things like gender and sexuality. The truth is they don't go down very well in many parts of the world. And I would say that as we deepen this contest with China, as there's other rising power in the world, we're going to have to be a little bit more careful, right? Because, maybe we don't necessarily need to be propagating exactly the same values when it comes to things like, rainbow flags. They may have their place here, but they may not have so much of a place in our diplomacy, for example, if we're trying to woo publics in Muslim countries. And I say this just as common sense, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to sort of, take a controversial position on domestic issues, but we used to understand this stuff. And I think that because we won so decisively over the Soviet Union, we stopped paying attention to it, because basically whatever we wanted to tell the world, everyone just had to listen, and they didn't have a choice. Now things are more complex, they're more competitive. So I think we just have to be a little bit more careful about exporting all our own culture wars, and recognize that some of the stuff that we're trying to export actually ends up hurting American soft power.
That is a brilliant analysis right there. And that, to me, is the ultimate takeaway, and a brilliant piece in the Wall Street Journal. Sedanand Dume writes a biweekly column on India and South Asia for the Wall Street Journal, focuses on the region's politics, economics, and foreign policy. And this is an important one. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll continue to follow this soft power, because I think you're right. The U.S. has to be careful to not make similar mistakes of trying to export everything, everywhere, all the time. We got to be a little more strategic on the soft power front. Thanks again for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, some great perspective there as it relates to soft power. And I think what Mr. Dume said was so important, that because we won against the Soviet Union so decisively, we felt we just could say whatever we want and kind of dictate the conversations around the world. That's a soft power mistake. You got to be more strategic in that, and we'll continue to have that conversation. But that wraps up hour number 1 of Inside Sources here on KSL News Radio. We'll step aside for some top of the hour news, but don't go anywhere. Exciting number 2 hour is coming up next. Stick around.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen on the KSL News Radio app and in your car at 102.7 FM. KSL News Radio, your all-day companion for news.
It's 2 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. The Utah State Board of Education has gotten rid of a rule that board members have to put disclaimers on their social media posts, even as one of their members is under board investigation for hers. Natalie Klein said requiring a disclaimer violates free speech.
To have such unconstitutional, oppressive, tyrannical rules where we are policing each other's speech. I just am starting to understand what it feels like to live in a communist country.
Others argued the disclaimer is needed because people can't tell the difference between a board position and somebody's personal opinion. In spite of the chaos surrounding the Pac-12, Utah is getting some love in the college football preseason coaches poll. Coaches around the country ranked the Utes at number 14 in the nation. USC was the highest-rated Pac-12 team at number 6. The top 3 ranked teams were two-time defending champion Georgia, followed by Michigan and Alabama. BYU did not make any of the top 25 spots. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Federal offices in Washington, D.C. closed early today because of severe weather threats. ABC's Andy Field has the latest.
The Weather Service putting D.C., Maryland, and Virginia on a rare tornado watch through the evening. That prompted the federal government to send most of its workers home mid-afternoon. Forecasters saying a few tornadoes are likely, with winds as high as 75 miles an hour, along with hail and flooding. The tornado watch also closing the National Zoo and Smithsonian museums.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up now 408 points as we approach the close of trading. The NASDAQ is up now 85. And we could see another rain shower tomorrow, but the rest of today looks sunny. That's next. KSL News Time, 2:02.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
You know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
Yeah, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, anything, you need to tell an adult, someone you know and trust. That can be hard, but speaking up about a problem is what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The race to replace Representative Chris Stewart is now a sprint to the September 5th primary.
Celeste Malloy is the Republican convention winner.
Also, Becky Edwards and Bruce Huff.
Come here for interviews with the nominees and details on upcoming debates. The race to replace. Tune in mornings and afternoons this week on KSL News Radio.
This summer, the political season heats up.
By August, it'll be time for debates. Can you believe it?
We're planning coverage of the real issues, the important stories that impact how we live.
Listen each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High Yield Savings Certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
All clear once again westbound I-80. All lanes are open from the earlier debris at 7th East, and the delays have cleared. We do have a small accident in Murray. This is I-215 South Belt, about 700 west as you're going westbound, but it's out of traffic on the shoulder. Did you miss the last sale? I know it's on your list, so don't miss this one. Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Right now, it's just $25 per room, minimum supply. Discounted pricing in. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow. We could see some showers tomorrow morning. It'll warm into the 90s midweek with more storms expected by the weekend. Right now, we're at 86 degrees, mostly sunny skies at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Your all-day companion for news.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
There's been a fascinating conversation and piece written in The Atlantic talking about why church attendance in America has been on the decline at a staggering rate. Jake Meter is the editor at the publication Mere Orthodoxy, and breaks down what this trend looks like. He goes to the research of several others, sociologists and other church leaders of different congregations, talking about why are we seeing fewer Americans attend church. So the question beyond the headlines, I think we sense that. The question is why, and more importantly, what do you do to change that, and how does that actually impact society? Let's begin.
Think you know the news of the day? Think again with Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
Jake, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be here.
And so let's start with some of your research for this piece in The Atlantic, talking about the fact that obviously church attendance is on the decline, church participation is on the decline in the country. Give us a sense of where we are first.
So the research actually isn't mine. It's from Jim Davis and Mike Graham's forthcoming book, The Great Dechurching. And so they worked with a religion sociologist named Ryan Berge, I hope I'm saying his name right, to do the largest ever study on people leaving church in America. And so what they found is they did a 3-phase study with over 7,000 respondents. And what they found is that we're passing through right now the most concentrated, fastest swing in church attendance in American history. And crucially, what's different is that unlike, say, the Great Awakening or the post-Civil War spike in church attendance or the post-World War II increase, this is going the opposite direction. So roughly 40 million Americans, which is about 12% of the population, have dechurched in the last 25 years.
Wow. And so let's talk about that in terms of implications and impact. You talk about it in terms of how it impacts community and society at large. Give us a sense of that.
Yeah, so there's a breakdown of connectedness and social life that follows from, I mean, it's not just dechurching that's driving this, but dechurching is one part of it. And you can even sometimes read people who have dechurched talk about this, where they'll talk about, I don't know who is going to bring the bad casserole over to feed our family after we have a baby, or I don't know who to call when I lose my job. There's just basic existential needs that all of us experience going through life, and we need other people to help us through those things. Like it's not actually possible to live a completely autonomous, detached life. You live in a house that you didn't build. You eat food you didn't grow. We have to have other people in our lives. But what happens in America today is that a lot of those dependencies are kind of made invisible to us because we just have this layer of money that basically is the relationship. And that works for feeding us. That works for providing a house. But then there's all these softer relational needs that exist beneath the surface that were also being fulfilled when we would build our house for somebody else, or we would grow some of our own food. We weren't doing those things alone. We were doing them with other people. And so the money has dislocated a lot of that labor and replaced it, but it hasn't replaced the connectedness that labor created.
That connective tissue is so vital, and I think that money component, we end up having more transactions than we have relations, and it's that simple thing of the young mother, with the baby, if it's colicky or sick, it used to be that you'd call Aunt Sally or you'd call your mom, and now you just pull up a YouTube video, or if you needed a cup of sugar, you went to the neighbor. Now you just punch it in, and Walmart or Costco delivers it for you. And so those transactions are working, but the relations are eroding.
Well, we had a really we were just on a vacation, and we were staying with some friends in Nashville. And these friends have been in the same neighborhood for a very long time. They know all their neighbors. They have family that live across the street. And there was this really interesting moment where we realized we had run out of diapers for our youngest, and we needed diapers. And so my wife just hopped in the car and drove to Walgreens. And then her friend came in the room and asked where my wife was. And I said, she just ran to Walgreens to get diapers because we're out. And she goes, I have a neighbor with a 2-year-old. We could have just gone and asked her.
Classic. Yeah.
And I was like, that's the divide there. Is do you have those relationships that allow you to make those requests, or do you not?
Yeah, so important. So I want to dig now into some of the things, again, coming out of this research and your analysis of that. Looking at what these researchers came up with. And to me, it's so interesting in terms of, why people are leaving, and there's the trusted institutions and there's scandals and there's those kinds of things. But the real nuts and bolts of that is that's really not the reason so many are de-churching or leaving congregations.
Right. So in the book, they break out the people who have left into 5 different groups, and each of those groups are driven by different things. And so I can't summarize the whole book in an interview, so it's worth just picking up the book to see the very specific analysis. But yeah, basically about a third of the evangelicals who have dechurched, which is about 4.5, 5 million people, which this is still an astronomical number, and so I don't want to downplay the problem. About a third of those folks have left because of abuse, corruption, hypocrisy within the church. And they've witnessed it, or they've been on the receiving end of it, and it's kind of destroyed their faith, and they leave. And those folks mostly aren't coming back. Or at least in the study, they do not report a willingness to come back. But about 2/3 of the evangelicals that have dechurched, which is like 8 or 9 million, they actually, like half to 2/3 of them say they'd be willing to come back. And when they talk about the reasons they left, it's more they had a major lifestyle shift. So they started going to college and moved out of home, or they got married, they moved to a new town for a job, they had a kid. Some kind of major disruptive lifestyle thing happened. COVID, obviously, is another thing here. And the church habit was broke, and they never got back into it. But a lot of them actually say they'd be willing to come back, and a lot of them actually score fairly high. If like you're asking questions about kind of basic Christian orthodoxy, these folks score high on that. And so the key thing that I didn't get to say in the piece, but there's millions of Americans right now who have Christian background, mostly believe Christian doctrine, who aren't going to church and say they're willing to come back. And so if we can reach those people and come back, that's a much easier lift for a church than what we're going to be dealing with in another 15 years when this generation has shifted. And now we're just having to reach tons of people with no church background, no Christian belief. There's a generational window we have right now where there's a good opportunity. And if we miss it, it's going to get much harder.
It's my conversation with Jake Meador, who's the editor of the publication Mere Orthodoxy. And this is such an interesting look at community, the sense of community, not just religious communities, although that's much of the focus of this one. The same thing applies well beyond religious communities in terms of the disconnectedness that we seem to be experiencing in the country right now. We have a society where we have maximum of choice, but we're finding that it's giving us a minimum of meaning. So we're going to stay with the conversation just a little bit longer. When we come back, we're going to talk about what it would take to get people back to church, back to community, and what that actually might mean for the country. So stay with us as we stay with our conversation with Jake Meador from Mere Orthodoxy, coming up next on Inside Sources. We'll be right back.
Think again on Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson. It's a rare visit
Governor Cox says he wants to meet with President Biden.
from a sitting U.S. president.
It is customary, especially if it's someone from the opposite political party.
Follow President Biden's stay in Utah with KSL. Tune in 2 or 3 times a day for updates and analysis. A presidential visit. Special coverage this week on KSL News Radio.
Hey, are you ready to go for the gold? Here's what you got to do. Open a checking account at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and qualify for gold tier status within the first 90 days, and Hercules Credit Union will deposit $200 into your account. All you have to do is drop into one of their locations, go to HerculesCU.com for all the information, mention you heard this ad on KSL, and get all the benefits that go with being a gold tier checking client. You get ultimate ID, identity theft protection, you get travel benefits, cellular care coverage, health and wellness savings, family benefits, on and on and on it goes. But again, you qualify for that gold tier status within the first 90 days, and Hercules Credit Union will deposit another $200 into your checking account. That's winning. That's going for the gold in a major way. As always, you can find Hercules Credit Union at Taylorsville, Harriman, Riverton, Salt Lake City, or you can always find them online at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com.
Are you finally ready to lose weight for life? Imagine the new you and feeling good in your body without the discomfort and even pain from the excess weight. Get your consultation today at Revive Men's Health here in Salt Lake City to assess your health and discuss if their safe and effective weight loss treatment with semaglutide is a good fit for you. They offer treatments for anyone who may need support in their weight loss goals or who may benefit from semaglutide support with pricing up to 60% less than the name brand medications. They also offer comprehensive DNA-based testing to help you understand your metabolism to make sustained weight loss, better performance, and fitness a reality. Join our satisfied patients who are maintaining substantial weight loss. Call Revive today and book your consultation. Men, women, and couples are all welcome at Revive. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
Nothing slows my little girl down, except the stuffy nose.
Mommy.
That's why I use Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. Sinex instantly clears mucus in everyday stuffy little noses with a gentle, ultra-fine mist designed for kids. Just Sinex? Breathe. Her stuffy nose is gone for now. And so is she.
Sinex Children's Saline. Sinex, breathe. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Social Security is with you through life's journey from birth to retirement. As your life changes year to year, so do your needs. For over 80 years, Social Security has helped to meet your needs and is committed to improving access to the services that make a difference in your life. Today, you can verify your earnings, estimate your future benefits, apply for retirement, manage your benefits, and even change your address, all from the comfort of your home. Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, Lake Powell is coming through this summer in much better shape than it was last year. Second, Provo police warning about rental scams. Third, the World Series champion Houston Astros recognized today at the White House for their support of the community in Uvalde, Texas. Right now, 84 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Get deeper insights on the news from Inside Sources.
If you're just joining us, we're staying with the conversation just a little bit longer with Jake Meter, editor of the publication Mere Orthodoxy. We're discussing why church attendance is declining across the country. What can be done about it? What does it actually mean in terms of impact on society as a whole? So I asked Jake what he's found in terms of how can we actually get people back there and what the benefits are if we can actually recreate that sense of connectedness and community.
We actually ran a piece at Mere O maybe a year ago by a couple pastors. The thing that they found after COVID was that the 2 types of things that people would come to that the church did were very low commitment, low planning kind of events.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just spontaneously getting together for lunch after church one Sunday, where maybe you'd have to bring a dessert and you could even stop on the way to church and pick something up. People come to those kind of things post-COVID. But then the other thing they found was it was actually the very high commitment stuff that was drawing more people in, even when it required a little bit more, because that gave them the chance to connect with other people, which is what a lot of us are desperate for. The Surgeon General just had a dire study come out on loneliness earlier this year. And the unique thing that churches can offer, because what ends up happening is, like a kind of typical secular American picks up that study and says, well, we really just need to get people together. And so they come up with this thing that is supposed to get a bunch of people in the room together, and they don't actually have anything they're doing together. It's just this kind of gathering for the sake of gathering, and sometimes it works, and most of the time it doesn't. But for churches, we're gathered together around Christ's table. We're united together by a commitment to like taking up the yoke of Christ. And so we're pursuing that together. And so it gives us this good that is actually properly pursued in community rather than individually. And that base, that common love that we share, is what roots the community. And so I don't want to ever instrumentalize the faith here, because that would be blasphemous. And yet, if it's true that God's law teaches us how to live well in God's world, then gathering together to worship God is going to lead to greater connectedness and bondedness.
Yeah, I love that. And I love the way you said it in your piece in The Atlantic, where you said a vibrant, life-giving church requires more, not less, time and energy from its members. And it's not just time. It's not just being in the pews, but it's what we do. It's that shared experience together. I always say that crying together with strangers is may solve more of the world's problems than anything that Congress could ever put together. And so as you look at that, and again, you had another example I'd love to have you walk us through in your piece about a group that was more kind of a communal living kind of thing, but it wasn't really so much about the communal living that was the issue, but the principles that came out of that I thought were really telling.
Yeah, well, so the group is called the Bruderhof, and it's an Anabaptist Christian community that's been around for a little over 100 years. And essentially, like, they read Acts 2 and 4 and say, hey, that sounds good, let's go do it. Like that's the end the Sermon on the Mount. Like, that's the simplest way to explain it. And so they live from a common purse. The common purse meaning they don't have private property. They share their wealth, and they live in close community with one another. And what that allows them to do is that it allows them to think about work differently.
Yeah.
So like they need to make money to support their life. That's true. And yet, like, if you visit a community, like I've been out to one of their communities, I think 4 or 5 times now, like there is a factory there that builds furniture that they sell and helps support them. But then there is also a fairly large farm on the community that's just there mostly to feed them. And it helps keep their expenses down, but it also provides work for people who, they love being outside, they love working with their hands, and they love being able to serve their neighbors. And so they can go do that, and you don't have to run the mental math in your head on whether or not, well, will this pay enough to cover our housing and our health care and all the other things, because the community is taking care of those things for you, and it frees you to relate to work as a way of serving and loving your neighbor primarily, which is what it is, rather than needing it to be the be-all, end-all of how you secure your livelihood in the world.
Yeah, and often how we end up identifying ourselves is through that work. And I love the way you've kind of juxtaposed this in terms of the fact that a lot of churches around the country have scaled down everything, but this group actually scaled up the way they interacted and worked together. And to me, that's an important principle in terms of we're always, they're simplifying is great and not, overtaxing is wonderful. But it's not about just scaling down for scaling down's sake. If we're not scaling up in terms of that interconnectedness, we're really going to end up at a dead end.
Yeah. There's an Australian pastor named Mark Sayers who he used the illustration. He said, so in politics, you think about campaigning and you think about governing. And campaigning is how you win elections, and governing is what you do after you win the election. But in a media culture like our own, it's very hard to get around to governing because you're constantly campaigning.
Right.
And he said there's a certain sense in which the kind of mainstream evangelical church in the West, following the seeker-sensitive attractional model, kind of did something similar, where we were always campaigning, meaning we were always trying to get people in the door, get butts into pews or theater seating, more accurately. But then the actual work of Christian discipleship is kind of the analog for governing here. And often we didn't get around to discipleship because we were so focused on getting people into the building. Hey, we have more people here this Sunday than we did last Sunday. That's great. We're being successful. Well, maybe, but what are they coming for, and what are they receiving, and what does their life look like during the week as they try to follow Jesus? And those questions were often kind of hidden or obscured or ignored because of the fixation on church growth.
I love the way you described it in the piece when you talked about sometimes we're looking at churches as kind of this spiritual NGO. We're just kind of providing stuff, but it's very detached. It's kind of everybody comes, everybody kind of partakes, then everybody goes off on their way. And again, without that commitment and leaning into community, we end up with a pretty hollow existence, whether that's through our work or whether it's through a church.
Right. Well, because the thing that people realized is that if church is content, and that's all it really is, I think that's why COVID was so disruptive, because it demonstrated that we had reduced church to content, which is why we thought that you could do online church. And then people started doing online church and realized, oh, there's like millions of other things on YouTube that I can also stream, many of which might actually be better as content than what my church is able to throw together on its small budget with its amateur staff. Like people who don't know how to do video, like this isn't good content, but hey, this lecture on this YouTube channel with 2 million followers is great. If church is just content, you're going to lose.
Yeah. This is a fabulous piece. Jake Meter's the editor-in-chief of Mere Orthodoxy. You should check that out. He's also the author of What Are Christians For? Life Together at the End of the World. And Jake, love this piece. There's so many layers to this. I hope we can have you back to continue the discussion. These are important conversations, regardless of where people fall on the spiritual spectrum, what religious organizations they are or aren't a part of. This is just important principles. I'd say they're eternal principles that we all can apply in a real powerful way to make a difference for ourselves, for our families, and most importantly, for our communities. Thanks so much for taking time for us today.
Thank you for having me on.
So many things to unpack there from our conversation with Jake Meter. Again, he's editor of the publication Mere Orthodoxy. And while we started looking at this whole idea of why so many have left organized religion, organized faith, there's a lot of that in terms of community as well. And some of the things that we talked to Jake about right there towards the end, this idea of getting together versus doing together is all the difference. Just getting together does not create a community. And so if all you're doing, whether it's in your faith or church group, whether it's in your business or whether it's in your neighborhood, just getting together doesn't really create community. Doing together, having a common interest, a common purpose, a common goal, a common project, something to work on together, doing together is where community really happens. And then I love this whole idea of how he talked about the fact that in many instances in the United States that church has been reduced to just being a content provider. And if church is just content, there's lots of places that you can get content. And again, the same is true in a business, in a political campaign. If all you're doing is providing content, content does not create community. Conversations create community. Connectedness create community. And I think those are all vital things that we can apply across the board, whether it's in our church and faith organizations, whether it's in our businesses, our families, and our neighborhoods, surely in the country. We can get to that where we can talk about real principles, have conversations that create that interconnectedness. We can do together, not just get together or shout at each other together. We can do it different. We can do it better. All right, we'll step aside for some bottom of the hour news. Much more Inside Sources coming up next right here on KSL News Radio. Stick around.
It's 2:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. The University of Utah's president and athletic director are both praising the U's unexpected move to the Big 12 Athletic Conference. KSL News Radio's Amy Kobe reports.
The future looks bright, according to athletic director Mark Harlan. He says that donor support is at an all-time high, and he expects this move will mean lots of future growth. He also says providing for student athletes will continue to be the #1 goal.
And President Randall also says he's looking forward to a rivalry returning with BYU. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. 500-million-year-old fossil of a sea worm was found in a shale formation along the Utah-Idaho border. KSL News Radio's Andrew Gordon has more.
Rhiannon Levine, a paleontologist from the University of Kansas, was working with her team when she found a fossil of a previously undiscovered sea worm that's a little shorter than a smartphone. Dr. Levine got to name the new species, giving it the scientific name Schiholudia shurikeni. She took inspiration from the sandworms in Frank Hubert's Dune novels and the Japanese word for a throwing star, shuriken. The fossil is now a part of the University of Kansas Biodiversity Institute's permanent fossil collection. Andrew Gordon, KSL News Radio.
Your money at this moment, at the close of trading, the Dow Jones average was up 407 points on the day. That's about 1.1%. The NASDAQ was up 85 points. The S&P 500 also up about 40 points today. And our KSL weather looks like sunshine through the rest of the day. Maybe a shower tomorrow. KSL News Time, 2:31.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and when my wife Dee and I moved into our new home a few years back, would you care to guess what was one of the first purchases we made for the home?
It was a water softener, Doug.
That's right, but not just any water softener. The fact is, Dee and I, just won't settle for anything less than Connecticut. For one thing, Connecticut softeners are so well designed, they use 2/3 less salt than other softeners. And I tell you, my back really appreciates carrying in just one bag of salt compared to 3 that my neighbors are carrying in. For another, Connecticut's all-mechanical design never needs adjustment, even if the power goes out or some household water use changes. In fact, it's virtually maintenance-free, meaning there are no annoying knobs to fiddle with. You really should look into the water softener from Connecticut. To learn more, call Connecticut of Utah at 801-576-8600 or go to softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Troy, do you believe in fortune tellers?
Not really. Why?
Camping's been so epic this year, I need to know if we'll get extra summer.
Is that the deal with the black message pool ball?
All signs point to yes.
Well, summer's always longer when you've got an RV.
Is that true? The ball says yes.
People in RVs can camp all through fall, and we want everyone to experience that. So right now, Bish's RV is throwing a summer forever sale. Get low monthly payments starting under $149 per month on approved credit.
Okay, that's crazy low, no?
Ball says decidedly so.
We're also hooking people up with 90 days of all play, no pay OAC?
Definitely. Plus, all remaining new 2022s are priced to move with no single reasonable offer refused.
And trades are worth like more than ever, right?
No doubt in sight.
This thing is never wrong. Paranormal pool ball. Am I handsome? Better not tell you. Wait.
Extend your season for summer memories during the Summer Forever sale at Bish's RV in North Salt Lake and American Fork. Previously Stewart's RV. Bish's RV, where memories begin.
Based on 10% down, 9.24% APR for 180 months. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details.
Amanda, we have a lot of responsibilities as parents. You feel obligated to teach your kids many things, if not all things in life sometimes, which is a little overwhelming. But it's surprising how little we talk to our kids about money.
Financial responsibility.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited to tell you about what UCCU is doing, Utah Community Credit Union. As part of their mobile banking, they now have this thing called Learn and Earn.
Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized educational games like quizzes and trivia. And every time anybody in the family completes a topic, you earn points that can accrue and you can redeem for gift cards from places like Amazon, Apple, Walmart, and others.
So literally, they are paying you to learn about financial responsibility.
It really is a great way to go, and it's fun for the whole family. Learn and Earn is part of UCCU's award-winning Be Money Smart youth banking program that helps kids, teens, and parents have fun while learning and becoming financially literate together.
UCCU Mobile Banking now presents Learn and Earn. UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
True. We have emergency traffic now, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's high-yield savings certificates. Here's Ricky Meese.
A lot of black smoke in Parley's Canyon. This vehicle fire is westbound I-80 and it has traffic shut down about a mile prior to the quarry. Until this fire is under control, they're not letting anybody get by this, so expect delays. Then, when they do start to let traffic through, I am expecting lane restrictions, so it'll still take a while for all the delays to clear out. Give your savings a boost with 5% APY on a 12-month certificate from Cypress Credit Union. Learn more at cypresscu.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, partly cloudy with highs in the 80s today and tomorrow. We could see some showers tomorrow morning. It'll warm into the 90s midweek with more storms expected by the weekend. Right now, 84 degrees and partly cloudy at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, your all-day companion for news.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Well, as we look at the importance of free speech here in the United States and around the world, we sometimes think, hey, these things don't really impact us, what's going on in other countries. But sometimes they actually do, and they're really worth noting. A fantastic piece at Reason.com today, how an EU law threatens free speech online, could happen around the world, could even impact us right here at home. J.D. Tichili, of course, is the contributing editor at Reason, and he joins us on the line now. J.D., welcome back to the show.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so give us some perspective. What is this new EU law looking like, and how could it actually impact us here in the U.S.?
Well, this is the European Union's Digital Services Act, and it's a massive internet regulation bill. Touches on all sorts of things, as Europeans will. There's nothing that they won't regulate if they have an opportunity to. The thing, of course, is that a lot of what we do with the internet is exchange information. And this bill definitely regulates the exchange of information on the internet. It addresses what's called hateful content, which is a broadly defined and actually very poorly defined concept in the law, and gives European regulators the power to penalize online services, tech companies, if they don't pull content that's subject to regulation quickly, or if they resist at all. So it has the potential for massive censorship. At least that's what a lot of civil liberties groups have been warning as this bill has evolved. The bill is passed. It is law, and it goes into effect on August 25th of this month. And in recent weeks, one of the EU's ministers, Thierry Breton, who is the Internal Market Commissioner for the EU, has been threatening to use it. This guy kind of embodies everything you imagine about a Eurocrat. He's pompous, he's totalitarian, and he's very thin-skinned. And in response to rioting in France, which happened over the period of a number of weeks, people may remember that, he responded to calls by the French President Macron for the power to regulate what people are saying and how they're coordinating online. And Macron, the President of France, wants to be able to shut down online services. And Thierry Breton said in an interview that the Digital Services Act would grant that power. They could either muzzle services, force them to pull content, or if they don't respond quickly enough, simply shut them down entirely. And that kind of fulfilled everybody's worst expectations of what's actually in this bill once its provisions are interpreted and applied.
Wow, so much to unpack there. in the what could possibly go wrong department, you noted in your piece that this really could be part of this weaponization. If it really does give someone like the president of France the ability to shut down the internet, that's like whole new world territory.
It is. I mean, we think of the internet as this kind of globally liberating information service. We're supposed to allow us to reach each other, communicate around the world without censorship, without high costs, and in real time. And we do that. We do that with email and messaging and all sorts of services. But, I mean, sometimes that means that people abuse the privilege, or at least they abuse it in the eyes of officialdom. And that's where you get concerns about things like hate speech or hateful content, or just the coordination of protests that can turn violent, as they did in France. And governments, of course, don't like that. They don't like things that we might all agree are bad, say explicit racism. But they also don't like it when protests are coordinated and either get out of hand or simply inconvenience them. And they want the power to control that. And it turns out the Digital Services Act, at least in the idea of one of the main bureaucrats, EU officials who will be enforcing the bill, actually grants that power, not just to the EU, but to the national governments who actually go about the business of enforcing EU law. They'll interpret it as they see, and in the eyes of a high official in the EU, they will have the power to muzzle online speech and to shut down online services that don't act as proxies for government censors as quickly as government officials would like.
Wow, I am just like without words on this whole thing. This sounds far more like North Korea, China, or Russia than the EU. So talk to me for a second, JD, about how what's the ripple effect? How could this actually end up impacting us here in the United States?
Yeah, you would think that here with the First Amendment, we're insulated from this, and in a lot of ways we are. I mean, it will not be the law of the land in the U.S., but just as the Internet allows for global communication, it allows for the globalization of local laws, too. And on the one hand, when you have nominally liberal democratic regimes, the European Union is liberal democratic, its officials are elected, its national governments are all liberal democratic. And you have these democratic countries pass authoritarian legislation. Of course, those countries themselves and the EU are stepping down an authoritarian road, but they also create something of a permission slip for more explicitly authoritarian governments elsewhere to say, you know what, the EU did it. France is enforcing it as a censorship bill. That means that we can do it here in Iran, Malaysia, Singapore, wherever you might name. And in fact, there's precedent for that. Germany passed NetzDG, which was a hate speech law back in 2017, and it immediately was emulated and copycatted around the world, in places like Malaysia and Singapore, because it was a permission slip for them to do what Germany had already done. Point to Germany and say, if they can do it, why can't we do it? So you have the danger in that. There's also the expense in creating walled gardens. I mean, if you're Facebook or if you're Signal or if you're any number of these online services, it's expensive and it's complicated to create different versions of the service you provide for different countries' jurisdictions. It's much easier and much less expensive to simply say, this is awful. We're going to default to the most restrictive regime and apply it to everybody, because otherwise we're going to be running a risk that somebody slips through the gaps and we get slapped with some massive fine by the European Union. So that you end up with Americans then subject to EU law, which actually has happened in other places. A lot of companies abide by restrictive EU restrictions, regulations, because it's just easier than doing things differently across different countries. And you can get that with speech regulation and censorship, too. That's a real danger.
Oh, and I think that's such an important component that often the businesses themselves, whether they agree with it or not, sometimes they just go to the lowest common denominator of what's going to keep them out of courtrooms or crossways with government regulators from wherever, the EU, the U.S., or anywhere in between. We see that we see that a lot, obviously, with the FDA, where companies will say, you know what, it's easier for us to throw sesame seeds into something so we can label it rather than risk some new rule coming out of the FDA that we may end up getting penalized for or taken to court for. So to me, that's the really slippery slope of all of this, is that it does create, one, an easy path for businesses where they're going to say, look, it's much easier for us, much less risky for us to just go to the lowest common denominator.
That's exactly right. And this has become a very popular tool for governments as they realize that industries are complicated and enforcement apparatus, regulatory apparatus are expensive. And then you got to get your regulators up to speed on how to enforce things. So what they're doing instead with the Digital Services Act and with a lot of other regulations that have evolved in recent years is to say, you know what, we're going to dictate an outcome. And we're going to say in the case of the Digital Services Act, you have to pull what we consider hateful content, and you got to pull it within a quick period of time. Otherwise, and this applies to Facebook, it applies to small companies, it applies to big companies. If you don't do it, we're going to slap you with a heavy fine. So they kind of turn these private companies into proxy regulators, because if they don't act as regulators, if they say, it's not our job, this is a government law, we don't even believe in it, then they're going to end up paying some huge percentage of their revenues, global revenues, because the Digital Services Act imposes fines based upon a percentage of global revenues that could break the companies. And so the government doesn't have to understand what it's requiring or how it would have to be enforced. All they got to do is say, you have to figure this out, and if you don't do it, we're going to crush your company.
Wow, that's such an important thing for us to keep our eye on. Clearly, it does have ramifications beginning in Europe, but those can creep here into the U.S. very, very swiftly. Anything relating to online speech, free speech, we have to keep both eyes on. And JD, we always appreciate you helping us do both of those things. JD Cicilli's the contributing editor at Reason, reason.com. Great pieces always, and we appreciate you carving out some time for us today.
Thank you for having me on.
We'll step aside for one last break. When we come back, some final thoughts here on Inside Sources on KSL News Radio. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Getting close to retirement? Or have you retired? You've probably got a ton of stress-filled questions on your mind. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. Getting a second opinion with an individualized investment plan is vital, and our fiduciary advisors do just that. Take it from this Trajan Wealth client.
It was just so pleasant, so comfortable. I think we had 7 different accounts, just stuff scattered all over the place. And then so we just started, here's this, move this. And he even explained it a couple different times. But if I have more questions, he said, just give us a call. And that's what I love. He's a phone call away. I'm glad I know these guys. Such a huge weight off my shoulder.
Imagine not second-guessing investments or monthly retirement income. That's the peace of mind you'll get from working with Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600 today or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Actual client, no compensation, no conflicts. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
So you'd like to start enjoying your home a little more without climbing the stairs or doing yard work. How about spacious living in a newly designed, planned community with access to activities like golf, pickleball, and even leisurely strolls on beautiful open trails? It's yours with Nilsson Homes. They've been building homes across the Wasatch Front for over 45 years. Now see their latest single-level living community in Davis and Weber County. Brand new, move-in ready homes in the heart of Davis and Weber County, offering all the things you want in low-maintenance, luxury, single-level living. Easy access to just about everything. And best of all, no more stairs, lawnmowers, or yard work. Nilsson Homes has thought of everything, and it's done for you. Take advantage of amazing financing or reverse mortgage options. Nilsson Homes, luxury, low-maintenance living. Visit nilssonhomes.com. That's NILSON homes.com.
Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room. There's nothing better than being out and about with the family, except for maybe coming home to a clean and residue-free home. The Zero Res cleaning process has been proven to remove more dirt, dust, and allergens than the other guys. Plus, the no residue cleaning means your carpets will stay cleaner longer. Today and tomorrow only, schedule your Zero Res carpet cleaning and pay just $25 per room cleaned. 4-room minimum, but there are no maximums. So yes, even big families with big homes, this one's for you too. Carpet cleaning for just $25 per room. Only at Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. I'm sure it's been on your mind. Schedule today and save some money while you're at it. Sale ends Tuesday. Nephi to Orem, everyone can schedule online at ZeroRes.com. ZeroRes.com.
Emergency traffic on KSL News Radio, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's High Yield Savings Certificates. A fully engulfed vehicle fire has shut down all traffic westbound I-80 in Parley's Canyon. The fire is about a mile prior to the quarry, and right now, since no traffic is getting through, we're seeing delays, solid delays. It's a parking lot surpassing East Canyon, the Mountain Dell area, but not quite back to Lambs Canyon. Now, even when they are going to open up traffic, lanes will be restricted, so this is going to linger into your afternoon drive. We'll expect delays there, but again, right now, Parley's Canyon closed due to a vehicle fire westbound I-80 about a mile before the quarry. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
People think saving money is hard, but really, it's easy. It's as simple as changing a few spending habits. For free tips on how to save the easy way, check out feedthepig.org. That's feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, officials at the University of Utah say they're excited to be moving to the Big 12 Conference and resuming the BYU-Utah football rivalry. Second, artificial intelligence could make screening for breast cancer even more accurate. And third, considering the dinosaurs were here 75 million years ago, a 500 million year old fossil is very old indeed, was found near the Utah-Idaho state line. Right now, 84 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City, and back to Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Hear elevated conversation on crucial issues. Boyd Matheson on Inside Sources.
Welcome back to Inside Sources here on KSL News Radio. It is great to be with you today. As always, I am Boyd Matheson. And as we round out the program today, of course, there was a lot of drama over the weekend with the United States women's national soccer team ending just a dismal run. You could put in a whole bunch of pejoratives in front of that. It was pathetic. It was awful. It was uninspired. It was all the things. They did not really have a good game other than against Vietnam, who I think our Lone Peak High School girls team could have scored 6 goals against Vietnam. And so they really had no game where they showed any power, any fight, any energy. They looked listless. They looked distracted. And while they have a lot of talent, probably more talent than any other team in the world, they were not a team. And that is the problem. When you have all the distractions, when you have all the agendas, it doesn't matter what the talent is. If you don't have a culture and a driving force, you will get beat by teams who play together. Now, this isn't the first time that the United States has had a dip in a sport once dominated. We saw this back in 2004 with the United States men's basketball team, who hadn't lost a game, I think, going all the way back to the early 70s when Russia stole a game. And that was, again, still a controversy years and decades later that the U.S. had actually won that game. But then they went on a string of decades of dominance on world play, winning gold medal after gold medal.